Championship game versus San Francisco. Also a third straight loss for the Pistons. The Bucks took them down in 2 of the last 3 at the LCA. Last night's was a 122-113 final, dropping Detroit's home record to 2-20. And a 70-point night elsewhere in the NBA. Joel Embiid dropping that number on the Spurs with 18 rebounds, 5 assists, insane stat line, scoring more than half of Philly's 133 points in their win. Embiid is also at 35 points per game right now, but Hoops Hype noting that Embiid is actually currently averaging more points per minute than Wilt Chamberlain did when he averaged 50 a game back in 1962. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Chris. 248-539-9797. Dan Campbell at 9:35. We were talking about what's the biggest story nationally of the Final Four, the playoffs thus far. And the reason we're talking about it is because Shannon Sharpe says it's Lamar Jackson. And look, it's a great story. There's no doubt about it. But it's not the one playoff win since 1957 gone away. And the fact that a team that's only been in one NFC Championship game, and that was back in January of 1992, a team that's never sniffed the Super Bowl, let alone win it. That, to me, coupled with the fact where they took this team from the roster was awful, the Patricia era was done, 3-13 in 1 year, 9-8 last year after a 1-6 start, and where they are this year, to me, that's the story. And if you even want to be more myopic, and I will, representing a fan base where, except for college stuff, all 4 teams for the last decade have basically sucked. I mean, that has to be involved in the mind as well, right?
Yeah. And I think when I was on the holiday break there, I sent a text, and I don't know if he brought it up to Jim Costa, that since 2000, the Detroit area has suffered more losses. And not just the past decade.
Oh, yeah.
I'm talking about since 2000, this century.
Right.
It has been the worst sports town in terms of losses. They have suffered more losses between the Red Wings, the Pistons, the Lions, and the Tigers than any other city in the United States of America.
And that includes a team, the Pistons, who won one championship, went to the finals 6 straight times in the Final Four. The Red Wings won a Stanley Cup this century and went to the finals the following year as well.
Tigers went to the World Series.
Actually, the Red Wings won 2 Stanley Cups this century, 2002 and 08.
That's how bad it's been, especially over the past decade.
Yes. And the Tigers, they've had some success this century.
Right, yeah, that's what I mentioned.
Yeah, I know.
They did, but they also had 2 seasons under 50 wins.
Right. I know. Right. That's crazy. Let's go to Josh in Allen Park. What's up, Josh?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
It's
Love
going
the show.
good. Thank you.
I just had a comment because it's crazy to me how Lamar can be the biggest NFL storyline this season when we've heard the narrative over and over when the Ravens made the playoffs, like, oh, Lamar's a QB, should he not be, should he not be? And it's crazy because he goes 0-3, never makes it, so the storyline drops. But this season, since he finally wins one, he's the biggest story in the NFL. Meanwhile, you have the Lions, and we all know the story, like, never been to an NFC Championship game, never won a home playoff game, and that somehow gets below the Lamar storyline. So that's just, I had a comment on that. That's just crazy to me.
Well, that's just one person's opinion, that's Shannon Sharpe, because the other 2 people on the panel, so to speak, Dan Orlovsky and Stephen A. Smith, and they all said it's the Lions. And most people believe it's the Lions, and the Lions are America's team for right now. They are. The problem is, as we are in any society, if this continues for the next few years, you're going to get I'm sick of Dan Campbell, the grit stuff. Not from here locally. I'm talking about national. Because, a lot of people get sick of Patrick Mahomes. A lot of people got sick of Tom Brady. Success and dominance breeds contempt.
We can handle that problem.
Oh, we can.
Yeah.
Damn right. I mean, we were Red Wing fans for the Red Wings they were hated because they were so freaking dominant.
Yeah. You got to get there though.
Yeah.
You got to get there. You got to be that team that can get to the highest level and remain there. That's the next challenge. The challenge is you got to get there first.
Correct. All right. So we have this magical run and hopefully it's not a magic trick and will disappear after this season.
Yeah.
We know the history. So let me ask you this. Besides the 0-16 season, what's the low water mark for this franchise since the last time they played for a chance to go to the Super Bowl? 248-539-9797.
So I think at the top of most people's lists, I'm just going to state the obvious. It's Barry walking away.
Mm-hmm.
That's got to be the lowest point. And is it the lowest point because other than the 0-16, or is it just simply because of the struggles that this area, this fan base has perceived with ownership? Like that it is, the ownership that basically drove Barry away. It's the ownership that basically drove Calvin away. 2 Hall of Famers. One of them, maybe the best at what he did of all time.
Correct.
And you're looking at it going, that's got to be the low water mark.
Yeah. For me, and it's also cliche, very basic, very simple, it's the hiring of Matt Millen. They went outside the box and it didn't work, and the worst part about it was they extended him. And what that M did was hire 3 M's in a row to coach his team, Morningweg, Mariucci, and Marinelli, and they all failed miserably.
Yeah, and I mean, we could argue which M was the worst.
I think Mariucci was the most disappointing.
Well, yeah, sure, most disappointing, yeah, because he was such a likable guy, and he was the guy you thought that could come in here and
sell you a car,
be charismatic, right, and do everything you needed to do to win games, or at least sell the fan base on it. But
he's good friends with Tom Izzo.
Yeah, where do you go to high school? But for me, it's like Morningweg. Like that is the one to me that you take the wind, you do all of that stuff, you ride out of training camp on your Harley, you ride in, you ride out on your Harley. It's like that to me seems so staged.
But that roster was so bad that even I don't know any coach could have salvaged that. He was bad, believe me. But Mariucci had some chops, and you thought that he'd be able to turn it around, and he just didn't.
No.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Dave in Livonia. What's up, Dave?
Hey, Stoney and Jason. How you guys doing?
Good.
So, first-time caller. For me, it was the last year of the Patricia regime. They had some success with Caldwell. Then they bring in this guy who's supposed to be the Patriot Way rocket scientist, and it was just got harder to watch every year. And by that last year, I couldn't do it anymore. It was just brutal for the fan base.
And Sheila couldn't do it anymore either. I remember where I was when we got the word. It was a Saturday. It was the Michigan-Penn State game during COVID. I was in the press box. Got the message.
It's so amazing 3 years later where we're at, and that introductory press conference. And I don't know. I'm 40 years old. I was 8 the last time we were in this position. It was one of my first football memories, and I'm geeked, man. I'm over the moon and can't wait to see what they can do in San Francisco on Sunday.
Yeah, it should be a really good game. Who knows if they'll win, but I think the final score will be by less points than the deficit was the last time they played the NFC Championship game.
When Patricia and Quinn were fired, that like you said, it was the Saturday of Thanksgiving weekend, and they lost to the Texans. Deshaun Watson just lit them up. Remember Will Fuller?
Yeah.
Where's he?
We were sitting next to each other.
Right.
Yeah.
And it is like that. She waited a full day. I want to know. I would love to know what went on that day. I wonder when she initiated the Spielman stuff.
I don't know. It's weird because Mariucci was fired during that break as well.
Yeah, but she wasn't in charge.
No, I know, but it's
Mr. Ford at that point. I'm just curious. I wonder if she took some time to reach out to, because you did let go of the GM and the coach,
right?
So it was starting all over.
Yeah.
Well, the problem was both of them were poison in the building. They were toxic.
Yeah,
people didn't
they weren't
like
very
them.
good people.
Yeah, people didn't like working there. From scouting department people to people who took care of the field and things like that. They were just really bad bosses, so to speak. Let's go to Carl. You're on 97 on the ticket.
Hey, guys. So mine goes with the Patricia era also. Mine is Gronk saying, "You can't trade for me. I retire." And then he goes to the Bucks. I think that's the lowest that it could happen. I mean, I understand players that we had that retired while they were on the team, but Patricia came from the Patriots, and this guy's like, "Nope, I'm retiring. I want nothing to do with this."
Well, I think the only reason he went to Tampa was because of who the quarterback was.
Oh, yeah, I know that, but they were trying to trade for him, bring him in, and he's just, I'd much rather be retired than even come to Detroit to play for Patricia.
We thank Rob Gronkowski for that, because who knows what draft collateral they would have traded to given up to get him, and Brad Holmes might have had less, stuff to work with. Exactly. Let's go to Detroit. Jeremy, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hey,
what's going on, guys? How you doing?
Good.
Awesome. Hey, I want to talk about the national narrative that I keep on hearing about the Lions. That's been pretty crazy. You guys were just talking about it with the article about how we're basically not even in the conversation about how, this team has gone from just being the complete underdog to being this dominant force in the NFL. And I don't know where I heard this quote specifically, so don't quote me directly, but I heard someone say on a national scale, like, Detroit doesn't have it in them to make it to the Super Bowl. And the fact that, we're even in the NFC Championship coming up here. It's like, what do you think we're going to the NFC Championship for? To go congratulate the 49ers on their victory? We're in this to win this. And the fact that, we're not even getting our due on a national scale and people just keep on doubting us is just ridiculous to me.
I tend to disagree. Look, most people will probably pick the 49ers to win the game, but the Lions nationally, not just the whole America's team, most analysts are sitting there. This is a really good football team. I beg to differ with Jeremy on that. I think they're getting their due.
I think they're getting their due. I don't think people understand everything that's going on, but I wouldn't expect them to. There's too much.
Yeah.
Unless you grew up with this, unless you're a Detroit Lions fan and you've lived through it,
right.
It's too much to go through the history because of the decades, the years. I mean, you're talking about books and books and books, history books.
Yeah. All right, 248-539-9797. Coming up next, there is a national guy who thinks the Lions can win the game if this happens or doesn't happen. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, if you've been watching the NFL playoffs from the sidelines, there's still time to get in the game with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. New customers, bet this Sunday's conference championship games that, I don't know if you've heard, the Detroit Lions are playing for the NFC Championship with $150 in bonus bets, absolutely guaranteed. All you got to do is place your first $5 bet. FanDuel has so many different ways for you to get a win. Just go to FanDuel right now and get started with $150 in bonus bets. And talking about placing a bet, it could be on the money line, could be the spread, could be player props, same game parlay, doesn't matter. It's $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. Just visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to join today. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen to make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. And 97 won the ticket. Must be 21 or over and present. Michigan first online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
248-539-9797. Hey, Uncle Mel's mock. His first one is out. We'll just peruse it. And at 927, I'll tell you where the Lions are picking and anything of local interest. John, don't look. I want to surprise you.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. Here's some ticket text. The low point of the Lions. Patricia's last Thanksgiving game. The pictures of Sheila head in hand. To think we would be here 3 years later is amazing. I was more upset at Barry walking away than 0-16 and Matt Millen. That's from Tom and Schomburg. Low point, the Millen Man March. Our fans had to protest because it was that obvious the team was mismanaged. Low moment for the Lions, coordinators going to drive-thrus naked. He wasn't a coordinator, but assistant coach, yes.
Yes.
Bob Quinn was actually worse than Millen. Only reason he had any wins was inheriting Stafford and some other talent that Mayhew brought in. The low water mark for the Lions is when they went after the job of a non-threat because of Valenti, because he was realistic in his observations of Lions management. Whether that's true or not, I have no idea. Lowest point for me was when we were good enough to win our division with Stafford and a stacked team, but he couldn't get help. He couldn't help us to win one of the final 4 games. So glad to see him get traded, and we got Goff.
Well, that was the 16 season when they started 9-4 and then lost out and lost the playoff game.
Was that the year he hurt his finger too?
Yeah, but I actually think it was 2 years before that. That's actually mine. It was the end of 14 when they went to Lambeau and both teams were 11-4 and they had a chance to win the North, and they didn't that day. And Stafford played pretty bad, and it was just clear you were never going to beat Aaron Rodgers to me. And Sue was gone after that, and they actually went on. They lost the playoff game to Dallas. You'd like to see that game play out without that picking up of the flag.
Right.
But they did. The Lions had the last 2 games of that season, and then into 15, they went 1-9 in that stretch.
Yeah.
And it just became clear to me that they're going to have to move on from Stafford. Well, it took them 5 more years.
And they had a chance in that game after the ridiculous call to, because Stafford, had a chance at the end and they couldn't do anything. And also, after that play, when Jim Caldwell decided to punt, Sam Martin shanked one. Yeah. Like he did on Sunday.
Yeah, well, at least he had an excuse this time. He had a sore hammy.
Right. Matt Millen getting renewed, drafting Okudah, the ineptitude that caused the NFL to seriously consider taking our Thanksgiving game away, if I remember correctly. I don't know how serious they were about it. I know there was a national groundswell for some people. And Dave in the Woods has a classic. Might not be the lowest, but very much describes the Lions the last 30 years. 2014, I think it was. Stephen Tulloch tearing his ACL, celebrating after sacking Aaron Rodgers. No, it was after Tebow, right? Was it after?
No, it was after Aaron Rodgers.
Well,
he
Aaron
picked
Rodgers?
off Tebow. He had a pick 6 against Tebow.
Oh,
yeah.
That's what you're thinking.
Okay. I remember he did something over Tebow. Bill and Livonia, you're 97, won the ticket.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Stoney. My speech is splintered. I just had a stroke a little while ago. But to me, the lowest story was in the 90s with Mike Hutley getting hurt and the other linebacker, I think, in the late 90s.
Reggie Brown, and a few years later.
Reggie Brown. Thank you.
Thank you. Hope you recover well from your stroke.
Yes.
You ever just think about that? They lost a offensive lineman, paralyzed for life. They had one get run over in his front yard mowing the lawn, and they lost a looked like might become a Pro Bowl caliber player, linebacker, to an injury. Like that's just the jinxes of things that are not. I can't comprehend them.
They had 2 first-round draft choices that year. They chose Reggie Brown. I think it was Brown first. Anyway, it was Reggie Brown and Jeff Hardings. And Hardings left because of like a $50,000 dispute with Matt Millen. It was like the stupidest. Jeff Hardings was really, really good.
As a guard.
Yes, he was really good.
Expendable. Replaceable.
He went to the Steelers and definitely thrived, played in the Super Bowl. Lions-Niners on Sunday. We'll find out more this week, obviously, with Deebo Samuel. They said he's 50-50. My guess is he'd play, but who the hell knows? Stephen A. Smith says if Deebo don't play, we'll be happy.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, he is impactful. I don't know that I would go as far as
no
Stephen A.
chance.
went. But
because the 49ers defense can create turnovers.
Well, okay. 49ers defense can create turnovers.
Right.
But let's just talk about their offense for 10 seconds.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to say Kittle, McCaffrey, Ayuk. You go down the list of playmakers that they have, without even having Deebo Samuel.
Right.
And they're a top offense.
Yes.
So does it help? Is it a benefit to the Lions that he's not available? Sure.
Yes. Now, usually at this time, we look at mock drafts because it's our Super Bowl.
We're 3 weeks into our offseason.
This year, this is Lions luck in a weird way. The Super Bowl's in Detroit, and the Lions hopefully will be picking 32nd. But right now,
the draft is in Detroit.
What did I say? The Super Bowl?
Super
My
Bowl,
mistake.
yeah.
Well, yeah, the Lions Super Bowl's in
Yes.
Detroit. The draft is in Detroit. And the Lions, unless they trade up, will be picking probably 30th or 31st. Who knows? Anyway, Mel Kiper, Uncle Mel, has his first mock draft. I'll go through the first 10, then we'll tell you what the Lions are going to do, okay? Caleb Williams, 1 to the Bears. This is a no-trade one, by the way. Jaden Daniels to Washington at 2. Drake May to New England at 3. Marvin Harrison Jr. to Arizona at 4. Brock Bowers, a tight end at 5 to the Chargers. Oh, Jim Harbaugh loves his tight ends. Malik Neighbors, wide receiver LSU to the G-Men. Joe Alt, the best offensive tackle in the draft, probably to Tennessee at 7. Dallas Turner, the outside linebacker from Alabama to the Atlanta Falcons at 8. Roma Dunze, the wide receiver from Washington to the Chicago Bears at 9. And at 10, Penn State's Olu Fashanu, the offensive tackle. Now, of other interest, they have, our Uncle Mel has at 16, the Seattle Seahawks taking J.J. McCarthy.
Mm-hmm.
Sitting behind Geno for a year? Who knows? And well,
he needs to go and sit behind somebody for a year.
At least, yes, absolutely. And we scroll all the way down. So let's see where the Lions are going to pick. Boop, 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 boop. We're into the 30. At 30. Cornerback from Toledo, Quinion Mitchell. I've heard a lot of good things about him. I'm not that familiar with his work. We'll do more draft diligence as the draft gets near. It says Detroit landed a second-round steal on Brian Branch, who had 3 picks in an excellent rookie season. Unfortunately, that wasn't enough to solve this defense's issues defending the pass. Lions ranked 31st in yards per pass attempt. Mitchell leveled up this past season, not allowing a single touchdown pass as the nearest defender in coverage, despite being targeted 59 times. He picked off 5 passes in 22, gave up 4 scores, but he was much more consistent in 23, though he only had 1 interception. I'm excited to see how he performs at Senior Bowl practices next week.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Same thing. Guys from Toledo right now, I have not done my research.
Right.
But the fact that they're picking at 30, I'm a little disappointed in Uncle Mel.
Oh,
Not much faith in us. I was anticipating 31 or 32.
I think most people like the previous caller.
Most people. I don't care about most people.
Well, it's Uncle Mel. Does he have the Ravens at 32nd? I should check because he's
got San Francisco at 32.
Wow, that's surprising to me because he's a Baltimorean.
Baltimore.
I think that's what they're called, aren't they? I think.
Yeah, sure, it sounds good to me.
Joe in West Bloomfield, you're at 97 on the ticket.
Morning, guys. Sorry if it's kind of loud in the phone. I'm driving, but I don't know if it's the worst thing, but I always remember every year for the Lions, for how many years Thanksgiving rolls around, and everyone's talking about why the heck do the Lions have a Thanksgiving every year, right?
Yeah.
Because it just reminds us how bad they are. It made me feel bad every year. So, I don't know. It's just a thought I had.
How are the roads out there, Joe?
Well, I'm in Cincinnati right now. It's just raining hard, so
Okay.
I missed the ice.
All right. We don't give a rat's ass about Cincinnati.
No, we don't. Not at all.
That's all right. All right. We do give a rat's ass about Dan Campbell. He'll join us next. 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, when was the last time you enjoyed a game of tennis, pickleball, or golf? Or how about taking an evening hike or walk, but you're able to do all those things pain-free? If your arthritis, old sports injuries, or joint pain is preventing you from the activities you love, you need to call Straith Orthopedics. Dr. Derek Hill is highly trained in the treatment for the hip and knee, specializing in a special anterior approach hip replacement with very little downtime, rapid recover techniques, and non-surgical multi-pain modal treatments. Dr. Hill could get you on the road to living a life free from pain. Listen to what Neil, a Straith orthopedic patient, shared about his experience. Neil writes, prior to surgery, I was very limited. Standing or walking caused pain. I had total knee replacements at Straith Orthopedics using the robot-assisted procedure. Today, I am back to my daily 2-mile walk without pain. My doctor took the time to explain options and provided answers and recommendations to my questions. Neil, thank you for sharing your story. And you too can start living your life pain-free so that you can get back to all the things that you enjoy doing, all your favorite activities like going for walks, playing golf, whatever it is, you fill in the blank. Just call Straith Orthopedics at 855-STRAIGHT or go online to straith.org. That's STRAITH.org. Straith Orthopedics is committed to you.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Carson Anderson coming up shortly. Mike and Rico at 2, of course. And then we have Rieger and Wojo, or is it just Rieger? I don't know if he's even going to be at Little Caesars Arena for the little pregame festivities before the Jansen appearance.
Oh, yeah. At Little Caesars tonight.
Caesars
I can't
Arena.
wait. I'm so excited.
When's the last time you were at a hockey game at LCA?
2 years ago, I think. Yeah. 2 years ago. Jack used to play hockey.
Right.
And he had a, I don't know, with Pee Wee or whatever, Squirts, whatever it was, little guys game before the Red Wings played, so they got to play on the ice.
Did they do the shootout in between periods too?
I think they picked a couple of kids, but I don't.
Right.
Yeah, Jack wasn't one of them.
Right.
So yeah,
That's always one of the highlights.
Oh, I love it when they do that. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I can't wait to get back tonight. It'll be fun.
Yes, Dallas Stars in town, a pretty good team, and should be a good game. Red Wings playing pretty damn good right now. Patrick Kane, they say, not expected to be back in the lineup till later this month, like at the end of the month. There was some. We mentioned Brian Callahan is going to be named the new head coach of the Tennessee Titans. It appears that the Philadelphia Eagles and offensive coordinator Brian Johnson will part ways.
Yes, he will not be back.
And if it wasn't enough to have a former Lion calling the defensive plays at the end of the season for Philly fans, Matt Patricia. You know who one of the names for the possible offensive coordinator for Philly has been?
For the OC?
The OC.
No, I don't know.
Jim Bob Cooter.
Oh, okay. He's a good play caller.
Yeah, he did a decent job in Indianapolis.
Yeah. That'll be interesting. And this will be the second year in a row with new OC, new DC.
Yes.
In Philly.
Right.
Didn't go well the first time.
No.
I mean, obviously,
it didn't. Well, that's what, and we didn't even talk to Dan about it, but that's what people are worried about past this season. If Glenn and Ben Johnson, get head coaching jobs,
right?
You saw how it affected the Philadelphia Eagles. Now, I don't think anything could be affected as bad as that was, and I don't think it was all this the coordinators. I think it was more, believe it or not, as bad as the defense was. As far as people in Philly couldn't stand Jonathan Gannon, so they were very happy that he left and he became the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. Mm-hmm. And you kind of thought, Brian Johnson was always on the staff anyway, working under Steichen, so they thought that would be okay. They just imploded at the end.
They did, and again, I go back to we'll have to wait and see what happens, but offensively, I still think this is Dan Campbell's offense.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm not worried about, yes, Ben Johnson, he's been really good at calling plays. But how much is his? How much is Dan Campbell? We'll probably never know, but we can make our assumptions.
You know what else is today?
This is the 23rd.
Hall of Fame Day. The baseball announced their Hall of Fame later today.
Oh, okay.
And there's a chance a former Tiger might actually get in. There's a service, there's a guy who tracks, because a lot of writers, they'll let people know, and he's on the cusp. No, that's for a Veterans Committee. Gary Sheffield's got a shot. It's going to be very close. It's his last year of eligibility. He's right. He's tinkering around that 75% of votes that have been submitted to this,
Nobody
Twitter
hit a
site.
more impressive foul ball than Gary Sheffield.
He was a bad man.
I don't
he
mean
was
that
great.
as a slap in the face.
No.
I mean, honestly, that guy, he swung so hard at every pitch. He left it all in the batter's box. He would hit these colossal 450-foot foul balls. It were ridiculous.
I love Chef, man. Even when he had one really good year, and then he got hurt, and the team really went down after he got hurt. They had the chef hats for the fans. It was great.
I mean, you add Miggy in the offseason, they go to the World Series. You add Miguel Cabrera with a trade, and then you want to go further along, they add Sheffield. Like, what just happened? The way that Illich was working back then was so much fun. Let's go get Prince Fielder. What?
Yeah.
Let's trade for, the Cy Young Award winner from Tampa. Like, what are we doing? This is unbelievable. It's just it was great.
So I hope Chef gets in. It's going to be close. Beltre is going to get in automatically first ballot, along with Joe Mauer, it looks like, Todd Helton.
Joe Mauer.
And maybe Billy Wagner. All right, Gator, it's
Relax.
Tuesday. Time for the 2 Grand Slam.
All right.
You will do better than the contestant who got 3. Here we go. Where did
Hopefully.
Brock Purdy play in college?
Auburn?
Where did Christian McCaffrey play in college?
McCaffrey, Stanford.
He played the villain Gore, the God Butcher, in Thor: Love and Thunder.
I pass.
What is 12 times 6?
72.
Who leads the NFL in postseason passing yardage thus far?
Jared Goff.
Where did Lamar Jackson play in college?
Louisville.
This band had the 2004 hit Save a Horse, Ride a Cowboy.
Yeah, I don't know who those guys are.
Doug McDaniel plays for this college basketball team.
Well, half the season he plays for Michigan.
What is the smallest
Okay,
ocean
well.
in the world?
Indian.
Who is the head coach of the men's basketball team in Alabama?
Wimp Sanderson.
He played the you got 4.
Yeah.
At least I beat the guy.
Yeah.
This is the worst I've ever done.
The one that I thought you would get that I'm surprised you didn't was the first one. Brock Purdy went to Iowa State.
I did. I know when you say it, I know it.
Christian Bale played Gore, the God Butcher, in Thor: Love and Thunder.
I don't remember that. That wasn't a very good movie, as I recall.
Baker Mayfield leads the NFL in postseason passing yardage thus far.
Oh, he done.
Big and Rich had the 2004 hit Save a Horse, Ride a Cowboy.
Sorry, I wasn't watching.
Can I get Alabama? Is that Nate Oates?
Yes, the former Romulus High School head coach. And the Arctic Ocean is the smallest ocean
Arctic, there you go.
in the world. All right, boys. What's going on?
I'm sorry.
We're going to hear from
I'm sorry.
the quarterback today.
Yep. Jared Goff joins us at 10:30. That's on the marquee of the show.
Beautiful. Carson Anderson coming up next. By the way, how are the roads, Gator?
They're getting better. It's it's rain at this point, and
Okay.
it's 32 degrees, so it's not freezing. So you can see that the salt that has been on the roads is eating away whatever's there. There's still some slippery spots, so be careful out there. And it's obviously going to be worse. I guess it was worse south than what it is north, but we're going to be okay.
All right, Carson Anderson coming up next. Have a great day, everyone. 97.1 The Ticket.
Hello and welcome to the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Boy, but it's going to be a fun week as we are just starting to get into a little bit of preparation for San Francisco in something called the NFC Championship game, which is coming up this weekend. From
who's playing in that?
That would be
this
Detroit
year?
and San Francisco, and the winner.
Sorry, San Francisco and who?
Detroit, and the winner will advance to some game they call the Super Bowl.
Wow.
I know. I can get used to this. I will admit I am currently not used to this. It is not something I am yet used to. Lions are playing for a chance to go to the Super Bowl. Be safe out there, everybody, as it's a little bit treacherous today. Saw a lot of cars in ditches, and so
don't use the horn so much today.
Why?
You know, normally, I'm a guy who loves to use the horn with stupid drivers. Today's a day. Listen, it's dicey. All right, it's not as dicey as it could be, but it's still dicey. And there's moisture on the road, and for the most part, it's rain at this point. But there are ice areas that you can't see. And when you're going too fast, and then you hit the brakes, and all of a sudden you start to slide, that's when problems come. So
I had a
keep a good distance.
Bit of a scary moment. I was in a merge situation to merge on to 275, and behind me, I could hear the horn of a semi.
Uh-oh.
Just constant.
That's not good.
And I'm thinking, is there a semi behind me sliding uncontrollably towards this line of cars I'm sitting in? And I'm like, I don't really think I can do anything about it. If there is, like, do I pull out of this line? Do I try? What am I doing? And the semi flew past on my right as he was merging onto a different freeway. But it was as my young kid said, sketch magetch.
Yeah, well, that can be nerve-wracking for sure.
Anyway, be careful out there. Lots to get into today, and as I mentioned on the marquee of the show is one Jared Goff, the quarterback of the Detroit Lions. He will join us today at 10:30, and we got a lot to get into. Some of the bigger plays from that game on Sunday. Want to relive them from his perspective. We're going to ask him if bulletin board material matters. It matters what Skip Bayless said, basically. We'll see. And his thoughts on these fans. Gator, the fans are unbelievable. The Lions tweeted out yesterday that they were having a watch party at Ford Field on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
6 hours later, they tweeted out that it was sold out. Now, they only sold tickets to the lower bowl. Is this unprecedented? Has a watch party at a stadium? You were at the Stanley Cup ones.
Yeah.
I was at NBA Finals ones at the Palace. I don't remember anything coming close to a sellout. Was the watch party for the Stanley Cup a sellout?
No, it was great. It was for the clinching game that I went, and it was awesome. But no, nowhere near a sellout. I think a sellout at the Joe back then would have been like 19,875 or whatever it was. I would have guessed there were probably 10,000 fans there.
And now, given they only sold tickets to the lower bowl, and it's immediate for Ford Field. It's immediately led to speculation that there'll be tickets. They might open up the upper bowl. Could they sell this thing out? Could they fill a stadium for a watch party?
I mean, if they just announced they sold out the lower bowl, and what's the lower bowl is going to be 20,000 seats, 25,000 seats, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
That's impressive. I think it would behoove them to go ahead and open up the whole damn thing. But with that,
There's
comes cost.
There's
you gotta
cost.
have
Yeah.
security and more concessions and more people helping out and all this and parking lots. And
it's not just a punch button. Oh, we'll just open it up. Yeah, that comes with a lot of discussion. There's parking at Lions controlled lots for $10. I was
going to say, I hope that for something like this, don't gouge them. Don't gouge the folks. These are the best fans in the NFL. Let them come to the stadium and enjoy it at prices that are affordable. Don't be charging $40 for parking. Well,
they're not.
And I'm glad to hear that they're not. But it's still,
I didn't see anything what the ticket prices were.
I don't know what the ticket prices are, but let's not gouge there either. Make it simple, and maybe you tie it in with a charity or something like that. I don't know. But
they did do that, Kang, right? I didn't see on their website, but didn't they say there was something went to charity with this?
Yeah. It's not all like some of the proceeds or whatever are going to like a charity or fundraising. You know, so.
I mean, I get you're going to have to pay a staff and you're going to have to pay security and police and all that, and that's fine. There's an overhead for that. Once you get to that, donations sound great, and I hope that the concession prices aren't typical Lions Day game day concession
Oh,
prices.
that I bet they are.
Oh, it shouldn't be.
248-539-9797. With that said, I mean, did you get tickets? Anybody out there get tickets to the watch party? Anybody that would have gone, but they've already sold out and want to go? And have you ever been to a watch party that came anywhere close to a sellout? And I don't mean watch party at like a bar. I mean a watch party at a stadium. Because I have never heard of one of these things selling out. Palace, Pistons, Bad Boys days. I went to maybe 2 games at the Palace. And I mean, a big part of this is, you know, and where I was in life, hey, it was a chance to go to the stadium. I couldn't afford tickets to a regular game. It was a chance to go to the stadium and experience that and watch it and have that game feel. I mean, it really was cool for that point in my life to have that game feel for an affordable price. And that's part of the huge draw.
As I recall, those games are very successful to go to the Palace to watch those Pistons games.
And I will also
Palace Vision.
If you think back too, not exactly high def TVs.
Well, no, I mean, you know, you're talking the technology of the late '80s.
I think it was a panel TV. It was like 9 panels that made up the
that make up the one big
9
screen.
low def panels combined together to make up the one big screen. Yeah.
Well, and when I went to the Joe Vision for the Wings when they clinched it in '08, it's the same kind of thing, right? I mean, you're there watching at the mercy of watching it on the, you know, the big screen of the Joe, which wasn't fantastic. It wasn't. I mean, it was great atmosphere, but Ford Field's different. Those are big old high def TVs. I would hope that they would bring in more if it's just lower level. I hope that they're bringing in some giant TVs to put on the field so people can see it from there too.
Yeah,
but
I don't know.
We'll see. I don't know. It could be when you get sold out already for the lower level. That's awesome.
I don't even know what the best seat in the house would be for this.
Well, we got a couple ticket texts here. I'm not sure this is true, and everyone's saying it was $20. By the way, I thought I read that, but $10 a ticket for if you were a season ticket holder.
Okay.
If you were not a season ticket holder, it's like $20. I got a couple texts here saying that it's just the lower bowl, but the home side.
Okay, I was going to say they're going to do the whole thing. All right, so now you're cutting it again.
But they might open it up. I don't know. You know, I mean, 6 hours they sold out at least half of the lower bowl on the home side.
So that's kind of. I mean, again, probably 10,000, 15,000 tickets they sold. That's impressive.
Well, it'll be intriguing to see if they can make it if they're going to go bigger than that. If they say, well, that's so. I mean, because 6 hours is a pretty quick sellout.
Doug, I know this happens with colleges a lot. Wasn't Chrysler full for like Michigan when they're in the Final Four? Didn't they have those watch parties there?
Well, they did for the national championship game, and I saw some video from it, and it was well attended, but I don't know if it was anything close to a sellout, and I don't remember the Final Four, no. 248-539-9797. We'll talk to the fans next. Coming up at 10:30, Jared Goff, Lions quarterback, joins us here on Karsch and Anderson, 97.1. It's on car Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Talking about how incredible Lions fans are. Sold out the watch party at Ford Field in 6 hours. Now it's lower bowl, and I guess it's half the lower bowl. You got to wonder if they're going to open it up even more. Did you try and get tickets? Would you want tickets? Did you buy tickets? And look, I wonder if they could sell out the whole stadium. Like, just open up the entire lower bowl, and if that sells out, all right, let's go for the upper bowl. 248-539-9797. Now, there is logistical things, a lot of logistical things as far as staffing is concerned. It's a week that I don't, maybe people didn't think they'd be working, so they have other plans. So their staff might not be available. But there also are things like some places are better to see the screens than others. Like, I don't know what the best seat in the house would be.
Yeah, you don't know because you don't know how it's configured.
No. 248-539-9797. Jared Goff today at 10:30. Let's go to Richard. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Richard.
Yeah, good morning. How you guys doing?
What's up?
I just wanted to confirm. So season ticket holders could get 10 tickets at $10 a piece before they went on sale to the general public at $20. Parking in all lots is $10. They said the cheerleaders would be there, and all the concessions would be open on level 1.
Did you buy tickets?
I bought 10.
Okay. And are you got a group all set, ready to go? Or are you doling them out? How's this working?
Well, we'll see. Right now, planning on taking the family. But if they don't, I'll find somebody to go because this is going to be exciting.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Did they say anything of any other particulars about, what side of the stadium or how many seats are available or anything like that? Are the tickets transferable? Like, are scalpers eating these things up?
You can't see the tickets yet, so I don't know if they're transferable. But I know I took section 111, so it'd be facing the scoreboard. And when I looked at the tickets, I mean, the center of the stadium was completely gone already. So, within 20 minutes of the tickets being available, the center of the stadium was sold out. I don't know why people would take those tickets. You can't see the screen very well, right?
So what section did you say you were in, 111?
111, yep.
Okay, and I'm just looking this up. So you're kind of in a corner.
Yeah, but at least facing towards the scoreboard, right? You won't have to turn your head to see the game if they don't do anything with screens.
Gotcha. Cool. All right, hey, have fun, Richard. Thanks for the intel.
All right, appreciate the time. Take care, guys.
248-539-9797.
Strategy.
Let's go to Dylan. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Dylan?
Hey, good morning, guys. How's it going?
It's going great.
Hey, yeah, so you guys were talking about the rookies yesterday, and that got me thinking about Gibbs. So do you guys remember in, the first, I want to say, third to half of the season when everybody was saying, when are they going to start using Gibbs? They got to start giving Gibbs more carries. And he still ended up getting, 900-something rushing, 300 receiving.
Almost 1,000 yards.
Yeah. Once next season comes and he's in the full rotation all year, do you guys think he's going to be breaking some franchise records at all?
No.
I mean, he did a lot.
Barry Sanders is the guy. I mean, that's the standard. You're not going to break Barry's records. I mean, you can have more touchdowns than Barry, I suppose, because after a couple seasons in the league, they stopped letting him carry the ball at the goal line. But yardage totals, I don't think he can come close to that.
Yeah, but still, I'm just so excited to see where his career goes with this group. Just he did so much in without even being a running back one for the full year. And these rookies have just been amazing, man. Laporte has been my favorite player this year. Such a great guy.
You couldn't ask for much more here, Dylan, from a rookie class. They just won a playoff game, a divisional round playoff game, and now we're playing the NFC Championship. And in that game, their leading tackler was a rookie, their leading receiver was a rookie, and their leading rusher was a rookie. And you hope to get some contributions out of your rookie class. They're getting massive contributions in critical games against the best opponents in the playoffs out of their rookie class. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and Dylan, for what it's worth, I mean, the way they're using him, it's just another reason why I was so dismissive about is he going to set records. Running backs are used differently today than what they were in Barry's day. Barry's day, you carried the ball 300 times a season at least, easily. Nowadays, you don't. I don't think there was a single player this year that had 300 carries. Derrick Henry, I think, led the league in carries and was just under 300. And with the Lions, what they're doing and what the league is really doing is you're using multiple running backs in your systems. And that's what they have with Montgomery and with Gibbs. And there's no questioning that Jahmyr Gibbs has this incredible talent. He's got great speed. He's elusive. He catches the ball out of the backfield. And as a running back, when he's just carrying the ball, he's explosive. You saw it with a 31-yard touchdown run. He's been phenomenal for this team. And as Doug pointed out, all the rookies this year have shown up. And it's not just this class. It's each class. It feels like the rookies have there's been one or two that have stepped up. This rookie class is special because it seems like the first four players were like, lightning in a bottle right away. And the rest of the players that were drafted under Brad Holmes, they're all contributing in their own way. It's amazing the success rate that he's had in the draft.
Feedback coming in from Twitch. Redwing2244 says Tampa Bay did have a few sellouts at their Amalie Arena for their watch parties against the Avalanche. It was more than just watching the game, though. They did a lot of cool things with the holographic presentation on the ice where you could see players moving around. Kier Duchesne, please, on Twitch says, best seat in the house would be the last row closest to the bathrooms and the concessions, in my opinion. I did see something when my man said he was in section 111. I went for a Ford Field seating chart, and I ended up on this. I just start clicking to see where 111 was. I ended up on this website, rateyourseats.com, that has resale tickets for the watch party, the entire lower bowl, and some of the 200 section on the Lions' home side. So did they sell out the entire lower bowl? Because some people said they were only selling tickets on the home sideline. But I'm wondering if indeed, because these look like resale tickets around the entire lower bowl.
Well, maybe either they're scam tickets.
Could be.
Or they just haven't released them to the public yet.
More feedback. Got tickets during the loyal member pre-sale. They were $10 during that time, 20 for the public. So pumped to be part of this. Go Lions. That's from Jerry at his desk. John in Lake Orion says CCTV at the Palace for Hearns Leonard 2 in June of 1989 was packed. They fought to a draw. Everyone was angry.
Because it was a BS judgment. Tommy beat him.
Here you go. It was originally lower side, Lions side lower bowl only, but they added the other side to the sale after the side sold out. Sweet. I was fortunate to buy 2 tickets to the watch party. Not a bad gig for $50, including parking. Unnamed texter, Chrysler was full for the Michigan-Louisville National Championship game years back. It was an amazing experience. And Anthony in Shelby Township says, last night a group of 10 of us purchased 10 seats together, row 4 in the end zone for the San Francisco game Sunday in Santa Clara, hearing a lot of people that are traveling and buying tickets. Wait a sec. Anthony, you bought 10 tickets together for the game. You're going to the game. Well, that's different, and that's awesome. Good for you. All right, we will speak with Lions quarterback Jared Goff next. Remember, you can stream the show with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can listen to the show anywhere in the United States and Canada. I'm sure we got a lot of people tuning in this week that did so, that are just displaced Detroiters. Welcome to the program. You can also stream to our website, 971theticket.com. Stream a video, twitch.tv. Go to twitch.tv, search up 971theticket. Same thing with youtube.com. Search up 971theticket. Jared Goff next, 97.1. We'll catch up with Jared Goff, Lions quarterback, in a moment. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Lions in San Francisco, NFC title game coming up on Sunday. And, of course, you'll hear it here on 97 won the ticket. We'll get into the game a little bit more today, and certainly as the week goes on, getting you set for what is, going to be the most important Lions game. Feels like in our lifetime. They did play in one of these things before. I had somebody send me some feedback, Gator, and I wonder if you remember this. Do you remember the feeling going into that Washington game? Did you feel like the Lions didn't have a chance? Because I had somebody send me some feedback saying, yeah, but that game I never felt like we had a chance. Once the game started, that's what it looked like. But I don't remember not feeling like they had a chance going into that game.
As I recall, didn't they play Washington earlier that season
and got
smoked?
Yep.
I think that was there was a fear going into it because you'd already faced him and had already gotten beaten so badly. But at the same time, they had just smoked the Cowboys like badly with a 38-6 or something. So I don't recall this being this great doom and gloom thing. I do remember that they had lost earlier in that year though to them.
Yeah, and it was ugly. And when they went back in the NFC title game, it was ugly. Ugly again. And I'd have to go back and watch it. I feel like it was a game that got out of hand, but not in a hurry. Like the Lions weren't doing much, but they were still kind of hanging around for a while.
Yeah, I got to think about that. I don't know. Do I remember like a pick six in that game? And I just remember some big plays, if I'm not mistaken, from Washington. It was Mark Rippon on that team.
Yeah. Let's see if I can find the box score. But hey, man, we went from wanting a playoff win to on the brink of getting a third playoff win. And, you could see how much – the scary thing is you could see how much of a difference home field matters. Like home field mattered for the Lions. And now, California, the San Francisco fans, they've been there and done that. But they I don't think they're not at a peak like we are here. So I don't know if their home field's going to be like it is here. That game was 17-10 at the half. Washington led it 17-10 at the half. And then went field goal, touchdown, and sealed it with an interception return by Darrell Green, 32 yards. 41-10 was the final. So
yeah, Lions was Eric Kramer and Andre Ware split time there. Barry Sanders was held to 44 yards. He had a 23-yard gain, and it was held beyond that.
Lions had
21 yards on 10
Lions had more
carries.
yards and more first downs for what it's worth.
Yeah, well.
It did turn it over 3 times. So
that's a problem.
Yep. But anyway, I feel like I feel more confident about this than I probably did back then, but I think maybe time has kind of numbed the senses of coming off a blowout win over Dallas. I think Detroit back in that season was the 92 playoffs, 91 season. I think Detroit was feeling pretty chesty going into Washington. Like this time it's going to be different, and it really wasn't.
No, it was not. But as you said, 17-10 at the half, and the Lions did score 10 points in the second quarter.
Yeah.
So,
well, anyway, it'll be fun to see this time around. And again, of course, you can hear it here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, let's talk to the quarterback. Jared, as always, we appreciate your time. Thanks for being with us. I know congratulations aren't in order, but it feels like it for us here in Detroit because we're not used to this. But with that said, do you get a sense for how much right now you guys mean to this city? What you've done to the overall psyche of the city of Detroit and the surrounding areas?
I don't know if we feel it outside of that building much, but I'm sure there is. I really haven't been around much since the first playoff game. But, I think each week, the last 2 games, the crowd and the energy they have, they've been on their feet. It feels like damn near the whole game. It's been pretty special the last 2 weeks, and seeing these guys enjoy it and being able to be a part of the team that's provided that to them has been real special.
Something else that's kind of happened, and there's an appeal that you guys have where it feels like people outside of Detroit, I'm hearing from all around the country that people are saying, boy, this Lions team is easy to root for, and this Lions team is the new America's team. What do you think it is about you guys that seems to appeal to non-Lions fans?
Yeah, I don't know. I think we work hard. I think we got a lot of guys who have been doubted for quite some time, and are starting to get a national stage to show what they can do. You know, the Lions have historically not been on national television for quite some time, and we've had some games this year where we have been and played well and won games. And I don't know. I think that's probably part of it, but you know, we focus on what we can internally and just keep trying to win games.
You talk about the atmosphere, what it was like at Ford Field the last couple of weeks. It's been amazing. And on last Sunday, I think it started with the national anthem and that saxophone player and hitting that note for like what seemed to be close to a minute. Can you talk about what it was like on the sidelines to be part of that, and did that move you at all with how he was playing?
Yeah, you know, I think we had him earlier in the year. It might have been Thanksgiving or some other time, so I kind of knew it was coming. He does that, I think, almost every time he does the national anthem. It's pretty cool and pretty impressive that he's able to do that. But yeah, I was standing right in front of him and watching him do it, and kind of, you know, just smiling and like listening to the crowd kind of go crazy while he was doing it. And it was cool. It's kicked off the night, and I thought, like I said, all night and all day, I guess the crowd was amazing, and it was really fun to play in front of.
Something about you that we've watched since you've been a Detroit Lion, and perhaps we should have seen this with when your career was with the Rams, but as a Lion, it's like you don't get rattled, man. I mean, you handle the pressure no matter what the situation is. You kind of thrive on it. Have you always been that way? And do you remember a time when you were a kid that you could first kind of like see that example? You're put in this pressure situation. You're just like, whatever, I'm just not playing a game.
Yeah, you know, I don't know if I was ever like figured out, you know, how or why, but I've just kind of always been that way where I'm able to compartmentalize pretty good and have perspective on it. And no, it's just a football game. You know, I know there's a lot riding on it. I know there's a bunch of people hoping and won, and of course we are as well. But at the end of the day, you know, our best is all we can do, and as long as you're doing that, it's typically good enough.
Let's get to a couple of moments in this game against Tampa before we turn the page to the NFC title game. Start with the 3rd and 15 throw to Amon-Ra. You guys are trying to close out the clock, close out the game, run the clock, I should say. And you got Amon-Ra on a comeback route, and from beginning to end, you know, pre-snap to the play was over. How did that develop as you saw it?
Yeah, it's a play we ran a ton. You know, their corner went down, so it was a backup corner in there. You know, it's our best player against, you know, somebody on their defense who was a backup, and took advantage of it. It's not, you know, anything sexy or special. It was just a regular play we've ran a million times, and he ran a great route, and I put it on.
The 3rd and short pass to Brock Wright, was that the exact same play that you guys ran against the Jets that he took to the house? This time it went for 29 key yards?
It was the exact same play. I'm not sure if it was formation the same or the motions were all the same, but the concept of it was the exact same. Yeah.
Had you guys run it since the Jets game, or was this you broke it out for this occasion?
It's a good question. I'm sure we've ran it once more since then. I can't remember, but yeah, this is the last time it's really gotten backside to Brock like that since that game. Yeah.
I don't mean this is a dig, and I don't know if I'm the first one to comment on this, but I've never seen a quarterback throw more accurately without throwing a consistent spiral. Am I imagining this, or is this something that you throw a wobbly, accurate, hard-thrown pass? Yeah,
you know, it's something that I'm always constantly working on is getting it to spin a little bit better. And sometimes it spins great, sometimes it doesn't. But yes, I do take a lot of pride in it being accurate regardless. And I think that's a funny observation. I do take it as a dig, by the way, but no, it's you know, it depends. You know, sometimes the rush is a certain way, my feet are a certain way, and the ball doesn't come out exactly how I'd hoped. But typically, it hits them right where I want to hit them, and those guys make the catch.
Jamison Williams, you know, he comes in and everybody talks about the speed and the deep threat, and he is that. But what I love, and you could probably speak to this, is in recent weeks, contested catches, running shorter routes, fighting off defenders, and making big catches for you guys, kind of developing an all-round game. How do you see his development?
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. He's just become a part of the offense now, where we don't have to just send him deep or just send him on certain routes to do certain things. Like, he can run every single route we got, and does a great job with it. And he's developed really well this year and has continued to get better. I'm saying, I mean, every week it gets better and better, and he's getting better, and he's learning and improving. And it's just a matter of time before he has one of those breakout games where everything comes together.
Is there a player that you want to single out who's been instrumental in bringing you guys together, or who exemplifies the feeling of family within that locker room?
Oh man, I mean, there's so many. I wish there was one I could name, but there is really so many. I think we've got such great camaraderie and teamwork and love for each other. And I think it's a group of guys who have been, like I mentioned earlier, doubted for a lot of their career, and now can come together in a way that's pretty fun. And to be in the Final Four now, and have one more game to get to, our ultimate mission of winning the Super Bowl, it's pretty exciting.
One of the things that makes your success, makes this possible, is the contributions of the rookie class. Leading tackler, rookie. Leading receiver, rookie. Leading running back, rookie, in that game last week. Could you have seen this coming, that a rookie class, I mean, when they were drafted, or has this just exceeded the wildest expectations?
No, I think, all those guys are first and second round picks, and they are for a reason. I think it's a credit to, Brad and those guys upstairs for doing the homework and getting the right guys in here. But yeah, those guys, they're all grinders. They all work hard. They all are where they're supposed to be when they're supposed to be. I've talked at length about Sam and Gibby, but there's, Branch and Campbell on the other side, the same way. I mean, the way they practice, the way they approach the game, they're professionals as rookies, which is pretty hard to find, and it's fun to see them grow.
You've talked a lot about trust with your receivers, and there was a play on a throw you had to Jahmyr Gibbs. Chris Collinsworth said it was a choice route, that Gibbs comes out of the backfield, he runs up to Britt, the linebacker, and he can go right or left, and he bounced inside to the right, and you released it before he made that cut. Did he have the choice which way to cut there? And was that one of those things where you guys were just on the same page and you trusted him, or was that what the route called for no matter what?
Yeah, it was a choice, and it just with what the coverage was and the way he likes to run those choice routes, I had a pretty good feeling he was going to try to cross him up there and break in. And it was a really good route, good catch by him, and good run after catch. But yeah, we're starting to get more and more on the same page with him as well, and continues to grow.
You wanted to make sure after the game, when you were addressing the media before you walked out, that you wanted to praise Aaron Glenn and the defense and the job that he has done. Why did you think it was important at that point in time to single him out?
I just think it gets overlooked at times, and I certainly don't get the questions about it because I play on offense, but it's something I see every day and see every week. And I think, the season is so long, there's so many ebbs and flows to it, and to see him make adjustments throughout the year based on, maybe there's some certain injuries at certain spots on defense, or, different ways to attack an offense. And just the same way we do on offense, I see him do it on defense, and I think he deserves a ton of credit for it, and certainly in these last handful of weeks of helping us win these games.
I don't know if you're a superstitious person, but I've noticed this the last 2 weeks in the press conference after the game. You have donned the brown Detroit Tigers Old English D hat. Is that packed with you, ready to go to San Francisco?
I can bring it if you want me to.
I would like you to, yes.
Okay, I'll wear it. I got you.
Hey, does bulletin board material matter to you guys at all?
Depends what it is. What do you got?
Skip Bayless, after your game, tweeted out the following.
No, I don't care about anything he says. You can stop now. That's not.
I love it.
No. Yeah.
No oxygen. No oxygen.
Yeah, no. It's anything those guys say on daytime TV, you can skip over that.
Lastly, for me, Zack Ertz looks like he's added to this team. Do you know him at all? Have you had any conversations with him? And how do you think he can help you guys on Sunday, being a 3-time Pro Bowler?
Yeah, I've known Zack for quite some time now, from the Bay Area as well, and have some crossover there with him. But I've played against him a bunch. He's a hell of a player. He's a good friend, and I'm excited to have him on the team. I think he can help us in a lot of ways, but we'll see in what capacity he's used. But he'll be ready to go.
Well, Jared, we appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us as always, and look forward to talking to you again next week.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Jared. Jared Goff, the quarterback of your Detroit Lions, off to the NFC title game on Sunday.
He just says Skip Bayless.
I told you guys.
Okay, we were talking about this pre-show.
No players respect Skip Bayless.
We will circle back to our pre-show conversation. Hilarious. We'll get to that today at 10:50, 97.1 The Ticket. My God. That was really funny. And look, okay, so pre-show, I'm sitting there and Kang and I, we're running over all kinds of, what should we bring up for Goff? And I said, should we bring up the Skip Bayless tweet from yesterday? And Kang, you turned to me and said
he doesn't respect, players don't respect Skip Bayless. So, he's going to answer, if he answers as a true pro, I go, you got to ask it a different way.
So
the
way I decided to ask it was just, does bulletin board material matter?
There you go, right?
And seeing what his answer was, I wasn't even going to go specifically to what Skip Bayless tweeted out. But
the problem is Goff, he
asked,
followed up.
He asked, so we'll circle back here. So we're like, okay, let's just ask him if bulletin board material matters. And the actual tweet from Skip Bayless after the game was, congrats, Lions. You've won the right to get blown out at San Francisco, but hey, great year. And
which, here's where that comes from, right? Skip's a diehard Cowboys guy. I'm sure he was tired of hearing all the everybody complaining in every media market and outlet possible that the Lions got screwed in that game against the Cowboys because the Lions did get screwed.
Yep.
I'm sure he's tired of it and he wants to poo-poo it and shut them down. And then the Cowboys get their comeuppance. They lose to the Packers. They get embarrassed at home by the Packers, and people are shouting karma. And I'll guarantee that he has been flooded with emails and whatnot, and tweets coming back at him, even though he doesn't follow anybody on Twitter. Literally follows no one on Twitter.
He literally follows nobody. He uses Twitter because he is gracing us with his thoughts.
Yes.
But he doesn't follow anyone else.
So
nobody's worthy.
Right, exactly. So everyone is coming at him and saying, karma's a bitch or whatever, and I'm sure he's tired of it. And then he has the opportunity to say what he said with the Lions win, as if it's the backhanded compliment. It's the passive-aggressive thing.
Yeah.
It's a sarcasm in it, and it's like, screw you.
Oh, it's completely dismissive. And and let me make something clear. I don't care what Skip Bayless says. I don't care what anybody says. These are all opinions. Everybody has one, should have one, and if he thinks the Lions are going to get blown out, that's fine. It doesn't impact reality at all. What Skip Bayless says, what Doug says, what Gator says, what Kang says, what anybody says doesn't impact the real world. These are just opinions, right? And so I've it's very easy for me to dismiss it, but he made those comments about the Lions. So we decide, all right, let's just ask Jared if bulletin board material matters. And then he asked, what do you got? We've turned it over. All right, let's replay it. Here's how it went down.
So you could stop right now. Yeah, you can stop right now.
Yeah, no more. No mas.
Okay. Whatever. Anyways.
It's like, maybe you could have said anybody else's name.
Yeah.
Skip Bayless.
Bayless.
No. I don't care what anything that guy has to say.
I mean, right?
It's so great. And he's not alone. I mean, I know there are tons of people, tons of players who have that same opinion. Skip's a blowhard.
Well,
so,
look,
look, his delivery, whatever you want to call it, his approach to doing media has worked for him.
There's a market for it, okay? Yeah. And
there's also an anti-market for it, which is great.
We've discussed this world of hot takes, Gator, you and I, and it's something that neither you or I have decided. Look, if we have to say something that we don't believe just to get a reaction, just to get people talking, then this is probably not the industry for us. So when that time comes that our style doesn't work and our ratings plummet and we're out of work, okay, I'm going down with the ship. I'm just not going to do it. Now, to be clear, that's different from stating an opinion just to get a reaction or bringing up these opinions that we don't care about. Like, I don't care what Skip Bayless had to say. Or sometimes I don't care. Like, we'll bring something up that doesn't bother me in the slightest, but we know it matters to some people, and it warrants a discussion. We had an old boss, Bigby, that used to say, your job isn't to win every argument, it's to start them. And so sometimes you get into these conversations about things that aren't necessarily important to you personally, but you think the people have interest in, so you bring them up. I don't know why we launched into this. I launched in this dissertation of how we put the show together.
Let's hear it again. I want to hear that whole exchange again.
All right, good.
Like, I want to extend Goff right now. Like, right now. Like, just here's a blank check.
250,
Right?
5 and 250.
Exactly.
You want it?
Just that alone. I love it. Like,
Skip Bayless tweeted out the following. No, don't care what he has to say.
remember I said a few weeks ago to you guys that if it's not a hot take anymore, is it even a take? I mean, that's what we're at
Yes.
in like some media circles, right?
Yep.
That's what Skip Bayless is to a lot of people. And the players in any league, they don't have any respect for what he says, whether it's good or bad. Like, it's like Jared responded. If you say, well, Skip Bayless, they're like, just stop. I don't care. Don't even tell me what he said. I don't care.
You know what's intriguing, though, I guess bulletin board material can matter. Did you see that? Because he did say it depends. What do you got? So there could be stuff out there that can drive a professional team. And Gator, I know you're a huge believer on chip on the shoulder. I've gotten to know you over the years, and if there is a chance to have a chip cultivated on one's shoulder, you cultivate away. And Jared Goff, I feel like this second act of his career has been motivated in large part by chip on the shoulder.
Oh, I think absolutely he has. And I think maybe the person who's helped to cultivate it is Dan Campbell. And not by actually saying, things like this guy didn't believe in you, this guy didn't, and we do. I think it's just by showing that they do believe in him. They're not bringing up anything in the past. They're just simply stating, you're better than this. Let's play better. And halfway through that first season, he did. And now he's, probably one of the top 8 quarterbacks in the National Football League, maybe top 5. The way he plays, the pressure-packed situations, it did not get more pressure-packed than the opening round of the playoffs against the Rams. And all he did was go, 22 out of 27?
Yep.
I mean, he was fantastic in that game. And he backs it up with another brilliant performance Sunday against the Bucs. And yeah, I'm sorry, I'm expecting the same thing to happen at San Francisco. I know that there are metrics that look different. I know that there are factors that are going to be different when you're playing at San Francisco. It's another great defense. Heard Dan Campbell this morning talking about playing that defense, and like, these guys aren't going to, show you different looks and come at you from different angles like the Bucs do. It's a totally different thing. But what they do is they just say, we're better than you, we come at you. It's a totally different type of defense he's going to face, with really good edge rushers, with outstanding linebacker play, and very competent secondary play. And we know what the numbers tell you about Jared Goff on the road outdoors. Not good. I think it's different this time around.
If they win this game Sunday, while standing at the podium in his brown tiger hat, as Gator requested, I wouldn't be surprised if he gives a shout out to Skip Bayless. Oh, so great.
Oh, he's not afraid to call people out. Remember that national game he was on earlier in the season, and they had him up on the podium, or not the podium, but the desk at the midfield, and he called out Ryan Fitzpatrick.
What do you call him? A poor man's?
Poor man's Matt Ryan, I think is what he said.
All right, 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. All right, when you win in the postseason, there are big moments and big players that step up at the biggest times. And we got one that I think will be mutually agreed upon by everybody as just a blossoming star. We'll get to that today at 11:05 on 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. As the Lions get ready for the NFC Championship game, they're still pinching themselves in Detroit that they've made it this far. Head coach Dan Campbell asked if this goes beyond even his initial expectations for his team. That from right here on 97.1 The Ticket this morning. Regardless, coach says that it's going to take their best game in order to beat the Niners. When it comes to the Vegas odds, the Lions are actually the biggest underdog to lift the Lombardi when the dust settles. FanDuel has them at 7-1 odds. San Francisco is the favorite, followed by the Ravens, Chiefs, and then Detroit. Getting back on a roll for Michigan hoops may be difficult right now, but a win over the number 2 team in the country could spark them as they go into West Lafayette tonight to take on the Boilermakers, who are 17-2 overall and have won 3 straight in the Big Ten. Now, no Doug McDaniel. He's still sitting out road games. It's going to be a late one, 9 o'clock start with Brian Bush's call over on WWJ. And before that, the Red Wings will be back on the ice at home, a date with the Stars at the LCA. Beat reporters did mention that it looks like there aren't any lineup changes at the morning skate. Patrick Kane has missed the last 3 games. Tonight, the puck drops just after 7 o'clock with the call right here on 97.1. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, well, that was a entertaining first hour of the program. Thanks to Jared Goff for joining us. Thanks to Jared Goff for a moment that was getting a lot of reaction. His reaction to, well, we were going to read the Skip Bayless tweet about congratulations to the Lions. You've won the right to get blown out by San Francisco, but he cut me off.
You stopped to it, tweeted this.
Yeah,
Nope.
He said Skip Bayless tweeted this. He's like, I don't care. And he shut it down. So, Gator, I've often talked about, and we've often talked about, the measurement of an elite quarterback. And to me, the definition is when your team wins playoff games because of you. I think that's when that's everybody's definition of, because there is no hard and fast rules for what makes an elite quarterback. But when you get to the postseason and you win games specifically because of you, but I think that applies to other positions as well. And we've also said going into this, look, the season was great, but everything gets magnified in the postseason. Everything is times 10 in the postseason. I think that applies from round to round. You know, first round is bigger than the regular season. Second round of the playoffs is bigger than that, and this coming weekend is bigger than the first 2 rounds. I mean, right? This isn't, I'm not reinventing sports talk here, okay? It's obvious. And in that game Sunday, against Tampa, Jahmyr Gibbs in the second half was fantastic. He had 5 carries for 57 yards, and he had 2 catches for 32 yards. So he had 7 touches for 89 yards. In the first half of that game, Gibbs had 4 carries, 17 yards. Second half, 5 carries, 57 yards. First half of that game, he had 2 catches for 8 yards. Second half, 2 catches for 32 yards. Scott, he's becoming such a weapon that you go back to when he was drafted and when they took him at 12th overall. And the reaction, I don't know what percentage of Detroit was against it, but a lot of people, I think, were against it. And they were very vocal about taking a running back. And Brad Holmes at one point said, we don't think of him as just a running back. We think of him as a weapon. And I made the comment at the time, it's easy to be dismissive until you see that guy potentially dramatically impacting important games. And when you get into an important game and that guy is making the plays that helps win you the games, you become far more accepting. And he was huge in the second half of that game against Tampa. And obviously he's been and as the season's gone on, it's just gotten better and better and better, right? Jahmyr Gibbs is justifying where he was taken and help leading this Lions team to where they are now, which is, I keep saying unprecedented. They've been here before, but in this era, they haven't. So it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I was trying to think of, because we had the caller bring him up in the first hour, and I'm trying to think of a player or a player comp that you get from Jahmyr Gibbs. And I was thinking like Darren Sproles. Well, Sproles wasn't as productive as Gibbs has been. And I thought going back to like the Barry days was like Eric Metcalf was another guy who was so explosive and fun to watch play, but didn't really put up the big numbers.
He's like Alvin Kamara without the volume because
maybe Kamara's a good call. The name I came up with was Warrick Dunn.
Okay.
And Warrick Dunn had a number of 1,000-yard rushing seasons in the NFL and was also a weapon out of the backfield in the passing game. But for Jahmyr Gibbs to do what he's done his rookie season, it's pretty close to what Warrick Dunn did, except Jahmyr Gibbs is getting the end zone a ton. What does he have, 11 touchdowns this year in the regular season, something like that. But they were both very similar and both played in two-back systems. Mike Allstott was the other back. But Warrick Dunn had more yards rushing each season than Mike Allstott did. Allstott did the dirty work, had the short yardage gains and all that, but still was a huge part of it. What the Lions have going with Montgomery and Gibbs is special. Both guys get the job done between the tackles and outside the tackles. Remember earlier in the season, people were like, stop giving it to Jahmyr Gibbs in between the tackles. He can't get the tough yards. I'm sorry. What's that? Yes, he can. The 31-yard touchdown run, it's a cutback right through the heart of the middle of the line of scrimmage and goes for the distance. He's phenomenal with his speed, and he's only going to get better as a receiver. He's dropped a number of passes this year. It's his rookie season. He's just getting acclimated to the NFL. This will not be his best season, but it's fun to watch a running back, the highest drafted running back for the Lions since Barry Sanders.
Yeah, and I mean the whole don't run in between the tackles things, you got to remember, stuff doesn't happen instantaneously. Like we saw him get better, and Austin Eckler went on a podcast and made the comment about how he could see Jahmyr Gibbs doing a better job waiting for the lane to open up, waiting to set up blocks. And that just comes with time and repetition, because when you're getting used to the game at this speed, it's a very difficult thing. And Gibbs, it's happened. I was listening to another podcast last night with a bunch of guys talking about, the lines and the contributors, and they just made a comment. And Jack Campbell's done enough as a rookie at a position that's incredibly difficult to adjust to that you can tell he's going to be a great one as well. And I'm like, thank you. Like, there's
of course, Doug, right, Gator?
Well, I mean, but yes. And we're discussing, though, like reasonable timelines to expect impacts, and people want stuff to happen instantaneously. Right now, Gibbs is a massive part of the offense, and Jamison Williams is a massive part of the offense. And we took a call yesterday, is Campbell a bust? And I'm like, are you freaking kidding me?
We've gotten spoiled, right?
Totally.
From day one, Penei Sewell, one of the great tackles in the game, and now he legitimately is probably the best right tackle in football. From day one, Aiden Hutchinson, relentless at the line of scrimmage, gets after the quarterback. He's unbelievable. Had a great rookie season and followed it up with an even better second season. And he is a key cog, right? And then this year's draft class, there's 4 high picks, 4 guys in the first 2 rounds, and they've all been there. And yeah, some people are like, I can't believe don't dog anyone. They're rookies, and they're playing really well. And on top of that, they're developing other guys. Sometimes it takes a little longer to click, like Derek Barnes, as they said after the game. It takes, he might be a late bloomer. Look at Levi Onwuzurike is another one who has been dogged since he was drafted in the second round. He was hurt, never got to see the field. When he did, wasn't all that impressive, in and out of the lineup. And now he's starting to put some games together, stack them together, and he may not show up on his stat sheet all the time, but he is making an impact. He makes like a play a game, and you're like, nice play by Levi Onwuzurike there.
Well, Iffy as well is another late bloomer
Yep.
that Campbell talks about.
And I don't even know if these are late bloomers. These are typical bloomers? I mean,
Exactly. Yeah. Well, I mean, Campbell said late bloomer, but I mean, you hope to hit on 1 or 2 draft picks, right? The Lions, this is not normal, what they did with like this past draft. Brian Branch had a pick six his very first game. I think he had a sack in that game too, and he's been doing it all year long. I want to go back to the Gibbs thing. Individually, I think his ceiling, this is going to be high, but he reminds me of Marshall Faulk. Honestly, he can run, he can catch. That's a high ceiling. I get that, but he also was the 12th overall pick, and he's got that ability.
And I bet that they tell you this past weekend what impressed them the most was when he picked up that blitzing linebacker, and I mean literally picked him up. Like that was, a developing part of his game to be able to do that at the NFL level as a rookie.
And the Gibbs-Montgomery combo reminds me of Reggie Bush, Lendell White, kind of. A thunder or lightning. Remember at USC days. Like, if you want to use both, and which I think they should, that keeps them both fresh. I mean, you can hit them with both, and it's fantastic what they've done.
248-539-9797.
I'm just looking back at that draft, that first draft that they had. Derek Barnes is a 4th-round pick. Amon-Ra St. Brown's a 4th-round pick. Iffy was a 3rd-round pick. Ali McNeil was a 3rd-round pick. Unzarike 2nd and Penei Sewell 1st. That's the first draft that they had.
That's a hell of a draft class.
It's a hell of a draft class, including Jamar Jefferson, who also has played in the NFL.
And yet this one might be better.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, the first 4 picks, we know in the Hendon Hooker, we're waiting. Broderick Martin hasn't really seen the field just yet. Kobe Sorsdahl has played multiple positions on the offensive line, and Antoine Green is, a developing receiver. We'll see, but 7th-round pick, you don't think you're that hopeful. But then you got the draft in between. Hutch and J-Mo's taking some time, right? Josh Paschal now looks like, okay, I see what they were saying.
Yep.
And when you go back and listen to what they said about Josh Paschal at the time, what the scouting report was on Josh Paschal, was that this guy out of Kentucky, captain of the team, multiple years, I believe, and just loves football, picks up his teammates. He's a great guy in the room. Everybody had nothing but amazing things to say about him, like, whatever, let's see him play. We didn't really see him play. But now you tie that into the player that they're looking for is exactly what Josh Paschal is, and now he's making an impact. Kirby Joseph in the 3rd round. James Mitchell was a 5th-round pick. He's been banged up, but he's made impact. Malcolm Rodriguez and James Houston in the 6th round. I mean, these drafts have been absolutely incredible.
Malcolm Rodriguez still has a ton of promise, and he can't get on the field. I mean, and that's a good place to be, but this is the example of, you're just simply getting too good.
Well, and
for some guys to make the field.
And one of the guys is preventing him from getting on the field is Reeves Maben.
How about that?
I mean,
I'm happy for him. Happy for him.
Left the team, came back to the team. He's exactly the type of football player these guys are looking for. I mean, that's what it is. Because he goes out there, busts his ass on special teams. He's a Pro Bowler, an all-pro special teams player, all-pro special teams player. And then occasionally he has to come in and has his assignment on defense, and he does it extraordinarily well.
248-539-9797. We talk to the people next. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Thanks to Jared Goff, who joined us last hour and was awesome. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls as we go to Rob. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Rob.
Hey, morning. Quick question here. Am I the only one who's worried about Cam Sutton? I mean, I like the Lions matchup, but that seems to be a big hole.
Do you think you're the only one worried about Cam Sutton? It feels like the radio the last couple of weeks is people have just been lighting him up. I don't think you're the only one.
I mean, what the scary part is when Purdy starts rolling out and pointing. I mean, everybody's responsibilities change, and that guy gets lost.
He's their best. He's their best cover
corner. He'll be the hero. But hey, Doug, before I let you go, I want to say, man, you three did an awesome job calling them playoff games. All right.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Look, as far as Cam Sutton's concerned, stay tuned for the noon hour because Dan Campbell addresses the Cam Sutton critics. He did on the morning show today, and we pulled it, and we're going to play it for you in the noon hour. Look, Cam Sutton's the best cover corner they got. He draws the other team's best receiver. These guys are great, okay? If you think about who they've played of late, he's had to deal with Mike Evans. He had to deal with Puka Nacua. And he had to deal with Justin Jefferson in a latter portion of the season. And it'd be awesome, okay, if you had an elite corner. He was never sold and wasn't brought in under the guise that he would be an elite corner. He was brought in to be an upgrade, and he is an upgrade. And he's made some plays this year. And, yeah, he's done what a lot of people do. They give up a lot of yards and a lot of catches to some of these elite receivers. You got to find a way to win in spite of that and hope that Cam Sutton makes enough plays. But Dan Campbell, I'll paraphrase a little bit, and we'll play it in his own words next hour. But he said, yeah, but he stepped up and made a huge play on the 3rd and long for the Rams where the Lions forced the punt and the Rams never got the ball back. So he's good with the short memory stuff. And the truth is, Mike Evans wasn't as good in the second half as he was in the first half. Now, that could be a product of a variety of things, but suffice it to say, Cam Sutton might be week in and week out, might be the most overmatched of Lions on average, just because he's drawing. There's a ton of elite receivers in this league, and he has to guard one of those guys on many a Sunday. So, it's tough. You got to find other ways to win games.
Of course you do. And we don't know if Deebo Samuel's going to play in this one. Brandon Ayuk is, and Brandon Ayuk is a good receiver, but is he Justin Jefferson good? Is he CeeDee Lamb good?
No.
Is he Puka Nacua good?
No.
Is he Mike Evans good?
No.
He's good.
Yep.
And if they have...
And Cam Sutton's, I'm putting in quotes, good.
Yeah.
I mean, he's, compared to what they've had out there...
Well, he's clearly the best cover corner, but it's not going to stop people from saying, and the team probably from looking for... other options in the offseason or additional players in the offseason.
Was Cam the one that got the 3-year deal too?
Yeah.
Okay. So he was they had a bunch of 1-year free agents defensively, but Cam got a 3-year deal. And if they get somebody else that can alleviate some of the responsibility of covering the best receiver on the other side, I think you might find that Cam Sutton could be a useful player.
Well, and the other thing about bringing up the Justin Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb, Puka Nacua thing is they won those games.
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
I know the Dallas game, whatever, but the fact is they played winning football in all those games, despite the fact that a wide receiver was going off. It's okay. One guy's going to go off, that's fine. But if you can control the running aspect of the game, and if your offense is doing enough, who cares?
Well, I think they care because eventually you will get burned if you're playing with fire too much, right? Like eventually that time that, like, I don't know, Brandon Ayuk, maybe he goes off for 250 yards and 3 touchdowns. You're like, whoa, we lost the game because this guy went off. I think the people want right now, they want elite everywhere.
They want
You're not going to have a perfect team. You're not going to have elite corners everywhere. Cam Sutton's clearly the best cornerback on this team, okay? He's not maybe Pro Bowl or All Pro, but he's the best you've got, and he's got to deal with All-Pro, Pro Bowl type guys week in and week out. I think, once we get to the offseason, I'm sure they're going to look at stuff like that. But I think Cam Sutton's a good cornerback. He's tough. He's physical. He tackles. He's going to get burned at some point, like all corners do. They've won they've still won games, like you said, Gator.
Yeah,
They're going to the NFC Championship game.
There's a reason that the trade deadline was coming and people were saying, can we get Patrick Surtain? Is that possible? Of course. We want that because that would – now you're adding an elite piece to that secondary and you're thinking, oh, my God, now what do we have? We've got this team together. This is awesome. This team has its flaws, as do all the Final Four teams. They all have their flaws, but they're there in the Final Four, and that's what's most important. They'll have a chance to win. First of all, if Ayuk goes off for 250 and 3 touchdowns, they will lose the game. But the other receivers didn't do that. And Ayuk isn't as good as those other receivers.
CeeDee Lamb had over 200 yards, I think.
But what do you have, a touchdown? The one?
The point is, though, I mean,
No,
you don't want that to be like, hey, it's okay to give up 200 yards to a receiver.
I'm not saying it's okay. I mean, it's okay if you end up winning the game. But my point is, guys have gone off each of the last 5 games or 6 games, and it hasn't affected the bottom line in this whole thing. And it was a 92-yard touchdown play from CeeDee Lamb that, by the way, Cam Sutton wasn't covering on. And he ended up with 227 yards, so, 130 yards beyond that. I don't know how much that was Cam Sutton or not.
David, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, David.
Hey, John. Hey, Otis.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, man, I forgot that whole story of how that came to be, but I've loved it ever since.
That's great.
I'm calling about Jahmyr Gibbs. Gator was talking about who his comparable would be. I've come to the conclusion that I think it's Chris Johnson. From 2008 to about 2013, he was one of the best running backs in the league when he was on Tennessee. And he played for 10 years, had about 9,000 yards rushing. Obviously, we're still early in Jahmyr Gibbs' career, but I called back in May and talked to you guys about this and told you that he was the only guy I wanted in the draft as a surefire guy. And you guys said that if the speed can translate to the NFL, he can be a real weapon. Well, we see what he can do now, and I know for a fact that he is a prime X factor on this team, just like Matt from St. Clair Shores would say. And on top of that, I just wanted to put that out there that I believe he will make a big impact in this next game, and Lions are going to win this game. And they're gonna be physical on the fronts, and we're gonna play good defense because we want to go to a Super Bowl. And I also want to say thanks, Matt, for that, but I was the first one to bring up Gibbs since 21.
Well, make sure that we'll note that and pass it along to those that are interested. Gibbs has been really good. Gibbs has been really, really good, and it took a minute. But now that you see him in these critical games and they're winning playoff games, it's a lot easier to understand why they took him where they took him, and probably nobody's losing any sleep over where they took him.
I don't think anybody is now. Chris Johnson is a lofty comparison, but from a style-wise, maybe that works. But Chris Johnson was a guy who was 300-plus carries several seasons in the National Football League, or a couple seasons anyway in the National Football League. But the style could be the same. Chris Johnson was lightning fast. Jahmyr Gibbs is lightning fast. And if they can get that kind of production, we'll take it. When you're talking about a all-pro player in Chris Johnson, just love what Jahmyr Gibbs has done in a rookie year.
97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. Sam is on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Sam.
Hey, guys. How are you? Good morning.
Morning.
I haven't felt this kind of energy in Detroit in forever, and it literally feels great to know that our team is going to be playing to get to the Super Bowl this week. And what we did yesterday by signing Ertz, we're not asking this guy to be a number one. We're actually having him just back up Laporta. And him on one side, Laporta on the other, I think it's really going to draw a lot more attention to, to our receivers. We already got a great wide receiver core. We got great running backs. You added another piece right now, and everybody's been saying, well, he's been sitting on the sidelines for this whole year. Yeah, because he had an injury. But now that he's healthy, he's coming onto a team that doesn't need him to be number one.
Well, he got hurt. He got hurt during the season and then asked for his release so that he could eventually sign with somebody if he wanted to. And the time came now, which I think speaks volumes to where the Lions are as a franchise in the NFL. You got a guy who is a multi-time Pro Bowler who has decided, I want to take my talents to Detroit. It's amazing.
And you want to know something? He actually coached Arizona's tight ends this year, and didn't they have to play San Fran twice this year?
Yeah.
So
I don't know
he's
if he was
going to
with
have
them
a
the
lot
second
of
time,
input on. He was actually on their coaching staff until he signed recently. So he's going to actually have a lot more input on this team right now than we have technically, because we haven't faced them in a while. So I just think it's just so much energy in Detroit. I can't wait till we get to the Super Bowl, which we are. We're beating this team 34-27. I don't care what anybody says. That's all it is.
All right, Sam, thank you for the phone call. Am I wrong to say that I have zero expectation for Zack Ertz? Like almost none?
I don't know if you're wrong.
Like, I get that he's a big name, and we've seen him do big things in big games in his career, but I wouldn't sign Kellen Winslow right now. Like, what he did doesn't matter, and I appreciate that he signed here, and it would be awesome if we get anything out of it, but I really am not expecting that much.
Well, he's 33. It's not like he's in his late 30s. He did play this season. Am I expecting him to go out and be Zack Ertz, Pro Bowler? No. But if he's going to be on the field on Sunday, I expect that it's an upgrade over what they have in the room and that he'll contribute. He's not going to be Sam Laporta. He doesn't need to be. Sam Laporta is Sam Laporta. I don't need him to be that. Can you be Brock Wright? That's what I want. Because Brock Wright can't play. He broke his forearm.
So it's basically, can he get up to speed fast enough to provide more than Frisker or Skipper or Malcolm Rodriguez? Ferkser. Did I say Frisker? It's Ferkser. Anyway, can he be better than those guys? And if they think he can contribute more than those guys, then he plays. But I guess I just don't have. I'm not expecting much.
When I asked Jared Goff about him, he's like, "Oh, I know him well. We're actually friends, and we kind of played in the same area. Didn't grow up together, but played in California, and he's a California guy and all that. And he keeps up with him. He knows who he is. I think that means something to Jared Goff. It meant something that he played with Josh Reynolds, and Josh Reynolds came here and was automatically they had that chemistry." And you see it. He worked on it with the other receivers he's got here. I don't know if that means if these guys ever worked out in the offseason together or what.
Yeah, I was about to say, if they've never played together, I'm not sure being friends matters.
Well, it might with some kind of familiarity at least. I don't expect anything in terms of this guy's going to be a difference maker. But this guy added to the roster, does he give them more of a lift than what Brock Wright would have? Is that possible? And it's possible.
I would suspect no. If he's better than Ferkser, he plays.
I think he's a body. I think I think he's got a good chance of being active because Laporta's playing injured. So in case Laporta goes down, you got to have two tight ends back there. I think that's the reason, why Fursker was activated last week, because in case Laporta goes down or whatever, you got to have
Furkser.
Well, yeah, whatever. We're never going to get this guy's name right. But either way, I think you desperately want him to be good, Gator, but I don't know if he's even going to have the opportunity. If things go right, to be honest with you, he's probably not seeing the field too much, because when they bring in a third tight end, because he's clearly the third tight end right now, and if they bring in a third tight end package, it's for probably blocking reasons, Skipper's going to be reporting eligible.
Yeah, I'm not desperate about it. I guess maybe my expectations are a little higher that he can provide something that the other guys can't. And if he can't, okay, but I'm not desperate about it.
248-539-9797. Travis, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Travis.
Hey, gentlemen. Happy Tuesday to you.
You too.
I have 2 points for you to consider today. One, we were talking a little bit about the late bloomers and the on-time bloomers, and I think it speaks to the situation with this Lions team being a much more top-down professional winning organization. You have these position coaches that are actually coaching these guys up and getting the most out of them, and it speaks to the change top-down. A front office that can evaluate talent, a coaching staff that can maximize the talent, the training staff who helps keep these guys on the field. Just look at Laporta, and this is a really nice spot to be. But my second point is Lions fans are going to have to take a breath, because over the next 3 to 5 years, there's going to be some tough decisions to be made. And this is a good problem to have. I'm not saying this is bad, but you start looking at it, we're not going to be able to pay all these guys. Jared Goff's a $45 million plus a year guy. Amon-Ra's a $20 million a year wide receiver. Penei Sewell's going to be the most expensive offensive
These are
football.
March problems, Travis, and we talked about it yesterday that we will navigate come March, because they are tough decisions. Right now, we're getting the luxury of basking in the glory of our success, and with success comes some difficult realities, because you got good players, and this is where we want to be.
Absolutely where we want to be. And the only reason I bring it up, because they are March problems. It's good to have these March problems as Lions fans, because it shows that this organization is real. This isn't just a one-year fluke. This isn't a flash of the pan. This is a real professional top-down organization that hopefully will give us many, many, many things to cheer for over the next years to come.
Travis, thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. Tommy, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Tommy.
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. How we doing today?
Doing great.
I just got a quick one for you, and I appreciate you guys' opinion on this. We know about Debo not playing, but I'm just curious to know you guys' opinion about slowing down Mr. McCaffrey. I mean, we know he's going to get his yards no matter what, but how do we keep him under, I don't know, maybe I'll say 150 all-purpose yards? And then the other quick question I have, if you guys could touch on this real quick, and then I'll let you go and I'll let you guys talk, is...
Well, first of all, why did you come up with 150? I'm just curious, because if you're going to ask me how to slow him down, it's a 0 in the touchdowns column. Don't let him into the end zone, make them kick field goals is what I'm thinking. He can have all the yards he wants. Just try and keep him.
This year.
This year
Is probably going to be impossible. I mean, the guy scores against every team and every defense. I mean, he scores touchdowns. How many games didn't he score a touchdown in this year?
Yeah, the ones he didn't play in.
Yeah, that's probably about it.
No, he's amazing. Right? He's going to be very difficult to stop. I'm not sure how you do it. I think you're going to have the defensive ends have got to keep contained. They can't get beyond themselves, which is something that you worry about with a running quarterback, which Brock Purdy isn't. But Christian McCaffrey is the guy who makes everything go there.
Correct. He's got to be 70-75% of their offense. Would you agree with that?
I don't know if it's that high, but I mean he's the focal point without question. You got to be where he is. Yeah,
if Debo's out, he's clearly the focal point.
And then you got Kittle to worry about, and you got Ayuk. I mean, they got players at all three levels there in the offense.
Yeah, they didn't impress me too much last week, to be honest with you.
Purdy was terrible. Purdy was bad, but it was raining.
I agree with the glove on, the glove off, and the wetness. I mean, I agree, but I'm not a Brock Purdy fan at all, so I don't want to start a whole separate conversation about that. My next quick question. Against Tampa last week, you guys really didn't touch on it much all week. Do you think them going for 2 points, and I know you're going to talk about analytics, but I think it has more to do about the gambling aspect. What do you guys think about that?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
You know, when they went for 2 points, they're down 14. Tampa scores, they go for 2. try to cut it to 6,
right?
Instead of just taking the extra point and making it 7. Obviously, if they get the 2 points, they ain't covering the spread, correct? The spread was 6.5.
Yeah, I don't think that
So
has
both sides
anything.
have
That doesn't have a single scintilla of
0.0
effect on what Todd Bowles' rationale was going into.
The reason we didn't talk about it is because it's absurd. Todd Bowles wasn't thinking about the point spread.
No, he was thinking about the analytics and, hey, we got a 50-50 chance of getting the 2-point conversion. If we do, and we score another touchdown, then we kick an extra point, we win the game. We're not just going overtime.
Am I wrong? Is that just absurd?
No, it's absurd. It's absurd. But I think the idea to go for 2, I think most people would have kicked the extra point. Now, when I say most people, that may be 51 out of 100 would say, because I think that going for 2 has become more in vogue, and you realize that, okay, it's not a low percentage play like people think it is. There's rationale behind going for 2. Gambling was not one of them.
Hey, rev up the new year with a brand new Chevy truck or SUV from Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. As the #1 volume Chevy dealer in Michigan, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights right now has a huge inventory of popular models like the legendary Silverado or the award-winning Equinox. They're ready for you to test drive and take home today. So hurry in to Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights and get 2024 off to a great start. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. Do what I did. Call 87-SAY-SARAH. Or go to SAYSERRA.com. Together, let's drive. Other things going on. Wings at home tonight against Dallas. They're in a wild card spot right now. Michigan on the road at Purdue, a team that's taken on water. The Pistons lost at home to Milwaukee. Marcus Sasser had a game with 23 off the bench. They lost. Jim Harbaugh is back in L.A. for another interview with the Chargers. I would say this about the Harbaugh thing. I think Michigan fans are very grateful for the Natty, and Coach Harbaugh should do whatever he wants to do. I would say that the only request from Michigan fans, I might be wrong on this, but probably the biggest request would be do it in an expedient fashion. Let's figure out what's going on here, because it's like they're paralyzed with recruiting. Well, they don't know his future, so. But it might be a little bit late to be expedient. But I mean, some people might want him back no matter what. Others are like sick of the flirtations. I think the number one priority is to whatever you're going to do it ready, set, go. Like, make a decision so either Sharon Moore can get on to the business, assuming he would be the head coach.
Well, this is not going to drag on much longer. I mean, you've got probably the rest of this week. Maybe it goes into next week, depending what the Chargers want to do, if they want to interview people from the Super Bowl contending teams. But I mean, does it really affect recruiting at this point? I mean, the signing day, the early signing day has already come and gone.
Yeah.
You've got the late signing day, which is, a week and a half from now, 2 weeks from now?
It's affected them in pursuits in the portal, I'm sure.
Well, but again, the portal, you can't bring anybody in right now.
No, but you could have, and that time has come and gone. And
so that's already done.
But they haven't had visit weekends for the 2025s when others have. So I would say they'd want to get it done. That Michigan fans should want them to get it done quickly.
Sure, but I guess my point is, does it matter if it's done today or in 2 weeks from today?
Yes.
Okay.
I would say it matters. I think they originally had a big recruiting weekend planned for next weekend. So how would they do that it's harder to do that if you don't have certainty who the head coach is going to be. But 248-539-9797. Let's go to Matt. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Matt.
Hey, fellas. How's it going?
All right, Matt.
Hey, so you guys laid out kind of all the young contributors earlier, and I wanted to make a quick point. Dating back to the trade deadline this year, we didn't go after Young. We didn't go after Montez Sweat for what we know. And I think a point that needs to be made is Brad Holmes is hitting at a crazy rate in the draft. And I guess what I'm trying to say is his draft picks are more valuable than just any ordinary team's draft picks. The rate he's hitting at, it doesn't make sense to trade those away for players if you're able to keep turning those into contributors. And I just think people need to take a step back and really analyze the great job Brad Holmes has done.
It may not have made sense, I think, prior to this year because he was building something, and now they built it. But at this point, I think they can't afford to go ahead and trade away picks if they're getting top-notch players in return, because now you're adding to a base and a foundation that's clearly been built well.
I hear what you're saying, absolutely. But why trade multiple picks for a contributor when you can simply draft them and right away you're getting that level of player?
Well, the argument for, I guess you're not getting that level of player, but the argument for is that you're trying to win the Super Bowl now.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, you got an off season where you can go ahead and get, let's say Patrick Surtain does become available in the off season. Not that he is, but if he does, would you want the Lions to go out and get him? Or are you going to say, oh, we'll stay padded and pick at 32 and take a defensive back in the draft at 32 because we don't need somebody like Surtain. We can get that in the draft.
I will tell you that I'm okay with them not making the moves that they didn't make. And I do agree that if you're Brad Holmes and you're this good at drafting, you probably personally value your draft picks more than others do. But at the end of the day, there's a lot to consider. Does that player fit your grit mentality?
Yep.
Does that player's physical skill set fit what you want out of the position? Does he play the position the way you want him to play the position? Or does he go rogue? Is that player going to want a new contract? How does that fit into, sure, we'd love to have him, but then it's going to cost us Amon-Ra long term. Like, you start thinking about all these variables, and it's a lot easier than hey, Chase Young might pressure the quarterback.
Right. And the other thing is that we all trust Brad Holmes. So if Brad Holmes decides now is the time to move a first-round pick along with another pick to get a certain player or to move up in the draft, I fully trust him, okay? Because he does get it done. He gets it done beyond the first round, beyond the first 2 rounds. He gets guys in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th round. It's just what he does. And he's also come from an organization that traded away first-round picks like candy to improve their team to get them to where they were, where they played for a couple of Super Bowls and they won one. So he knows what can happen.
Being good at the draft has been good and bad for Holmes, as in the aspect of, well, trade picks because whatever picks you have, you'll do fine with them. Or keep your picks because you're so good at drafting, we want more, right? I mean, they just expect him to be good no matter where they're picking, how many picks they have, because he has been that good. I mean, at this point, Brad Holmes could draft a long snapper at 32, and I think everyone would be like, all right, I trust him. I don't think anyone would even go back anymore. After the whole Jahmyr Gibbs and...
Because he'd say that long snapper's a weapon.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Here comes Brad Banta.
Right. The next.
Right. You're Chris Don.
No love for Milbach? Yeah, I mean, Tony Ortiz is running over here right now.
That's funny. 248-539-9797. James is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, James.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Great, thank you.
I just wanted to add, I took a trip to Louisville over the weekend. Went and seen a concert down there at Headliners Music Hall, and I swear there was more gear for the Detroit Lions than I've seen like anywhere else in the country. They were just giving everybody, the Lions some love. It was amazing.
It's weird, man. It's really, really weird. And, we asked Goff about it. What do you think makes you so likable? And, Gator, I know you hate the term lovable loser, and I don't even think it's it, but we've been such a non-threat to everybody forever. Like off the radar, nobody even talks about the Lions, and it's so new to everyone, and obviously including us. It's all so brand new that it's kind of a fun story.
Well, I think they're getting all the publicity now. It's because of Dan Campbell.
It doesn't hurt.
It's because of 3 years ago, what he had to say at that press conference, biting kneecaps, the whole bit, and you either bought into it or you laughed at it. But now, 3 years later, you can't help but buy into it because the whole team did, and that's their style of play. And it's a compelling story nationwide. Hey, here's the team that's led by that crazy coach. And, this guy who takes gambles all the time on 4th down. And, my God, they went from 3 wins to 9 wins. And now here they are with a playoff team that's, had 12 wins in the regular season, division champs. And now they're playing for a freaking NFC Championship. It's a great story.
Oh, it's wonderful. I've been a lifelong fan. I'm 50 years old, and this is the first time I really feel super good about this team. I mean, we've had Scott Mitchell, we've had a few other guys that were pretty decent, but nowhere near the tenacity and the grit and just everything that personifies a great team has come together in this few short years of a rebuild that I didn't expect this for another 5 years or something. We'd be competing for national champion, like going to NFC and going to the Super Bowl, hopefully, you never know. But it's been amazing what Brad Holmes done and Dan Campbell and everybody else. It's a refreshing change of pace.
Hey, thank you for the phone call. Next hour, the head coach, Dan Campbell, joined the morning show, had some interesting things to say about, people that haven't bought in completely to Jared Goff and to the critics of Cam Sutton. Hear what he had to say starting at 12:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Back to the Lions in a moment. Okay, did you see that the Oscar nominations came out today?
No, I have not.
Best Picture.
Okay, what are like 20 of them this year?
I think there's 11. Good God. Guess how many I've heard of?
How many you've heard of?
Yep.
4.
Less.
Wow. Now, full transparency, I'm not sure how many I've heard of.
So look, this is a hole in my game. It's more commentary about me than it is about movies or the industry or people who love movies. It's not something that I spend a lot of time on. But these nominations come out, and I'm like, maybe I should guess what they're about because I've only heard of 2. The 2 I've heard of are Barbie and Oppenheimer.
Okay. Did you see either one of them?
I did not.
I saw Barbie.
Okay. The others.
I admit it. I saw it. It's all right.
You didn't pull off the Barbenheimer weekend?
No, and I do want to see Oppenheimer, so I'm waiting for that one to come out on a streaming and then I can watch that. I definitely want to see that movie.
Kang, did you see either of them?
I did not.
Okay.
I saw parts of Barbie because I think it started streaming and my wife was watching it.
Now you've heard of both of those.
Come
Yeah,
on,
of course.
man. You watched it.
No,
You
I
know
didn't.
it.
I swear, man.
You checked it out.
I would love to sit down for 2 hours in peace and quiet, Gator. Trust me.
this is true. I thought it was okay. I thought it was overhyped. It's okay.
How was Gosling?
He's funny.
He's a lot of people think he looks like Jared Goff.
He does from the neck up.
The movie was actually, I mean, it got some critical acclaim. I do know that. And people are like,
It
this
did,
isn't,
and
this
I'm
isn't
not-
a joke. This
like,
is.
I think it's a little overrated because the critical claim it gets. I don't know if it's an Oscar-worthy movie. It was okay.
All right, so here are the others.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
I have not heard of, but nominated for Best Film, American Fiction.
Have I heard of that? I don't know if I have. I have to see who's in it.
No, another one, Anatomy of a Fall.
Nope.
This is about how the leaves turn colors every September.
Is that really
Yep,
what's
it
about?
tells a little
Yeah,
bit about
sure.
that. It's actually a documentary. The Holdovers. Have you heard of that?
I think I've heard of the.
You don't even know.
No, I know. Isn't this crazy?
Killers of the Flower Moon.
Yes, that's the. I haven't seen it. I want to see it. That's a DiCaprio, Western type movie. I want to see that.
Maestro.
Yes, I've heard of that. It's a what's his name? Bradley Cooper movie. I think he directed it.
Past Lives.
Don't know that.
Poor Things.
Nope.
Zone of Interest.
Nope.
So those are ones you haven't even heard of.
No.
I've only heard of Barbie and Oppenheimer. The rest of them, never heard of them. Now, again, commentary on me. Whole of my game. I did see a movie last night. I watched a movie. I streamed a movie.
Did you?
It's one you told me about.
Okay.
And I forgot that you told me about it. I literally was in one of the apps and I just said, it was halftime of the Piston game, and I just randomly clicked. I just clicked, and the movie started, and it got my interest right away, and I watched the whole thing. The movie yesterday.
That's a Kang recommendation.
Oh, is it you that told me
You
about
watched
it?
it?
Kang
watched-
recommended it first, and then I saw it, and I'm like, this is a great movie.
It is.
It's so great.
Did you like it, Doug?
I actually did, yeah.
It's entertaining, right?
It's very entertaining.
The premise is about a musician, a struggling musician who's got his friends believe in it, but basically his manager believes in it, but nobody else does. He's playing empty bars, and he gets hit by a bus right when there's a power outage. And when he wakes up, he's in a world where
He's got no teeth.
yeah, he gets his teeth knocked out, but his guitar got ruined. Somebody gave him his guitar, and so he has this brand new guitar, and his friends are there, and they're like, play something. And he plays a song Yesterday by the Beatles, and they're like, that's the most beautiful song I've ever heard. And he's like, yeah, it's the Beatles. And they're like, the who?
So you're joking.
And then he's like, the Beatles.
That song makes me want to cry.
And he when he woke up in a world where there was no
You're
such
having
thing.
a laugh at me. Come on, you've heard this song.
No such thing
The
as
Beatles.
the Beatles. And he basically goes with their catalog and becomes
Right.
huge.
Remembers all he's trying to track down through his memory because there's nothing. He goes to Google and there's nothing on the Beatles other than like the actual insect, the beetle. So it's a great movie. It's a great movie.
It was really cool. So
Yeah, Lily James.
it did not get an Oscar nomination for best film.
Not that year that it came out.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I would say this. Right now, the best film I've seen, yesterday. I'd vote for that for Best Picture. It's the best film I've seen in the last year.
The movie American Fiction, now that I'm seeing the cast, I remember what it's Jeffrey Wright plays a Thelonious Monk. So that's I remember this one coming out or talking about it. That was definitely has interest. The other ones you mentioned, it's funny, honest to God. And you know me, I like movies, right?
Yep.
I really like movies. I haven't heard of half of them.
I think I'm going to randomly try and stream one of these just for the experiment. You know?
Who are the actors and
And I
actresses?
love fall, so I want to see more about the anatomy of fall. Who are the
actors? Do you have those?
I
that are
know. I
funny?
just did
Okay.
Best Pictures. So. All right, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Tom here on 97. Want to take it? Hi, Tom.
Oh, man. Happy Tuesday, guys.
Happy Tuesday to you.
Yeah, all right. So we talk a lot about, like, Cam Sutton, and I know the other guy talked about, like, our run defense. Cam Sutton, I think it was the fourth quarter. He was getting blown out a couple times during the game, but then they actually disguised the coverage on him, and they almost got that pick. I believe it was like the fourth quarter. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't remember the play you're talking about, so.
They actually, it was televised, and they were actually talking about it. And then, they switched over because it was so far over. Anyways.
I can't
and then
understand you,
our
man. I
run
know you got
defense-
us on speaker. If you can speak a little bit more directly to the phone, I want to keep you
All
on
right.
speaker
How about
because
that?
a little bit better. You were saying, though, what was the play?
Yeah. He was solo, and then they actually, I don't know who the safety was, just flew over and almost got the pick on him, and it went right to the sidelines. That was one play. If they keep disguising that coverage, I think Cam will be okay. But our run defense, we're averaging like 3.7 yards.
Yeah, they have one of the better run defenses in the NFL. Yeah.
I mean, Tampa actually, yards per carry, they ran well yards per carry wise against the Lions, but it didn't matter. They weren't getting, they had like 80-something yards rushing, which is not a good total for a game. And they chose to go through the air. They were getting 300 in the air. Go do it if that's what's working for you. But in the end, wasn't enough. They're playing catch up in the second half because the Lions started to pull away. They got the 2-touchdown lead, and you knew it was going to be difficult for them.
Look, Sutton he's taking a beating, okay? And I don't think he deserves it. He's had incredibly tough matchups. He's the best that they've got. Other teams make plays too. They've won the game, and he also was, he was decent much of this year. But hey, look, you do have worry points, and that might be one of them. If you look at this postseason and you look at trends, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Every quarterback that's won in the 10 games that have been played, every single one hasn't thrown an interception in those games. Well, there have been quarterbacks that haven't thrown an interception and lost, but every quarterback that won hasn't thrown an interception.
Take care of the football, man. It's number one rule.
And every quarterback, the losers have thrown 10. So that is something that is, it's not reinventing analysis here, but I don't know if everybody looked at it. But yeah, none of the winning quarterbacks have thrown an interception. And kicking made a difference. All four teams that lost last weekend, missed a kick. And all of them felt big in the moment. I know that Baltimore ended up blowing out Houston, but when Fairbairn missed that kick, the game was close. Same thing with McLaughlin. Is that the name of the kicker for Tampa? Who they said hadn't missed a kick that hadn't been blocked. I think it was 29 of 31, and he had the doink, which helped at the time. So
the doink.
Well, but it's a fact.
It's that Ford Field friendly goalpost on the east side.
Suffice it to say, I am a fan of. My bigger concern, and I think the Badgley worry is probably overdone. But if you line up the kickers in the NFL, he's not at the top.
No, he's not. But to this point, Lions have gotten to the championship game with a kicking game that has not instilled confidence in the fan base.
No.
Now, the coaching staff might feel differently. They feel like, oh, Badger's guy, he's got a leg. We're not worried about it. They'll say that, and they should say it to every outlet possible. They should say that to continue to build confidence in the man. But in the end, it comes down to fundamentals. Block, tackle, take care of the football.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. More your open line calls coming up. And 1230, hear the best of what Dan Campbell told the morning show, including people who aren't believers yet in Goff and critics of Cam Sutton. Hear what he had to say about those topics at 1230 on 97.1. By the way, Dan Campbell, speaking to the media, did confirm that Jonah Jackson potentially could be back for a Super Bowl appearance should the Lions make it there. That in a tweet I just saw from Colton Pouncey, beat writer that covers the Detroit Lions for The Athletic, right? Colton's with The Athletic. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Len. You're next. Hi, Len.
Hey, guys. Good show.
Thank you.
I really like the Ertz signing. All he needs to do is catch those 6 or 8 yard bullets from Goff and do a little blocking. And, you know, if guys like him's got great hands, and you don't lose that usually. And also, we know how Brad Allen evaluates talent, you know, on him. And then his signing of Josh Reynolds has been unbelievable for Goff and the whole team. So I think he's going to help a lot.
Well, look,
you know, if
I don't. What does help a lot? I mean, do you expect them to?
Well, I mean, if Laporta goes down, and if even to spell Laporta, I kind of obvious Laporta is not 100%, but so we can use if he's still got the hands, you know, we can give Laporta just some. We want to keep him for the Super Bowl. Yeah.
Well, sure. I don't. If he has a catch this weekend, I'll be pleasantly surprised. If Zack Ertz parachutes in, has a catch this weekend, I'll be pleasantly surprised.
All right.
You expect him to have a catch this weekend?
I do, but I'm not expecting him to go off for like 5 and 65 yards and a touchdown. I think he'll be if he's on the field. I don't know if he's going to be on the field. I haven't seen him play in weeks and months. You know, I'm assuming he's healthy because why would they sign him if he wasn't?
So if he's active and the over-under is half a catch, you got the over. Doug, you got the under, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
What would you have?
I would take the under.
What about Ferkser? Ferkser or Ertz this weekend?
I think he's more likely to have a catch than Ertz.
I think so too. And I don't expect him to have a catch.
Me neither. In fact, I don't want those guys to have catches because they have other players that have been on the team this entire time that are running routes out there that know the playbook. You know, I don't know what the latest with Cleve Raymond is in the practice, but Jameson Williams, Josh Reynolds, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Laporta, so many other guys that I'd rather see have a catch than have to count on the backup tight end at this point. Brock Wright, he had one. When was his last catch before that last catch?
Well, he missed a few games, but
yeah.
I think he's involved in.
And it was kind of a trick play-ish, too.
Yeah, he had, it was the Chicago game on December 10th. I love their use of Brock Wright out of the blue, short yardage situations, do that. Everybody goes right, Brock Wright blocks down and goes left play.
It's like he doesn't show up often, but when he does, he makes a big impact in the game, right? It's kind of like a big play.
And I love the turn and run up field. Like he was banking his turn like a NASCAR. It wasn't like a Formula One car that makes that 90-degree turn. He was on a banked turn at Talladega and got up the field for 29 yards.
He's a catch-a-game guy. I mean, that's what he's been in his career. He's got 43 receptions in 41 games and 7 touchdowns. Love Brock
Big
Wright.
Brock Wright.
Love Brock.
248-539-9797. Mark, you're next. What's up, Mark?
Hey, how you doing? I'm calling from Morristown, New Jersey, the home of Rick Porcello.
There you go.
Been a Lion fan my whole life. I go back to like Greg Landry, Larry Hand, Steve Owen, that era. Now, growing up in New Jersey, of course, I received my fair share of criticism from the Giant and Jet fans. And, I've even got a guy who, thinks it's his obligation to text me every time the Lions lose, which, like I didn't know. Now all these people are coming to, oh, my God, I'm for your Lions. Yeah, this is great. Little advice. Maybe you could save me from myself even. What do I tell these? Do I brace these people or do I just flip them off?
Good question.
Tell them to have some more scrapple.
I would embrace them and say welcome and ask them, are you staying? Are you with me now?
They're not staying.
No.
Mark, what was it that compelled you to become a Lions fan?
My family's from Lansing. Actually, Larry Hand was from my hometown of West Milford, and my sister dated him briefly.
Oh.
I can't give you the exact definition of dating, but he lived close by. His mom was my bus driver. But growing up in my house, I had to be a Lions, Tigers, Wings, Pistons fan, or find someplace else to live. And being that I was only 8, it was kind of a no-brainer.
Fair enough. Larry Hand, I believe, had a couple of defensive touchdowns in the same season, if I'm not mistaken.
I tell you what, that whole family was athletic. His brother Ted played for the Oilers. His other brother Chris played for Syracuse.
Sure.
The old man was a giant, no-shirt, axe-swinging guy out in the front yard. Just a massively built family.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, from Patterson, New Jersey, trying to see his
Well, good luck out there. I don't really know how you handle those people. Maybe you just tell them to eat a bowl of poi.
Oh, boy.
Get lost.
Larry Hand had 3.
God bless their hearts.
He returned 3 interceptions for touchdowns in his career. He had 5 interceptions in his career, 3 for touchdowns, 2 in 1967.
Did he really?
Yeah. Football cards, man.
Did you have that football
card?
card?
I had a football card from like 1970s. It was like a 1977 Larry Hand card, and it was a Lions play. I'm like looking at it and like, oh, this guy's a defensive player, and he had touchdowns. It's crazy.
248-539-9797. Jeff, you're next. What's up, Jeff?
Yeah, 68 years old, so I've been a Lions fan a while.
First thing.
Just real quick, were you guys the guy you were just talking about that, he's had like maybe one catch a year for
Brock Wright.
Many years? Is he the fullback?
No, Brock Wright's a tight end, big guy, 89, who broke his forearm in the game.
Guy in the game Sunday? That was, I think, a fullback. That was his first catch all year.
Cabinda?
Jason
And
Cabinda?
they decide to run a play to him and throw him the football. And that was his first catch this year.
Yeah.
So I think that was a little peculiar. Now, Ertz actually, he was playing with Arizona and got hurt. And I don't think they bring him back to just be in a practice squad. If I was betting whether it's a half a catch over or an under, I would bet over. And I know there's a lot of weapons, but right now you're going to have to give Laporta a blow. And who are you going to give it with?
So
he can line up. He can line up tight.
Let's keep in mind here that they activated James Houston and released Julian Okwara, and James Houston wasn't active for the game. So it's not unusual for them to make a move and then not use the guy.
Now, they may actually need – I don't know if they have any other tight ends other than Ferguson, right?
Yes.
So they may need to have him on that.
They may need to have him, yeah. But
if he can stand there as a lineman.
That's Dan
not
Skipper,
like
though.
Laporta, where they spread him out as a wide receiver.
I'm gonna bet here. I'm gonna bet here that if the role that they're gonna use him in is simply to block, then they'll have Dan Skipper report as eligible. He'll be a better blocker than Zack Ertz.
Yeah. Well, it's just I think it's a good move that they did something.
It makes sense. It's an emergency break glass move.
It's not going to hurt him.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt in any way. Why not bring him in and put him and kick the tires? I just think the expectations, keep him. You can do whatever you want. I don't have much of an expectation on the field.
Well, I think Kang's point of they've got other weapons, other guys to go to. That's fine. If Zack Ertz happens to pay off, if they throw him a bone like the Brock Wright play, and San Fran just doesn't even bother covering him because I think every time he comes in he's just blocking, and then that works. Great, then that's what you want it for. That's what he's there for. Is he going to go out there and run, the route trees that a typical tight end is going to run with a week of practice? I kind of doubt it.
Goff talks a ton about trust, right? And I'm not sure he can build that trust in 3 practices between now
just
and game
watch.
day.
Just you watch.
Mark, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Mark?
Hey, how you doing?
Great.
Everybody's talking about Skip Bayless was talking about we're going to get blew out and all of that. I don't listen to that bunch of crap. I think I want to come. I want to see us come in and run the football and get ahead. Frisco doesn't play good when they're behind. And I think that could be a big advantage. I think we need to be aggressive on both sides of the ball.
Don't disagree. And if they can run the ball, that's awesome. I mean, they didn't exactly have a great running game. The dam eventually broke against Tampa, but what was Campbell's line? It's like using a sledgehammer against a steel door.
Yeah, but I'm about to say they want to talk about the San Francisco defense. To me, the Tampa Bay defense is just as good. So if we can face them, I think we can run on San Francisco.
Well, San Francisco actually has a better run defense than Tampa does. They're right behind the Lions. The Lions rank second in the regular season, giving up 88.8 yards per game. San Francisco is next at 89.7. Tampa was fifth in the National Football League with 95.3. So they're actually more stingy against the run. Now, some of that that's yards per game. Some of that may be because teams find themselves behind against San Francisco and they just start throwing the football. That wouldn't surprise me at all if you do the deep dive into that.
All right, Dan Campbell, for people who haven't bought into Goff yet, hear what he had to say. And for the critics of Cam Sutton, hear what he had to say. We'll get to that today at 12:35, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Jason, you're next. What's up, Jason?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Great show. Listen to you guys every day.
Thank you.
I just want to say, does anybody in that room think that the new tight end is going to catch a touchdown?
No.
Do you think anybody in San Francisco thinks he's going to catch a touchdown?
No.
Element of surprise. Guess who's going to catch a touchdown?
Jason Kabinda. Element of surprise.
There you go.
Yeah.
Hey, just real quick, also, the Campbell, I like how he plays. I like how he coaches. And even if he never does another gambling thing the rest of his career, they're always going to think every time there's a punt or something that he's going to do a trick play. So,
Jason, it's a very good point. There was a punt they had against the Rams where the Rams went into punt safe, okay? So they couldn't block for their return guy because they were worried about the fake because of Campbell's reputation. Jack Fox,
the formation.
Yep, Jack Fox gets off a nuke. It goes inside the 10. There's no chance to return it because the coverage was able to get downfield unabated by a defense that was concerned about a fake, which set up the Rams with a 92-yard field late in the game.
Exactly.
The reputation alone has impacted some of the hidden yardage strategy stuff in the game, and it doesn't get talked about a lot, but it absolutely matters.
And that's one thing that he brought from the table from the beginning is that element of surprise. Like if another coach tried to start doing that, you know what I'm saying, he wouldn't be known as a gambler. You know what I'm saying? Like Dan Campbell brought it from the beginning, so he's always going to be that guy gaining those hidden yards just by people worrying about what he's going to do during those returns. But thanks, guys. Great show.
The reputation has not hurt. And, yeah, I mean, he hasn't done anything completely
hasn't been reckless
out of the blue in the postseason.
No, not at all. In fact, I think the move to kick the field goal when they're at the 5-yard line on fourth down, obviously,
I think that crushed him because they handed it off expecting to get half the distance and they got nothing.
Yeah, but you don't get too caught up in it, and you're not going to go on tilt and start doing stupid things. Okay, now it's from the 5-yard line. It's fourth down. Let's just take the points. Take the points.
Went for it later on fourth and goal from the 1.
Right, which is the
1-yard
line is different.
Conventional. I mean,
it's
that's
totally different.
Okay, speaking of which, Coach was on this morning with the morning show. We like to pull the best stuff. And, there's people that still haven't bought in. I think that it's a dwindling community, but still haven't bought in on Jared Goff. And here's what the head coach had to say about the reluctance for some to buy in to Jared Goff. I mean, look, it's funny. The beginning of that, when he talked about the moving goalposts.
Yep.
I mean, Goff has, I would say, checked so many boxes. I don't want to say it's a foregone conclusion that he's going to get his contract, but we should be happy that he's making this decision so much easier. This decision is being made so much easier.
It's definitely being made easier. And love to see that. He's played out of his mind the last couple of years as a Lion. Since the last 7 games of the first season he was here, his quarterback rating is right around 100. It's over 100 in the 2 playoff games that they've won here. He's been great, and the team believes in him. The team trusts him. The coaching staff believes in him. They trust him. This is such a well-oiled machine right now. It's a lot of fun to watch. Now, he does have familiarity with the Niners. He's 3-6 though in his career with the Niners. Most of it, I think. Lions played with against San Francisco, I think, the first year that he was here. But 3-6 in his career, 61% completion percentage, 17 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, an 89 quarterback rating. Not great, but it doesn't mean that he can't step up this year, because it seems like this is a totally different kind of year for him.
Well, and in the postseason, he's completing 74.3% of his passes, 564 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks, QB rating of 111.8. And that is second best. Oh, hold on. The QB rating is what I want to see here. QB rating is third best in the postseason behind Lamar and Matthew Stafford, who had a 120.9 rating in his one game. Of the quarterbacks that are left, Lamar 121.8, Goff 111.8, Patrick Mahomes 100.8, Brock Purdy 86.7. So, all right, critics of Cam Sutton and some of his struggles of recent weeks. How does Dan Campbell see it? All right. So that's what he had to say. I know we've gotten the critics' calls this week. I mean, it is what it is. It's a tough position to play. He's had tough assignments. He's the best that they got. But I get why people are worried. I worry about Badgley, given that every team that lost last weekend missed a kick. And, our guy has been okay. For sure. The extra points, the 2 missed extra points is worse than any of his field goal misses. But extra points aren't sure things anymore either.
No, they're not. But he made a money kick against the Rams.
Strangely, the biggest field goal of our lifetime, which doesn't seem right, but if you think about it, I think is accurate.
Ends up being the difference in that game, and it was 54 yards?
Yep.
So good. Let's I'm not as worried about that.
It's the longest field goal in the postseason so far.
But kicking in San Francisco is different.
Yeah.
Kicking outdoors in the elements, it's a tricky place, and we'll see. And Goff has had, there's like a 4 years in a row. It was really interesting to look at his game logs against San Francisco at San Francisco. In the first 2 games he played there, he was phenomenal.
Was he?
I mean, absolutely phenomenal. He had a 145.8 rating in a 41-39 win where he had to be the difference there in a shootout, 22-28, 3 touchdowns, no picks. And then the next year, he was also very good, 18 out of 24 and a 39-10 romping of San Francisco, a 127 rating. But then the next 2 years, not so good when he played at San Francisco. An 85.7 rating in 1 year, and then had 72 rating in the next year, and then came to Detroit. So little mixed bag, but when he's good, he's not good, he's great.
248-539-9797, Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So if you've been watching the NFL playoffs from the sidelines, there's still time to get in on the action with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. New customers bet this Sunday's conference championship games with $150 in bonus bets coming to you guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. That's right. New customers place a $5 bet and you get $150 in bonus bets guaranteed. There's so many ways for you to pick up the W, whether it's player props or point spreads, money lines, whatever you choose. Get started with $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to join today. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 years or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
See, some of these numbers are in the Lions game against Tampa Bay. NBC Sports posted its most watched NFL divisional playoff telecast in 30 years. NBC says its coverage of Detroit Lions versus Tampa averaged 40.4 million viewers across the network. Peacock and NBC NFL digital platforms. Detroit was number one TV market by far with a 40.5 rating. So very impressive.
Cool.
And that's according to Michael McCarthy, who's a writer with FOS.
And the decibel numbers are in?
Yes. I thought I saw that was up to 134.5, I believe the Lions tweeted out. Yes, 134.3, a new Ford Field decibel record. Lions tweeted that. So people doing their job.
Yep. It's pretty obvious. Okay, Kang, you brought up something in the office today. And look, we like to say, and I truly believe this, that fans, you can do whatever you want. You can jump on the bandwagon, you can jump off the bandwagon, you can do whatever you want. The only thing I protest is when you use whatever it is you chose to show that you're superior to others. If you want to be a fan of whoever's on top and just, be a front runner, that's fine. Just don't brag about it, because anybody can do that, right? Be a fan of, just who the Braves, or a fan of, the Denver Nuggets, or, you just jump from winner to winner. Right now, you're kind of becoming a Baltimore fan, right? Just don't brag about it, because anybody could do that. The other thing is the Lions Free Crowd. The Lions Free Crowd has been a prominent part of our community for decades. And again, I have no problem with you deciding that you don't want to be emotionally invested in a team that wasn't rewarding you. Just don't play yourself as superior to others that choose to continue to be emotionally invested. Like you're too important to care about that team. But Kang, you brought up a point today, because I think there's a lot of Lions free people that are getting back on board, that are like, okay, I haven't watched a game for years, but I'm going to watch the first playoff game. Now I'm all in and throwing a party for the second playoff game. Then you brought up this today, and I don't want to steal your thunder.
No, it's just like you guys see it all the time. We all see it. There's the bandwagon fan, the guy who, like you said, Doug, was Lions free, who's back on now. And by the way, if you want to get back on and support this team, I'm all for it. Go for it. Be what kind of fan you want to be. I think the Lions could use the support. They appreciate the support. Be a fan. Go ahead. But if you were SOL, if you were Lions free, if you were a fan that said, move the team, we don't deserve one here. If you picked another team to root along the way because, you didn't want to root for the Lions anymore. If you just bought Lions swag 2 weeks ago, when the Lions, this journey isn't the same for you as it is for me. And I'm not saying I'm better than you. I'm just saying it's different. And what I'm saying is my beer is colder. My steak is more tender. My dessert is sweeter. My meal of this ride of being through the awful times of the 0-16, the Edinger field goals, whatever, the picked up flag in Dallas, I've had Lions gear the entire time. I've never apologized for being a Lions fan. Have I been critical of a team? Absolutely. But I've never wanted to root for another team, never wanted them to leave, anything like that. I've always worn my Lions gear for better or worse. Now it's better. Finally, right? This has been so much fun, Doug. You say it all the time. It's like we have a new job. Gator, we've never talked about this before. Not this far that we can. Most of us can remember, right?
Here's the most telling thing, and I'm sorry to cut you off, but an incredibly telling thing is today, Mel Kiper came out with Mock Draft 1.0. It's not on the show sheet.
How many times were we doing mock draft shows this time of year, guys? We're like 2-3 weeks right into it.
Well, this is the 18th year. We're starting our 18th year with the show. So the previous 17 years.
Yep.
So the fact that the Lions are going to the NFC title game, have a chance, they're 60 minutes away from maybe the Super Bowl. It is different for me and for a lot of people like me and you and Gator. It feels so unbelievable, surreal, whatever you want to use. It feels like we've been through so much, man.
It's about the investment. The more invested you are in the team, the sweeter things will taste. The colder the beer, as you say. Absolutely. There's more into it because you put more into it. People have put 70 years into this.
It affected my days.
We hear from all the time. The people, I was, okay. And we kind of laugh it off. But the truth is, they're diehard fans, man.
It's like vets are telling us how long they've served.
Right.
You know what I mean? What war were you in? Well, I was in the Edinger War. I was in, it's crazy because the things that we've gone through, that's why, man, it means a ton. This is the most joyful you've ever been as a Lions fan.
Your point is something that we never brought up because I don't know that we ever saw it coming to fruition. Because we would get calls about people. Some were bragging that they were Lions free. Other was just saying, guys, I've had enough. I can't do it anymore. But we didn't talk about the potential downside of that. And that is, you're right, it is sweeter. It's absolutely sweeter for people who've toughed this out and gutted it out. And it can't feel the same if you literally turned them off 20 years ago and just turned them back on this postseason. You can try, but I think you're probably right. It's sweeter for those that didn't give up, that have experienced. And that's why I keep saying you had to walk in our shoes. You hadn't walked in our shoes. And I forgot that a good portion of our community didn't walk in our shoes. But it's a valid point. It's a valid point. Welcome back. Welcome back. But I bet you're right. I bet your beer feels colder and your meat of choice is more tender.
Meat of choice. Your kale is just less bitter.
Yeah.
Some other potential coaching news. Tom Pelissero was reporting that the Commanders and the Falcons are both expected to send a contingent to Detroit next week to conduct second interviews with Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn, per sources. No more interviews are permitted with coaches still in the playoffs until after Sunday's games.
248-539-9797. Dave, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dave.
Hey, what's up, gentlemen?
Hey, Dave.
I just wanted to tell my story a little bit. I'm from Windsor. I'm from Canada. And I went to school in Chicago, played football there in 92. So back then, I had quite the story to brag about. You know, we had Barry Sanders, and we were in the divisional finals, right? So here we are again. And I got my tattoo about 3 years ago. I put bubbles on my arm because I wanted people to know that, you know what, no matter how long it took, I was along for the ride the entire time. Now, granted, I called the local fire department when we were 0-16 and asked if I could come down to burn my swag, and they wouldn't let me. But, man, I've been along for this ride the entire time, and if we can do this, bro, I don't think there's anything more sweet tasting that'll ever be felt.
I think the level of excitement in this community right now is unmatched, and they haven't even advanced to the championship round yet.
No.
And it's wild.
And the scary thing is, because the last time we got this close, it was such a blowout, right? I can't see that happening this year. We're too strong. We're too good. And no matter what happens, I'm so proud of this team, man. There's nothing that'll take my pride away from what happened this year.
Hey, thank you for sharing, Dave. 248-539-9797. James, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, James.
Hey, I think you forgot like a really important group that's not allowed back on the train. How about the people that said the Fords have to sell the team?
Well, look, everybody's allowed back. I don't want to misinterpret it. But there was a lot of they won't do this, they won't do that until the Fords sell the team. And
I would say this. Here's what I want from that crowd, James. Just acknowledgement that Sheila's different and that she's changed things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, everybody used to say they don't care. I always thought they were bad. Okay, we can't argue that. I never believed they didn't care. I never believed they didn't want to win. I
never believed that the Fords didn't.
Yeah, it seemed like that they just weren't. That William Clay Ford Sr. was not proactive enough to getting the winner here. They tried a bunch of different things with a bunch of different coaches, and it didn't work. And loyal to a fault. But when Martha took over, it felt like you started to see change and things were different. She had a short memory with what's going on with the previous coaching staff. Let's move on from Jim Caldwell. It wasn't good enough, and made a switch that was horrible, but at least made the switch because she had set the bar very high. Then her daughter takes over, and after 2 years says, well, this ain't working out. Again, our bar is high. We're changing things up. We're changing the culture, and it's worked. So for the last 5 or 6, 7 years, whatever it is, since Martha Ford took over, and now Sheila, I think we've definitely seen a difference in ownership and how they react.
Yeah, another thing that you guys mentioned with the shares, we probably shouldn't get used to 1 o'clock games anymore either for a while.
Well, I mean, being East Coast, we're going to play plenty of them compared to in the Eastern time zone because some games just have to be at 4.
But Monday night games, Sunday night games.
Yeah, we're gonna have more of those without a doubt.
They had a bunch this year.
248-539-9797. Jared Goff, you won't want to miss this one at 1:30. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. By the way, one of the underrated characters in that movie yesterday.
The movie Yesterday?
Yes, that I actually watched last night based upon the recommendation of you and Kang was the Ed Sheeran's manager, the woman.
Oh, yeah. Kate McKinnon? No, that wasn't his.
Yeah, that was
okay.
From SNL.
Gotcha, yeah.
She was hilarious.
Oh, she's great, yeah.
The song
Hey,
was,
Dude?
The song was so awful, but I didn't care enough to go back and listen again to figure out why. It's such a great line.
They all wanted to change the song from Hey Jude to Hey Dude.
Yeah.
Ed Sheeran's great in that movie.
Ed
That's
Sheeran
another
was
reason
really
why I
good.
love Ed
Ed
Sheeran
Sheeran,
now.
Yeah.
Sheeran. In a world where the Beatles don't exist.
Did you like when he conceded that the guy was a better songwriter than
When
him?
Ed Sheeran conceded, yes.
Because he pens
Jack
the
Malik.
long and winding road.
Yeah.
How did you, right now, what was it, 20 minutes, write a song or
It was
something?
like, we each got 10 minutes. I want to see who's a better songwriter, you or me. They did it in front of an audience. Sheeran puts together this.
It's like in
song,
Russia
yeah.
in the middle of the night.
And then Jack Malik comes out and
rips off a Beatles song.
Yeah.
The long and winding road.
and then Sheeran's like, "You're better than me."
I knew this day would come.
Yeah.
I didn't think it would happen this soon.
No.
But I love the manager. The song was so uninteresting, but I didn't care to go back and find out why. Anyway, let's get back to your phone
Call
calls.
when Doug watches movies.
Dude, it's like a revelation
I know,
for me.
it's great.
Like, hey, that's pretty good.
This
It
is
was like,
entertainment.
hey, have you guys ever watched the show The Office?
Yeah, when you discovered The Office, that was fantastic.
Yeah. I'm trying, man. I'm trying to expand my horizon. And part of it is, in 1 year, we went from having 3 kids down to 2 about 4 years ago in the house. We had 2 in the house, and then in 1 year, my daughter goes away to college, and my youngest gets his driver's license. So that changes everything. We don't have to drive him everywhere. And now I got more time on my hands, and I'm watching these full-length featured films that people refer to all the time. Not bad. Some good movies out there. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Ray. You're on 97 to Ticket. Hi, Ray.
Hey, what's up, guys?
How you doing, Ray?
Yeah, so I was hearing you earlier, and sort of the notion about the fair weather fan or the jumping on the bandwagon. I just find that to be sort of the notion that there's unconditional support for a losing team is beyond me. I would ask you or any fan out there, would they go to a play that they knew was horrible? Would they watch a professional boxer?
Hold on. Wait.
No, hold on. Let me finish.
I think you're misinterpreting the way we've said, Ray, over and over again. Fans should absolutely be able to do what they want to do. That's nobody's being critical of people for jumping off the bandwagon.
What I said.
You said
that's not what I said.
What did you say?
No. That's not what you said. You said people jumped on your beer tastes cooler. No, your beer doesn't. You've been a sucker the whole time supporting a losing team for all.
All right, F off. I mean, nobody wants to hear that.
Bless your heart, Doug. You're supposed to say bless your heart.
Sorry.
I
mean, honestly, you completely have taken this the wrong way. Completely taken it the wrong way. I think it's absolutely true that for fans that have suffered for all these years, that they feel better now. They feel better now. However, you can do whatever you want. And we've said that over and over and over.
So let me see if I can interpret this correctly from the previous caller. So he's saying that everybody who's a diehard Lions fan is a sucker for not buying into it. Don't be a fan until they're good. Then you can be a fan?
Yep.
It must mean so much to you now.
That's
this team is good.
super convenient.
Yeah. That's all right, front runner. Have fun with it.
Let's go to Terrence. You're next on 97 to Ticket. Hi, Terrence.
Hey, what's up, guys? What's happening?
Hey,
What's
Terrence.
going on?
Hey, not much. Great show as always, and an outstanding topic. I'm not going to clown on caller Ray or anything like that because he should feel bad. But as a Lions fan, and I'm 48 years old, I watched that game when they beat Dallas back in 91. I was 16. I was so excited, and I thought, oh, here we go. And, of course, the wheels fell off the wagon. But this team is so different. It's just so different. I mean, I've been a fan all those years and got beat up and stuff like that and had to take it. And now we're here. And it's so exciting. And I see young people walking around, like my sons walk around. They got the Lions gear on and stuff like that. I was like, dude, you don't even know what we have to really go through. I'm not going to lie. I cried Sunday when they won. I really did, because it was like, man, this is unbelievable. This team is ahead of schedule, and they're out there kicking butt, you know? And I think it's just that culture change that we have with having just different mindset with the ownership and also with the coach like Dan Campbell.
Terrence,
and speaking of Dan Campbell, I'm sorry, guys.
The culture thing is amazing because everybody has said they want to change the culture. Every regime said it. Every single one.
Yep.
One has done it.
One has done it. And the dude said it in this press conference when he said he's going to be biting kneecaps and hitting people in their junk on their way down and stuff like that. I was like, yeah, whatever. But his team is out there doing it. I mean, and they're really doing it. It's amazing. And one more thing about Dan Campbell. I saw, Ragnow get interviewed after the game, and he said Campbell is the best leader he's ever been around. I don't know if you recall when Ragnow got drafted, one of the things they said about him is he was an ultimate leader. He's an ultra leader. And I was like, what? What does that mean? And he's calling another man a better leader than he's ever been around. It's like, man, that's amazing. And Goff said the same thing. I mean, this is exciting. I'm excited. And the last thing, and before I go, this team is not done yet. They're still young. They're an unfinished product. Let's wait till next year. They're going to be even better. Wait, let's see what happens when they get a shutdown corner and move, Sutton over to the number 2 or the number 3 spot. And let's see what happens when this team gets really good.
Well, they're probably going to lose some players eventually for cap purposes. I don't know if it's going to happen this offseason, but it's going to start to happen. They just have to keep replenishing and winning in the draft. Kevin, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
All right, Kev.
Awesome topic. Can you be any more excited with this team or not?
Not much.
But I just want to say that I've been a longtime fan. I'm 58 years old. I held season tickets for a very long time. Don't have them anymore, unfortunately. But I was one of the ones that always said that the Fords needed to sell the team because they tried everything else. They've replaced every position. And really, technically, they have sold the team. It's under a new regime now. It's no longer under William Clay Ford. It's under Sheila. And she has let people do what they do best, and that's win.
Well,
she didn't worry about sitting around in the box talking to the GM with like Matt Millen and those guys and everything else. And she has just hired the right people to do the right thing.
But you know what? I mean, a big part of this, Kevin, is it sounds simple. And it is simple if you do it right, hire the right people and get out of the way. And that's what I would always said, the number one job of the owner. But the hardest part is hiring the right people.
Yep. Correct.
Hiring the right people's tough. And look, this is Ford family ownership, and they're doing things. And she stayed out of the way too, by the way. Yep. She has hired the right people.
Hired and got out of the way.
And we have in our own minds spun up things that are going to go wrong. In our own minds, we created the roadblock of Rod Wood, right? We're like, Rod Wood became a thing that's going to keep them from winning.
Yeah, Rod Wood's name instilled fear in Lions fans and dread because they thought that somehow this was the guy that was going to come in and make the draft choices for the Lions. A guy who had nothing to do with football, but was just the right-hand man of people inside the Ford organization.
It was created in part because something always seemed to go wrong with the Ford family. But hey, thank you for the phone call.
And instead, Rod Wood is a guy that Dan Campbell singles out along with everybody else, along with Sheila and Spielman and Dissner and all these guys behind the scenes, and, of course, Brad Holmes. And he mentions Rod Wood. And as time has gone by, I think fans breathe a little bit easier when they hear Rod Wood's name.
Without question.
Because it's a winning franchise now. And they do things right. They're doing things well. Since Martha took over, think of all the changes that have happened at Ford Field with the experience that people have at the game, even before the team takes the field. There's cheerleaders there now. The end zones are colored. There's better Wi-Fi in the stadium. There's you've got the happy hour that takes place before there's all these things that make the experience for the fan better that weren't there. And oh, by the way, now the team is really good. It's just a lot of fun now.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Look, we were just talking about how there's nothing wrong with doing whatever you want to do as far as being a fan. But it's hard to imagine that the people that haven't been through the ups and downs, the people that have gone Lions free and have just jumped back on, it probably doesn't feel the same as those who've been on it, been a Lions fan forever and stuck with them. And I think it's a valid point that it's part of the desert. You have to have walked through the desert to know how good that meal tastes, as opposed to the person that has just had a meal and then got to eat another meal. They aren't quite as excited, are they? And we are the hungry that have walked barefoot through the hot desert.
Yeah, but it's not like we're eating Spam at this point.
No.
We waited a long time to get this filet, and now we've got it.
Yep.
The cake eaters out in San Francisco, they've had it for a long time.
I actually saw something about how tough it's been on San Francisco fans, and I'm like,
shut up.
What?
It's just go away. It's been really tough for you people out there. And
they've been to the.
Well, they haven't won a Super Bowl since the 90s. Is that the last time they won? Steve Young team beating up on Denver 55-10 or whatever it was. Was that the last time they did it?
That would be 1989. They beat the Chargers in 94.
94, okay.
That was the Steve Young.
That was Steve Young.
Yeah.
They've been to the NFC title game
like a bazillion times.
They've lost the last two.
Well, they went
NFC
to three straight with Harbaugh as coach, and then went to the Super Bowl and lost to Harbaugh.
They went to the Super Bowl and lost to Kansas City. They lost in the NFC title game to the Seahawks.
They just know the struggle.
Okay.
The struggle's real.
Starting in 2011, I got this in front of me. They lost in the NFC title game to the Giants. Then they went to the Super Bowl and lost to the Ravens. Then they lost in the NFC title game to the Seahawks. And then 5 years out of the playoffs, then they lost in the Super Bowl to the Chiefs. Then a year out of the playoffs, then they lost in the NFC title game to the Rams, lost in the NFC title game to the Eagles, and now for the third straight year, they're in the NFC title game.
About to lose to the Lions.
So
there you go.
It's funny because this looks like I can understand a degree of frustration that their fans might have, but don't talk to us about frustration.
We just haven't won it forever.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Right. Gotcha. Define forever and define one.
Mm-hmm. What do we know about that stadium? Isn't it kind of like out in an industrial park way out of town?
Is it Levi? Is it still called Levi Stadium?
I don't know.
Yeah, it is.
It?
Mm-hmm. It's hard to kick there. So I got a cousins, that live out there, and they text me after the Lions game, said, "Hey man, congrats! It should be a good game." And he's like, "What's the pulse out there?" And I'm like, "Dude, we've never been here before. We don't know what the pulse is supposed to feel like. You guys have this is your third straight NFC title game. You guys know how it feels." And, for them, they're just trying to get over the hump. We just got here, right?
Yeah.
So, maybe that's a good thing. I think Dan Campbell said, was it this morning or yesterday, that said maybe it's a good thing to get away from Ford Field, too, just to kind of get back to,
I was surprised he said that.
To get back to where they, back to football.
He's like, of course, we'd like to play in front of the hometown fans, and the hometown fans make a big impact, and clearly they did in both of the wins we've had here. But he also wants to take the show on the road and get through some adversity because, when you play for a Super Bowl, you want to have that experience going into it.
Yeah, I'm going to be intrigued to see if in any way Levi Stadium is a quote-unquote tough place to play. From they don't have a reputation of being the most rabid fan base, do they?
Bay Area fans are very loyal.
Yeah, they're loyal.
They're very loyal. Now, they're probably not as crazy as like when the Raiders were there, but the Bay Area fans, they're nuts. But can they keep ramping it up? Well, do they ramp it up again for the third year in a row? Like, this is new. The Lions are breaking decibels records at Ford Field because we've never hosted before.
Yeah.
They're hosting again, or I don't know. I think either way, the Lions will be fine. As far as the crowd goes,
I think you'll see lots of blue in that crowd. Now, maybe it won't be as prominent as we've seen in other away venues.
We've shown up all season long, all over the country.
This is a different one. This is the NFC Championship game. You're talking a buy-in price of at least $500. The travel to San Francisco is expensive. Staying in San Francisco is expensive. The whole thing. This is a massive investment to make. And then those same Lions fans also want to make a similar investment if they win the game and go to the Super Bowl, and then you're like tripling the cost.
I mean, if you are prepared to spend a ton of money, you might be best served spending a ton of money on this game, because I'm not sure that this Super Bowl, if it happens, it's still a huge if. I'm not sure that's anywhere remotely affordable for the average dude.
I mean, the cost, the hotel. I mean, obviously there's a million hotels in Vegas and in the surrounding areas of Vegas, but they are going to be at a premium to try to get a hotel room there.
Well, remember what we were talking about, the prices for the Grand Prix? I mean, are they going to be the same or worse for this, right? Are they going to be worse?
I don't know, because you've got more people would attend the Grand Prix than would attend the Super Bowl, but people would want to be in Vegas for the I mean, I'm just thinking about people that go to the actual event, the game. But are people going to Vegas to be part of Super Bowl week and Super Bowl weekend? Is that part of it too? Like, do you just want to randomly go to Vegas this weekend because the Super Bowl's there, even though you're not going to go to the game? Do you want to? I mean, because the gouging of the hotel room prices has got to be through the roof.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably what, $500 a night at least.
And you got to believe that the casinos have bought up a lot of the rooms because of for their gamblers, for their high rollers. Yeah, exactly.
As this week goes on too, and we might have to talk about this. Remember, we took the guys who were doing the budget trips to the national championship game. Remember the dude who stayed in the animal hostel or whatever it was,
animal sanctuary,
right.
the pet cemetery, or whatever.
In Louisiana, Lake Charles.
We haven't heard back from him. I hope he made it. I mean, I don't know if there's a workaround for San Francisco or the Super Bowl.
I just saw this story. Michigan man mauled by giant cat.
Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Craig. Hi, Craig.
Good afternoon, guys. How are you?
All right.
This isn't why I called, but, and I don't keep receipts, but I remember after the first season, you had a regular caller up saying, Campbell is no Bill Parcells.
Yeah.
And I called immediately after saying, Parcells won 3 games his first year. And if you look now, boy, they look very similar record-wise.
It's just, we want things to happen overnight. And when they don't happen instantly, there's this feeling that it's never going to happen. And we've seen it with players. We've seen it with coaches. We've seen it with GMs. And we're predispositioned to think that it's going to fail because it has so many times. But anyway.
Yeah, but it goes to the point of how sweet it is now for those of us that have stuck with it. So I'm calling you from Madison. I listen to you guys all the time. I've been listening to you since, 18 years now? As long as I possibly could. And, we were at Costco the other day, and I had my Lions hoodie on, and some guy I know, not a friend, said, it's easy to wear that now. And my wife looked at him, she goes, he wore that when they were 0-16.
Good for her.
Yeah, she's the best, even though she's a Bears Notre Dame fan. And my son, we've been here for 17 years. And I said, you probably want one of those stupid blocks of cheese. He was, he grew up here, born in Detroit, grew up here. There's no, Dad, I want to be a Lions fan. I was starting to get emotional. Jeez, oh, Pete's. And we watched that game 2 weeks ago. He's in college now. And he's texting me the whole time. This has been so awesome, So I don't have a lot of sympathy. I want everyone welcome on the bandwagon. But boy, you don't. You guys know what I'm saying. It just it means more.
Look, the one caller, Ray, that called up and we cut him off, and we didn't cut him off because he had an opinion different than ours. We cut him off because he was insulting Lions fans, and this really isn't the week that I feel like we should be putting up with calls insulting Lions fans. Lions fans have been through a ton. All of these relationships are illogical. Like, it's all fanatical, crazy stuff. I don't play for the team. My family doesn't play for the team. And yet we care about it as if our families are on the team or we do play for the team. And it doesn't make any sense, but that's what fandom is all about. And, I don't hold any ill will towards people that didn't want to use their disposable income and time and invest it in a product that wasn't winning. I would just say that it probably doesn't taste as sweet today for them as it does for those that have been through the ups and downs, like yourself and your son. All right, Jared Goff joined us earlier in the show, and he gave a quote that people are writing about now. The beat writers are writing about now. Make sure you stay tuned to hear that next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Let's talk to the quarterback. Let's talk to the quarterback. Jared, as always, we appreciate your time. Thanks for being with us. I know congratulations aren't in order, but it feels like it for us here in Detroit because we're not used to this. But with that said, do you get a sense for how much right now you guys mean to this city? What you've done to the overall psyche of the city of Detroit and the surrounding areas?
I don't know if we feel it outside of that building much, but I'm sure there is. I really haven't been around much since the first playoff game. But, I think each week, the last two games, the crowd and the energy they have, I mean, they've been on their feet. It feels like damn near the whole game. It's been pretty special the last 2 weeks, and seeing these guys enjoy it. And being able to be a part of the team that's provided that to them has been real special.
Something else that's kind of happened, and there's an appeal that you guys have where it feels like people outside of Detroit, I'm hearing from all around the country that people are saying, boy, this Lions team is easy to root for, and this Lions team is the new America's team. What do you think it is about you guys that seems to appeal to non-Lions fans?
Yeah, I don't know. I think we work hard. I think we got a lot of guys who have been doubted for quite some time and are starting to get a national stage to show what they can do. The Lions have historically not been on national television for quite some time, and we've had some games this year where we have been and played well and won games. And I don't know. I think that's probably part of it. But we focus on what we can internally and just keep trying to win games.
You talk about the atmosphere, what it was like at Ford Field the last couple of weeks. It's been amazing. And on last Sunday, I think it started with the national anthem and that saxophone player and hitting that note for like what seemed to be close to a minute. Can you talk about what it was like on the sidelines to be part of that, and did that move you at all with how he was playing?
Yeah, I think we had him earlier in the year. It might have been Thanksgiving or some other time, so I kind of knew it was coming. He does that, I think, almost every time he does the national anthem. It's pretty cool and pretty impressive that he's able to do that. But yeah, I was standing right in front of him and watching him do it, and kind of just smiling and like listening to the crowd kind of go crazy while he was doing it. And it was cool. It's kicked off the night, and I thought, like I said, all night and all day, I guess the crowd was amazing, and it was really fun to play in front of.
Something about you that we've watched since you've been a Detroit Lion, and perhaps we should have seen this with when your career was with the Rams, but as a Lion, it's like you don't get rattled, man. I mean, you handle the pressure no matter what the situation is. You kind of thrive on it. Have you always been that way? And do you remember a time when you were a kid that you could first kind of like see that example? You're put in this pressure situation. You're just like, whatever, I'm just not playing a game.
Yeah, I don't know if I was ever like figured out, how or why, but I've just kind of always been that way where I'm able to compartmentalize pretty good and have perspective on it. And no, it's just a football game. I know there's a lot riding on it. I know there's a bunch of people hoping and won, and of course we are as well. But at the end of the day, our best is all we can do, and as long as you're doing that, it's typically good enough.
Let's get to a couple of moments in this game against Tampa before we turn the page to the NFC title game. Start with the 3rd and 15 throw to Amon-Ra. You guys are trying to close out the clock, close out the game, run the clock, I should say. And you got Amon-Ra on a comeback route, and from beginning to end, pre-snap to the play was over. How did that develop as you saw it?
Yeah, it's a play we ran a ton. Their corner went down, so it was a backup corner in there. It's our best player against somebody on their defense who was a backup, and took advantage of it. It's not anything sexy or special. It was just a regular play we've ran a million times, and he ran a great route, and I put it on.
The 3rd and short pass to Brock Wright, was that the exact same play that you guys ran against the Jets that he took to the house? This time it went for 29 key yards?
It was the exact same play. I'm not sure if it was formation the same or the motions were all the same, but the concept of it was the exact same. Yeah.
Had you guys run it since the Jets game, or was this you broke it out for this occasion?
It's a good question. I'm sure we've ran it once more since then. I can't remember, but yeah, this is the last time it's really gotten backside to Brock like that since that game. Yeah.
I don't mean this is a dig, and I don't know if I'm the first one to comment on this, but I've never seen a quarterback throw more accurately without throwing a consistent spiral. Am I imagining this, or is this something that you throw a wobbly, accurate, hard-thrown pass? Yeah,
it's something that I'm always constantly working on is getting it to spin a little bit better. And sometimes it spins great, sometimes it doesn't. But yes, I do take a lot of pride in it being accurate regardless. And I think that's a funny observation. I do take it as a dig, by the way, but no, it depends. Sometimes the rush is a certain way, my feet are a certain way, and the ball doesn't come out exactly how I'd hoped. But typically it hits them right where I want to hit them, and those guys make the catch.
Jamison Williams, he comes in and everybody talks about the speed and the deep threat, and he is that. But what I love, and you could probably speak to this, is in recent weeks, contested catches, running shorter routes, fighting off defenders and making big catches for you guys, kind of developing an all-round game. How do you see his development?
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. He's just become a part of the offense now, where we don't have to just send him deep or just send him on certain routes to do certain things. Like, he can run every single route we got, and does a great job with it. And he's developed really well this year and has continued to get better. I'm saying, I mean, every week it gets better and better, and he's getting better, and he's learning and improving. And it's just a matter of time before he has one of those breakout games where everything comes together.
Is there a player that you want to single out who's been instrumental in bringing you guys together, or who exemplifies the feeling of family within that locker room?
Oh, man, I mean, there's so many. I wish there was one I could name, but there is really so many. I think we've got such great camaraderie and teamwork and love for each other. And I think it's a group of guys who have been, like I mentioned earlier, doubted for a lot of their career, and now can come together in a way that's pretty fun. And to be in the Final Four now and, have one more game to get to, our ultimate mission of winning the Super Bowl, it's pretty exciting.
One of the things that makes your success, makes this possible, is the contributions of the rookie class. Leading tackler, rookie. Leading receiver, rookie. Leading running back, rookie in that game last week. Could you have seen this coming, that a rookie class, I mean, when they were drafted, or has this just exceeded the wildest expectations?
No, I think, all those guys are first and second round picks, and they are for a reason. I think it's a credit to, Brad and those guys upstairs for doing the homework and getting the right guys in here. But yeah, those guys, they're all grinders. They all work hard. They all are where they're supposed to be when they're supposed to be. I've talked at length about Sam and Gibby, but there's, Branch and Campbell on the other side, the same way. I mean, the way they practice, the way they approach the game. They're professionals as rookies, which is pretty hard to find, and it's fun to see them grow.
You've talked a lot about trust with your receivers, and there was a play on a throw you had to Jahmyr Gibbs. Chris Collinsworth said it was a choice route, that Gibbs comes out of the backfield, he runs up to Britt, the linebacker, and he can go right or left, and he bounced inside to the right, and you released it before he made that cut. Did he have the choice which way to cut there? And was that one of those things where you guys were just on the same page and you trusted him, or was that what the route called for no matter what?
Yeah, it was a choice, and it just with what the coverage was and the way he likes to run those choice routes, I had a pretty good feeling he was going to try to cross him up there and break in. And it was a really good route, good catch by him, and good run after catch. But yeah, we're starting to get more and more on the same page with him as well, and continues to grow.
You wanted to make sure after the game, when you were addressing the media before you walked out, that you wanted to praise Aaron Glenn and the defense and the job that he has done. Why did you think it was important at that point in time to single him out?
I just think it gets overlooked at times, and I certainly don't get the questions about it because I play on offense, but it's something I see every day and see every week. And I think, the season is so long, there's so many ebbs and flows to it, and to see him make adjustments throughout the year based on, maybe there's some certain injuries at certain spots on defense, or, different ways to attack an offense. And just the same way we do on offense, I see him do it on defense, and I think he deserves a ton of credit for it, and certainly in these last handful of weeks of helping us win these games.
I don't know if you're a superstitious person, but I've noticed this the last 2 weeks in the press conference after the game. You have donned the brown Detroit Tigers Old English D hat. Is that packed with you, ready to go to San Francisco?
I can bring it if you want me to.
I would like you to, yes.
Okay, I'll wear it. I got you.
Hey, does bulletin board material matter to you guys at all?
It depends what it is. What do you got?
Skip Bayless, after your game, tweeted out the following.
No, I don't care about anything he says. You can stop now. That's not.
I love it.
No. Yeah.
No oxygen. No oxygen.
Yeah, no. It's anything those guys say on daytime TV, you can skip over that.
Lastly, for me, Zack Ertz looks like he's added to this team. Do you know him at all? Have you had any conversations with him? And how do you think he can help you guys on Sunday, being a 3-time Pro Bowler?
Yeah, I've known Zack for quite some time now, from the Bay Area as well, and have some crossover there with him. But I played against him a bunch. He's a hell of a player. He's a good friend, and I'm excited to have him on the team. I think he can help us in a lot of ways, but we'll see in what capacity he's used. But he'll be ready to go.
Well, Jared, we appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us as always, and look forward to talking to you again next week.
All right, guys. Thank you.
There he is, Jared Goff, the quarterback of your Detroit Lions, off to the NFC title game on Sunday.
You just say Skip Bayless.
I told you guys.
Okay, we were talking about this pre-show.
No players respect
we
Skip Bayless.
We will circle back to our pre-show conversation. Hilarious. We'll get to that today at 10:50, 97.1 The Ticket. Right. Let's talk to the quarterback. Having a new Connecticut water softener installed by CGC Water has so many health benefits. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com and save up to $1,000 on a K5 drinking water system when you purchase a Connecticut Premier softener. Special financing options available with approved credit. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Need plumbing? CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing will take care of your plumbing needs quickly and efficiently. CGC Water, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Hope you're doing good on this Tuesday. Lions off to the NFC title game on Sunday. Wow. By the way, that game's going to be on Fox. Lions have been on NBC first 2 rounds of the playoffs. This game will be. So what's this? Is this Greg Olson and
Burkhardt?
Yeah.
Aaron Andrews and Rinaldi. Is that the other one?
I think you're right. So that's what we'll get Sunday night. I love being the second game, too. It's kind of taking the first one with vested interest. I don't mind being the first game if you win. If you're the first game and you win, now you're watching the next game. It's like a scouting mission. But I kind of like being the second game.
If you, like, when the Lions won the first game, the second game is you're just so much more calm,
Yes.
right? You're just like,
it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable the difference between watching. And I was sitting there going, I just spent 3 hours of my entire body completely tensed up.
Oh, my butt cheek, it just can finally release after 3.5 hours. It's like
I got
clenched.
home. I got home from Ford Field a little after 8:00 on Sunday night, and I was like, yeah. What we got? Oh, football. What we got? Oh, look at this. Oh, Bills and Chiefs. This is interesting.
Well, I was watching Bills Chiefs. I'm like, totally relaxed, feet up, no pressure. And then I realized there are 2 fan bases going through what we just went through.
Exactly. Ready, set, puke.
Yep. 248-539-9797. John, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, John.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's up?
I'm here from Baltimore, Maryland. Just want to let you guys know I'm taking a family up to do that watch party at Ford Field.
You're nice. Going, huh?
Super excited for this season. Kind of knew good things were going to happen ever since the draft last year when people were doubting us. I kept pounding the table and telling people, we're going to go places, and now it feels good to kind of look down upon those guys, Never been to a watch party, so I don't really know what to expect, but it's going to be nice to be around my own kind, everybody the same color uniform, which would be nice. Down here, it's nothing but Ravens country, so it's a lot different.
How did you, if you're down there, how did you become aware of the watch party? How did you get involved? Because tickets were made available to season ticket holders first. Like, how did that go down?
The funny thing is, my wife brought it to my attention this morning, and it was kind of her idea. Initially, it was supposed to be, why don't you go up there for that watch party, and didn't even know it existed. We looked for the tickets. They were sold out, so we ended up going on StubHub. Had to pay double the amount. I think it was like $40 a ticket. Yeah. Okay. So, but it's worth it. I think it's going to be a once in a lifetime experience. For the kids and me and my wife, and so we're really looking forward to it. And it's about 8-hour drive. So.
Well, that's cool. I mean, look, there's something to be said. It's hard for us to figure out exactly what they sold out. It looks like they sold out the entire lower bowl, and then some listeners said that they only sold out the one side of the lower bowl, but it looks like they sold out the entire lower bowl, and you have to wonder if they're going to be able to get enough manpower together to sell out the upper bowl as well. And these things can be a lot of fun. Hopefully it is for you.
Yeah, they're expecting like well over 20,000 people. So
okay, wait a sec. What's the vibe in Baltimore for the Ravens right now?
Holy smokes! You can't even get a ticket for the game right now. Everybody wants to. And this is just how it's always been with the Ravens. It's just a real strong fan base down here. But I'm getting a lot of support. We've been kicked for so many years. It's kind of like the little brother actually winning a championship. So a lot of people are supporting the Lions right now. But they make it very clear if it is the Lions versus the Ravens, then I know where I stand. So.
I thought I read that this was the first time that Baltimore has hosted a conference championship game since 1971.
True, very true.
Wow,
yep.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have thought that was the case because it's an organization that always seems to be in the mix.
Yeah. I mean, they're known for strong defense, and it has been ever since Ray Lewis, came on board years ago when they first came to Baltimore. But yeah, no, it's the atmosphere down here. Everything is purple, lit up in purple. Everywhere you go, everybody's wearing purple. Like I said, just a very strong fan base. And it's just all over the place. So, but yeah, they support me, being a Lions fan, and my phone has been blowing up unbelievably from people I haven't even spoke to in years, congratulating me so far on the success with the Lions. And I kind of feel like I'm part of the team, honestly. I really, truly do.
Well, good. Welcome aboard.
The truth is, I think everybody that went to those games felt like they were part of the team.
Yeah, I just went and looked on wanted to see StubHub what tickets are going for.
Yeah.
And
for
the game actually in San Francisco.
Okay.
And if you're buying two at a time, they are the cheapest ones you can get are $534. And then I saw a tweet from Fox 2 Detroit says Lions 49ers ticket sales up 85% from the NFC title game a year ago, says StubHub. So this price for a ticket a year ago is considerably less.
Well, look, the sad part about this, and there is something I've thought about that is kind of sad, is you can't really replicate the first time you end the 32-year drought. We don't want to replicate it. And if they go to the playoffs again next year, it won't be the same because it won't be the end of the drought. It'll still be awesome. And if we get to host again, it'll be awesome. But the fact of the matter is you can't kind of replicate that first time through. And this has been really, really special, really, really fun. But where it really gets to the unthinkable is winning Sunday at San Francisco. That is the jaw-dropping, is this real life moment.
Yeah, that's like kind of the real pinch me moment.
Yep. So, hey, man. We bring in Mike Valeni and Rico Beard, who join us at this time. They are on deck. Hello, Mike.
Have you allowed yourself to think about it, or are you waiting until kickoff?
I'm starting to think about it. I'm starting to think about it. You know what, though? So you grew up and you're a Giants fan, and you've seen some Giants teams that went into the playoffs that didn't look like Super Bowl teams go win the Super Bowl. And I don't know if you're finding parallels. Is this what it feels like?
Yeah. I mean, well, the difference is I've never approached a game feeling overconfident because the playoffs are so hard and they're so scary, and it's just – I was surprised, I guess, by Lions fans' hubris, but you've seen it now as like, hey, this is not easy. And I think it sets you up for, all right, now we're all where we want to be. I love when nobody thinks my team can win. Mm-hmm. I love the fact the Lions are a touchdown underdog because I think Dan Campbell's the most dangerous man in football. Like, we are right where we want to be. I would be mortified if they were 7-point favorites, Doug.
Yeah.
This is the comfort for me. I don't like when teams are favored and I have to tell the fan base, listen, fellas, guys, it's going to be a little tighter than you imagine. Like I was joking with people yesterday. I go, was the 42-3 game you promised me on Peacock? Did I turn to the wrong channel? Like, hey, this is what it is. So, yeah, I think it's amazing. I mean, there's 60 minutes from a Super Bowl.
So I picked the Lions to win in a blowout against Tampa. And by the time the game rolled around and I'd watched the Baltimore-Houston game and the San Francisco-Green Bay game, I realized, I was like, yeah, I got a little too chesty. And
there it is. You got your mind got a reset, and you go, all right.
No matter how much, even if you're better and you believe confidently that your team's going to win, it doesn't mean it's going to be a blowout.
Not in the playoffs.
Right. Nope.
That's rare.
And now, look, Rico will tell you, there's not overconfidence from Rico's end. I mean, look, the Debo thing is real. You know, whatever, does Purdy have something going on with his hand? It's real. But it's also, we saw the Niners bleed a little bit last week. They're human. Yep. And you're red hot and you're healthy. Well, outside of Jonah Jackson. So.
Well, and Ragnow is banged up. I mean, he's expected to play, but this is something they've dealt with.
Cyborg.
They've dealt with this all season long, right? I mean, they've played like less than half the season with their full complement of the offensive line healthy throughout the game, and the record's amazing with them intact. There's no Jonah Jackson this week. That's going to be troublesome because you start moving. You know, you're not going to have to move guys around just yet. With Coyote going to play there at the left guard, but it's not going to be. It ain't a cakewalk. San Francisco's a different kind of animal when it comes to defense. They've got star players, at all levels of the defense. It's
my point is, for
team.
The first time, I think now I feel like it's house money. Like last week, listeners got all upset because I go, guys, I need your permission. We got to move the goalposts here. I'm not going to be able to work around losing to the Bucs. I think it's going to be tight, but it's a game you got to win. You're at home. You're favored. You have the better quarterback. But now it's house money. You could see Campbell go for it 7 times. Like if I were Rico, and I think that's part of Rico, I'm not speaking for you, Rico. I'm saying it's something I'm feeling. I think you get nervous playing the Lions because now nothing is off the table. We're going to go for it on 4th and 6. Yeah, you betcha.
I told you, I expect the game. If they win the toss, they'll kick an onside kick. I wouldn't doubt it.
Oh, the Sean Payton in the Super Bowl?
Because even if it doesn't work, you got the whole game to make up for it.
Yeah.
Just play defense.
Well, guys, have a great show. Stay safe, everybody, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Lions are 1 win away from going somewhere they've never been before, the Super Bowl. Detroit is a 7-point underdog in Sunday's NFC Championship game against the Niners. Doug and Gator asked quarterback Jared Goff this morning why some consider the Lions America's team during these playoffs. The Lions' only other appearance in the NFC Championship game, a 41-10 loss to Washington in 1992. And of these 4 teams left, Detroit has got the longest odds to win the Super Bowl at plus 850. The Red Wings look to stay hot against the Stars tonight at Little Caesars Arena. Detroit has won 7 of 9 games, and at 53 points, they own the first wild card in the Eastern Conference. Puck drop tonight against Dallas, 7 o'clock. The pregame show at 6:45 right here on 97.1. NFL insider Mike Garafolo reports Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers are in striking distance of getting a deal done. The Wolverines head coach is in L.A. this afternoon for a second interview. The Falcons are also scheduling a second interview with Harbaugh. And it's the biggest test of the year so far for Michigan basketball. The 7-11 Wolverines hit the road to face number 2 Purdue tonight. They've lost 6 of 7 games. Tip off at 9 o'clock over on WWJ. At the Coral Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I love Dapper Dan's new call. By the way, everybody, you'll be very excited to know I shared this with Rico. Dan Miller was in office last night doing Lions review, and he shared with me, I didn't understand it. A lot of people were taking my highlights and attaching a quote to it that said touchdown Detroit black guy. I didn't understand it. I go, oh, no, Dan. No. We did that to you. He goes, what do you mean? I go, well, we just wanted to spice up your call. We just thought it was time. We have TJ's drop of calling all blacks, even though it's calling all blackjack players. Dan was just like, oh, my God.
Yeah, he was a little uncomfortable until I explained. I'm like, Dan, don't worry. You're good. Okay. Just, I was like, I didn't understand why people – did I actually say that one? No.
Dan had his engineers combing the tape. Wait a minute. Did I say something egregious here?
Lomas didn't punch me. I'm good, right? Okay.
All right. All right. So we're going to get to the Lions at 3:00, and we try to portion it all out. And clearly, the Lions are going to take about 90% of the oxygen in the room. But there is what is a developing story that we're going to start with, do a couple segments, do what you want with it. The Jim Harbaugh stuff, if you like the odds, minus 400 to be the Chargers' next head coach, plus 225 to not be in the NFL. Here are the quotes. And I know Mike Garafolo is using the term striking distance or Garofalo or however the hell you say his last name. But a gentleman named Aaron Wilson, who works at Houston, KPRC in Houston, is saying that this is, per league sources, that Harbaugh's offensive coordinator with the Chargers would be none other than Greg Roman, which it's a brilliant hire. That's who he had develop Kaepernick. Defensive coordinator Jesse Minter would go with him. No surprise.
Kind of saw that coming.
And then the family plan. I'm just going to go ahead and take Jay in his coloring book, and we're going to bring him with us. So Jay Harbaugh would go with him too. According to the no punishment. According to the NFL, the insiders on NFL Plus, Chargers within striking distance. Garafolo says, my understanding is this is an extremely strong offer they've made to him. They're at a point where they're going to discuss staffing when it comes to the GM and obviously the coaching staff who's going to work with Harbaugh. It feels like it's advanced to a point where if everybody's comfortable with the principal factors at play, they could move on Jim Harbaugh and get him under contract in the near future. So, okay, for the 50th time, we're here. But here's where it's different. You know what I never heard about in his other NFL interviews? Staffing. You know what I never heard about in his other NFL interviews? Him flying out a second time with his wife, allegedly, that she's there with him, okay? So here's my question, Rico. If you want to still ask, do you believe it's happening? Fine. My question is, what is your reaction if and when it happens? Of course, the Richard in me is interested in the spin. Lord knows that group can't face the truth ever. Like, are you going to blame Ward for something he couldn't control? Are you going to blame the NCAA for running off your hero? I know you'll never blame him because the reality is he doesn't want you. He hasn't wanted you in years.
Yeah.
He's wanted to go back to the NFL. And now it looks like finally he's found a huckleberry to take him. But I would love to know, do you believe it's happening? And kind of what is the spin out of this? Like, are you happy? Are you like doing the slow clap where you're like, wow, Jim found love? Are you upset? Like, how could you do this to us? Do you just not care? Are you like, you know what? I'm kind of exhausted by him. I'm going to go ahead and just hire Sharon Moore. We're going to move forward. Or Rico's got something far more salacious, but let me tell you, it's also sensible. But I just wanted to do 2 segments to start the show because this is everywhere right now as we start the show. What do you want to do with it, guys? Because it sounds like Jim Harbaugh's gone, which, again, does not surprise me because, cutscene, I don't think he'd be able to coach next year. That pesky little thing called the truth is going to follow you. So where are we at with it? And, David, I want you as a part of this, as our noted Wolverine scumbag. Want your take on it. Rico, Where are you at with what I just offered you?
Mike, I'm like this. If you're Michigan, this is probably the best of all worlds. You did some nefarious things. You dealt in the gray area. You bent some rules. You looked the other way. But you got a national title. And that's really what all that matters. That's all the people are going to remember. They're not going to remember the story behind the national title. They're just going to remember the history that you got to hoist a trophy. It works out perfectly because you have a succession plan already in place. You won't see the same turmoil that you're seeing at Alabama, that you're seeing in Washington, that you're seeing in Arizona, where all of a sudden the rosters are getting flipped at the last second. And people are just going to come and vulture and take some of your top prospects. You have more there. That's going to be the new galvanizing force of this team. The players believe in him. Nobody's going to be leaving. You can kind of keep this thing going business as usual, minus all the eyeballs and all the drama that came with Harbaugh. He wanted to go for the last 3 years, and now he's finally got his opportunity. Yeah, he's gone.
All right. No. I was just trying to get you to the finish line there. I mean, so he's gone.
Well, I gave you like 6 minutes. I get 60 seconds. Okay.
No, I really. Calm down. Calm down, Aretha. Let's just chill. I was just making sure we were on the same page here.
Yeah.
So you do believe he's gone?
Yeah, I think he's gone. I mean, taking the wife, yeah, and you're naming staff members. It was always just kind of him going out there, having that initial conversation, and then coming back and saying, "Yeah, I'm not going to do this again. Go Blue."
You know what's interesting, Rico? What you just said, though. Like, maybe I've been too cavalier about it. Like, I thought they'd be okay with Sharon Moore. They'd be fine. Like, he's a really high level. I think he's going to be a hot candidate. But I also believed they were due to come back to earth. I mean, the schedule gets real. You're no longer playing the junior varsity. No, I don't believe you're just going to keep beating Ohio State. No, I don't believe you're going to go 25-1 in conference or whatever it is. So I have a reality to it. Now, I mean, maybe he was building Georgia North. I don't know. The recruiting doesn't line up with that.
No, it doesn't. And that's just it, Mike. Think about it. Michigan wasn't trying to pluck any of the players from Alabama, from Washington, from Arizona. But you know who did? Ohio State. Ohio State went in and said, hey, come to Columbus. And they went and took everybody from Alabama. They had they feasted. Michigan was just kind of MIA, which told me he wasn't that interested.
Do you believe the quote that Ohio State has spent $13 million in the portal?
Yeah.
Do you believe that?
I do. You want to know why?
Okay.
No,
sure.
Because your worst nightmare happened. Harbaugh wasn't on the sideline, still beat you. Then they went out, beat Alabama, beat the best quarterback in football, hoisted a trophy. They're at the top, and you're sitting there watching them. So you know what? That's spite money right there, Mike. That's a whole lot of, hey, this will never happen again money.
I just don't think it's that big of a deal. I don't. You won it all. You know he was going to get hammered because the NCAA wasn't going to let it go. And I don't know, at a certain point, if I were a fan, I'd kind of be tired of him. And reality is Sharon Moore is young, energetic. He's a damn good coach, and you move on.
Yeah,
or maybe I'm cavalier.
Oh, no, but here's the beauty of it, Mike. You don't have to change anything. You don't have to worry about this new offense, and can you go out and get your quarterback? These are all his people. It's already established. It's a business as usual. I know this is going to sound bad, but it's kind of like when Urban left and there was Ryan Day. And Ohio State just kept going. And you have the same thing with Moore. Now, something else that you brought up, Mike, if you're a Michigan fan, the one person that I can't believe I'm about to stick up for him. You can't blame Ward Manuel. Ward did everything he possibly could. He actually feigned interest in trying to bring him back, even though he knew he was leaving. And I don't really think he wanted him back, but he went out there. And all reports said there's been a contract sitting on Jim's desk for about 6 months that Jim just didn't want to sign. If that's the case, there's nothing else Ward can do except for fake Jim's signature.
248-539-9797. So just a 2-segment open before the rest of the day's lines. Harbaugh's in L.A., second interview, wife's with him. We're talking about staffing. And NFL reporters are basically using terminology that's a step just before it's done. So what's your reaction to it? And look, it's important we ask you. Because for me, look, my opinion as a Spartan, you don't care. Like if I tell you I'd be upset by it, you don't care. If I tell you I'm happy about it, well, you're a Spartan. So I'm just going to trim the fat. Let's just get to it. You know how I feel. I've told you. I thought he was gone since last summer. And now he's probably gone. So I wouldn't freak. You won. You got a trophy. And I think you got a great in-house candidate. I would be exhausted if this was my coach. David, where are you at with it? You've been on that Harbaugh train for a while saying, look, guys, I'm a little tired of the drama here. But now that it's actually here where it sounds like he's gone, what's your reaction?
You're right, Mike, Rico. I have been tired of this. I've been upset for the last few off seasons of winning the Big Ten and still having to deal with this. But I'll tell you exactly where I am. And all I can do is be honest. All I can do is be real when I tell you this. I want him gone, but in the back of my head, knowing, and it feels like it's so close that it can happen within a day or two, the back of my head, I'm wondering, is Sharon Moore the right guy? Really? I don't want to go back to Rich Rod. I don't want to go back to Brady Hoke. Just in my head, I'm just like, I want to make sure it's right. And the reason why I'm doing that is because, Rico, you brought up a list last week with names that can possibly replace Jim Harbaugh, and Brian Kelly's name was on that list. And I started questioning things in my head. Should we go after him?
David,
should Sharon Moore be the guy? I'm just wondering.
Let me stop you with that. Moore should be the guy. He won you 3 games. Okay? 3 games that I don't know if any other coach – I mean, there was a lot of adversity, a lot of pressure going on. The world hated you. He somehow managed to do – his move against Penn State was just brilliant. Our passing game blows. We're just going to run the ball for the entire second half. And he knew. You don't do that unless you know you have the support of everybody doing that, because that's the quickest way to get you
fired.
And
that moment is what I lean on.
You don't have to change anything. If Brian Kelly comes in, you're gonna have some people leaving. You're gonna have to try to bring in some people.
It'll be an Alabama situation.
Ooh,
with
Brian
Moore.
Kelly in Ann Arbor. That's nasty.
Yeah, but he'll get his northern accent back. It'll just be family. I'm here with my family.
It's great to be back in the great state of Michigan. BK would be
out here drinking my Faygo and Better Made.
Uh-oh. Jesus. Any bumpy cake?
But give me some of that Detroit-style pizza.
Jesus. I just want to know from the people. We were going to do 2 segments on it because all the news is coming out right as we're taking the air, and we got the rest of the day to do the Lions. So let's get to it. Let's hear from you guys. It sounds like Harbaugh to Chargers is I don't know, as close to a done deal as it gets. I think the thing that would bother me most isn't him leaving. It'd be losing Jesse Minter. I'm not being disrespectful. I'm just shooting you straight. Your coordinators are more important than he is. And Minter is an NFL defensive coordinator. It's the 2nd straight one you've had.
Yeah,
Mike McDonald.
I was about
losing
to say
that.
Yeah, not only that, Mike, having that pipeline to the Ravens, maybe gone.
You hate to see it. Hey, Hungry Howie's knows there's nothing better than a pepperoni pizza. Chilling out, your team is in the NFC title game, a pepperoni duo pizza, double the pep, 2 different varieties of it, the cupped and the original, 100% real Mott's, fresh dough made in-house, under $10. $9.99. Settle in for that Lions and Niners game and load up on the Hungry Howie's pizza. That pepperoni duo, only around for a limited time only. And don't forget the mix and match, $6.99. You pair up entrees, dinner on the table in 20 minutes. It is Hungry Howie's. All right. And as I said, don't panic. We're getting to the Lions. But this is the beauty of the Odyssey.com rewind thing as well, which is rest of the day I can just tell you, hey, we hit this. You got to balance. And the Harbaugh story is a big deal. So a couple segments on it. Sounds like it's a done deal. He's in L.A. for a second time, brought the wife. They've named staffing. That's just a direction we haven't seen before. So getting your reaction on it. You want to go to the people? Let's do that. We'll go to D. 97.1. What's up, D?
Man, my brothers, man, what's going on, fellas?
What's happening, D?
Where you been? You cheating on us? You're parlaying around town.
Man.
Where you been?
Oh, man, just basking in this Wolverine glory, man. I've been all over the country, man.
I was about to say, he doing the Wolverine World Tour.
That's right.
No doubt,
What's
man.
going on?
But look, fellas, here's the deal. If I begin to crap the bed at my job, 9 times out of 10, fellas, I'm going to get fired. Ward Manuel had a chance to fire Harbaugh, and he didn't. It became personal when he cut the man's pay. I never heard of that. At that particular point, Harbaugh in his head was gone. Only thing that happened against Ward Manuel, man, he messed around and won the title. So now you can't come back now and say, oh, Jim, I love you. We want to keep you. Here's this deal. Nah, man. You cut the man's pay. Once you cut the man's pay, that was it. It was a wrap. He didn't think Harbaugh was going to win the national championship, and he did. So now Harbaugh is throwing it up in his face. So Ward, the only thing he can do, it's his fault. The only thing he can do is keep Sharon Moore. That way you keep your offensive line coach as well, because that's the staple of our team.
Right.
You get Rick Mentor, to take over for his son, and you keep Clinkscale, and we'll be able to, add the other pieces as we can, but you pretty much keep the core together when all the other guys leave. But this is definitely Ward Manuel's fault, man. 100%.
Rico,
he blew it.
you go.
See,
Rico, go ahead.
I don't think he blew it, because at the time, Jim, it was either take the pay cut, Jim, or I got to fire you. So he didn't want to be the guy that fired Jim, but Jim, this was pre going to the college football playoffs 3 straight years in a row, D. This was Jim.
I feel you.
You weren't beating your rivals. You weren't beating Ohio State, let alone you were even with Michigan State. That's the Jim that took the pay cut.
But see, Reek, check this out. Everybody at that time wanted Harbaugh fired, and so he should have did the business and
just
fired the man.
him. Okay.
Once you cut somebody's pay, it became personal, because you're telling me, hey, I really don't want you, but I'm kind of scared to fire you because I might get some backlash. Well, now you're really going to get some backlash, because now you're going to lose our national championship head coach. So, Ward, if he don't keep Moore and he lose Harbaugh, if I'm Ono, Ward is on the unemployment line, brother. God bless you guys, man. Good to hear from you.
All right.
Thanks, good hearing from you, buddy. Go ahead, Rico.
I think Ward did everything that he could right now. Harbaugh didn't want to be there. Ward kept this thing together for the kids for about 3-4 years. And it just finally, it ran its course. The kids graduated high school, and they looked at each other at graduation and said, you know what, we don't need to be together anymore.
Listen, all I'll say is this. I'll leave the rest to you and D. Ward Manuel should not be employed because his athletic department is a complete and utter toxic disaster. You don't believe me? Pull up the headlines of the last 3-4 years.
Hold on. Let me do this for the people in the back.
No, I mean,
that's why I said I didn't want to have to defend Ward.
No,
but
I get what you're saying. Yeah, I think he's a convenient fall guy. Right. Believe me.
Just go watch a basketball game, Ward. Your part-time player's not playing tonight.
Okay, see, staying away from it. Let's go to Michael, 97.1. Mike, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike and Rico. Listen, I'm a 48-year-old Michigan fan. So I remember the dark days of Rich Rod, and I remember the dark days of the other guy who just slipped my name.
Brady Hoke.
Brady Hoke. Okay, so check this out. Jim Harbaugh dumped on Michigan. Remember when he got the Stanford job? And he said, unlike at Michigan, I'm going to let my kids take real classes. So I'm glad Jim came home. I'm glad he was allowed to stay long enough to get a national championship. Thank you, Jim. Now go. It's in my opinion that had they got to the national championship game last year,
he was already gone. He was shocked that he lost to TCU. This is just my humble opinion. So we got Sharon Moore there, so we should keep the recruits. And this is not like we're turning it over, because I was an arrogant Michigan fan, thought you could add anybody and we could still win. But Sharon Moore is competent. The program is in good hands. Thanks, Jim. Goodbye.
All right. Seems reasonable to me. I mean, listen, like I said, it ain't my fight. If he stayed, it gives me a target for my vitriol, which is good for the rivalry and good for radio. If he leaves, I can't sit here. I've said this to Wolverine friends I have. I wouldn't be in a panic. I think you've had elite coordinators, and I think you've played a patsy schedule. And you cheated your balls off for 3 years. But you were fine. I would be more concerned, like I told you when the suspensions came down. If Harbaugh got to coach, but it was Sharon and Minter who were suspended, that would have bothered me. You know what didn't? Him being suspended. So,
because he would have had to actually do work if those two were gone.
Right, not my fight. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys, I agree with a lot of what you guys are saying. But, I'm not mad or happy he's leaving. I do think that Jim Harbaugh is probably the best coach Michigan's ever had, though. But with the cheating, as a Michigan fan, I don't really care. I'm happy they won the championship, like you guys always say. But I think Rico's right. The kids are going to stay. And Michigan they're going to take a step back, but their defense is actually going to be pretty good next year. It's the offense that's got a lot of holes. Do you think Bellany or Mike Hart will be the offensive coordinator when Moore takes the head coaching spot? That's a question I have for you guys looking forward. Or do you think they'll go outside and try to find an offensive coordinator to take Moore's spot?
No, Mike, I think that a lot of it, especially because it's going to be so late in the game, you're probably going to either see Bellamy or Mike Hart as your OC. Probably I'm leaning more towards Mike Hart. And then if it doesn't work out, that's when you'll see some changes for the season after. But right now, there's really nobody there unless you're going to get somebody who wants to leave the NFL and come back to college, which I highly doubt.
And I'm happy. And if Ford Manuel wanted to get on good graces, he would fire that bum Juwan Howard.
Listen. Here's the deal. I have never understood how Ward Manuel has a job. Maybe he just knows where all the bodies are buried. Yeah. Because he runs. I mean, Mike, listen. I know you're a true blue guy. I'm not being disrespectful. Your football program wins, but it's shrouded in you know what. Basketball program's a disaster with all kinds of problems. The Mel Pearson scandal, the mystery volleyball coach, all the things that have gone on in the athletic department, those are on Ward's desk. I really don't know how Ward is still there. It's remarkable.
I don't either. But he lives, and yeah. But you know what? It's distraction. Everybody saw the title. Everybody felt good about the title. And that's all people talked about. Yeah.
Right. And that's okay. But, I laugh how this is what gets Ward fired. Wait a minute. You had the team captain wrap your wife's car around a telephone pole. What? You had a scandal in your hockey program. You signed a volleyball coach to a 5-year extension, got rid of him 30 days afterwards with no termination letter, and no one knew why. You got your football program in dual NCAA investigations, and your basketball program, I mean, you got a coach hitting people, threatening to kill people. What? Part-time coach? No, I'm just kidding. Phil Martelli's going to take the second half because it's sunny outside. Right. What are we doing here? Come on now. But this is what gets you fired? A man who didn't want to be there anymore, not being there anymore? Mm-hmm. They put 10 at 125 in front of him. Santa Ono was – man, I don't want to be disrespectful, but I mean Santa Ono, he was ready to fly around the world and back for Jim, the ultimate fanboy. Who do you think Ward's boss is? Santa Ono. So I just laugh at that one angle. That's all. All right. A little football today. I got some picks for you, and we got tons of Lions to do where David is going to sabotage the show at 3. Did he inform you of that?
No, he did not.
No, he whispered lovingly in my ear and said, "You've stumbled on something. I'm changing the 3 o'clock topic." I go, okay. as they say in Ann Arbor.
Okay.
Bet. So we'll get to it, and we'll keep you up to date. If the Harbaugh thing breaks officially, of course we're going to bring it up. But Lions are going to be primo today, so we'll get to it. 97.1.
Want that career in radio, TV, graphic design artist, Specs at LTU can help you start your path to achieving your goal. It's very simple. You just got to go to the website, ltu.edu/specs, and you're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts program, the digital media arts program, and the graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here on the campus of Lawrence Tech here in Southfield. Your instructors are actually people who work in the business. So, like yours truly, we're not going to waste your time. You're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in your business. Why? Because it's going to be hands-on approach in the laboratories. It's not just book learning. You're going to learn how to do and not just what other people did. So, once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic at Specs LTU certificate program today.
Well, David's telling me I'm hot. That can only mean one thing. It's time for football today.
All right, Mike, we're in the playoff round of football today.
And Josh Allen's not in it.
And Josh Allen is not in it. I feel like I need an obligatory Josh Allen topic just for you, my friend.
Pick the day and time.
But let's start with our local team here. This question's for you and David. And Kenny, if he wants to join in. As of right here, right now, who is the Lions' playoff MVP?
I mean, it's so cheesy, but I got to say Goff. I know that's cliche, but I mean, he's been excellent. He's been exactly what they've needed in the moments they've needed him. I'll say Goff.
I was thinking Goff also because I can't name the entire offensive line as one player.
You know what? I will allow that.
Okay,
they could just be that one player.
Just to be different, and because I feel like Goff doesn't function without those guys, I'll say the entire O-line is one singular unit.
I like Kenny's answer better than my own.
Yeah, that's a pretty good answer. I'm going to go Jahmyr Gibbs.
David, I'm with you.
Yeah, Jahmyr Gibbs single-handedly on a few drives has scored for them. So, yeah, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Okay, because I'm with you. Jahmyr Gibbs is he's that fifth gear. At the end of the game, you saw the touchdown where he ran and literally just shoved Winfield to the ground. That
an all-pro safety.
Right, like that. That's not real. You're not supposed to do that to an all-pro. All right, Philadelphia Eagles getting rid of everybody, Mike. Do you have any suggestions of where they should look for offensive or defensive coordinator?
So here's my problem. You're Nick Sirianni. You're an offensive-minded coach, yet you don't call plays. Once you have fired an OC or stuck with a guy so long in Brian Johnson who nobody liked, and then you're forced to get rid of him, no, Nick, I'm putting you on Front Street. You're calling the plays. Otherwise, you're a fraud. So to me, he should handle the offense. They got to go out and get the best defensive coordinator money can buy. They got to get their version of Jim Schwartz, who went to the Browns. The young players they have will grow up. The defense was far more explainable than the offense. That's what I would do. Otherwise, Nick, you don't want to coordinate the offense or you're not capable, you're fired too.
Okay.
See, I would agree with Mike. The NFL has changed. Back in the day, it used to be you just have a head coach. They run the organization, but then you have offensive, defense, and they just run that no matter what. Call those plays. That's not the NFL anymore. You have head coaches like Todd Bowles, who runs his defense. You have coaches run their offense. Run your offense, sir. You're Nick Sirianni. Do it.
Okay. It's come out yesterday. We find out who the referees are going to be for the championship games. Do we make too much out of this, or does it really matter? Sean Smith is going to be the head referee for the AFC game, and Clete Blakeman will be the head referee for the Lions 49ers game. Do we make more out of this, of who's going to ref the games, than we should?
Yes, because the best officiating jobs that are done are when you don't know who officiated the game in the first place. I don't want to know the ref's name. And if I end up knowing it by the end of the broadcast, I know you did a lousy job. We're not here to see you. We're here to see the players. I don't make a huge deal of it. Once in a while, I'll have a fun penalty stat for you, Rico. But other than that, no. I think it's far more impactful in basketball. Just my personal opinion.
I'm ready to fully overreact to this. Whoever the refs are, I'm going to look at the crew, what their tendencies are, and how the Lions game plan around it. I'm ready to fully overreact because I've never been here and I don't know what to do with myself.
You don't know what to do with your hands?
Oh, boy.
I think it's definitely an overreaction. I've already seen on social media where the stats come out of Sean Smith saying, it's 40% chance the home team wins. The NFL did this on purpose. They want the Chiefs to be in the game. It's like, okay, you know what? What are we doing here?
David, that's why, because apparently Sean Smith loves the Chiefs and he loves the road team. So if you're a home team, you don't stand a chance. I'm with Mike. I shouldn't know your name. I shouldn't know who you are. Bad calls go either way. My thing is this: be consistent, and I don't care. If you're going to allow, players to tug on jerseys and do that in the beginning of the game, let them do that at the end of the game, and you can't get angry. Just don't all of a sudden change like the NBA where in the final 2 minutes, everything gets called. All right. Speaking of NFL and rules and referees, should the end zone fumble rule just be changed? Whereas right now, if you're an offensive team and you fumble into the end zone and it goes out of bounds, it's a touchback and the defense takes over and you lose control, you lose possession of the ball. Should that rule just be abolished?
Yes, it's the worst rule in sports. It makes zero sense to me. I hate it. I agree completely. I'm sorry. That's a really short answer. I apologize.
Here's the thing. I'm just sick of hearing about it. I don't care either way. Change the rule, don't change the rule. But just make a decision here, because every time it happens, the debate begins. I don't want to hear the debate anymore. Make a decision.
Yeah, I've never liked the rule. I don't understand why if you fumble anyplace else, the ball goes back to the spot where you fumbled. So if you fumble on the 2 and it goes out of the end zone, you should just get the ball back at the 2. Now, I had this debate with TJ, and he was like, no, you need to punish the team for doing that because you got to value the ball that close to the end zone. I'm even okay if you say, fine. If you fumble within the 5-yard line, you got to move it back to the 15-yard line. But possession should not change because you didn't do anything. Like you saw what happened in the Chiefs-Bills game. That could have decided the game where it should have been a go-ahead touchdown, and the Chiefs put it away. The Bills made a stupid mistake, horrible punt fake, but they got rewarded because they got the ball back because the Chiefs fumbled it out of bounds. All right, I want to finish this up with a couple of little fun facts for you guys. First of all, Mike, did you know? I know your affinity for Brock Purdy.
Oh, yes.
But did you realize that this year, it's almost like the Thanos glove. The 49ers just need to beat the Lions for the final jewel because they would then go a perfect sweep for every team in the NFC playoffs. They beat the Cowboys, Bucks, Eagles, Rams, and Packers this season.
Has that been done before?
I don't know if it's ever been done. First time since 1984, and it happened to be Joe Montana who did it.
Wow. That's actually okay. I want to give you a fact of the day. Gentlemen, all of you, listen up. You guys think I'm too hard on Josh Allen, huh? Can you name the 5 quarterbacks he's beaten in the playoffs?
5 quarterbacks he's beaten in the playoffs.
Here's a hint.
Tyler Huntley.
4 of them suck, and one of them got hurt in the game. No to Tyler Huntley.
I really don't know.
Did he beat Lamar?
Sure. When Lamar got hurt on like the first play of the third quarter, sure he did. That's one. Now the 4 who are terrible. Oh, Phillip Rivers. In the last game he ever played, age 50.
Against the Colts.
Mac Jones, who sucks. The venerable Skylar Thompson. And, of course, something near and dear to David's heart, Mason Rudolph.
Wow.
Mason.
Up next, overrated, and a picture of Josh Allen in an effing dictionary or encyclopedia. Woo! I'm in Vegas. I'm throwing it 40 yards down the field. F your check down. I'm a cowboy. Look at me. I'm going to use my legs again. Yeah, but there was a 14-yard crossing route right there. I'm a cowboy.
You know what? David?
Woo!
How about we just, here's the other fun fact for Lions fans out there. Last time the Lions had a road playoff victory, 1957.
Oh, my God.
You know when that was the year they won their last championship. You know where they won the game at.
I do, so I won't guess.
I was like negative 20 years old, 30 years old. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Kenny, what was any of your family born at that point?
Kenny, I don't even think the agave plant was planted for the tequila that you came out of.
Was this the year you were born, Enrico?
Yes, I was actually in 3rd grade.
Rico actually was in a lifeboat on the Titanic.
Right. In 1957, the Detroit Lions went to San Francisco and won. That was the last time they won a road playoff victory.
Wow.
That's your playoff wins. 97-1.
Hey, how appropriate is this? Winter's here, and it's messy out. Yeah, you think? Take a look outside. If you've been injured in an auto accident or a slip and fall during the winter days like today, there's only one attorney you've got to call. It is David Femininio. We have told you, if you've been injured in Michigan, you need to call David Femininio. Get David, getpaid.com, or call that number, 855-65-CRASH. All right, so We are going to get to the Lions coming up in a moment. If you missed the start of the show, we wanted to mix it in. A lot of breaking news with Harbaugh. Sounds like this thing is heading right down the tracks to the Chargers. He's going to take damn near everybody with him. What was your reaction to it? We gave you a few segments.
Yeah,
Lions
Mike,
in a moment.
And
Yes,
also
Brian.
to add on top of that, it appears that you can no longer bet where he is going on certain sports books. They've taken it off. Leads me to think that it's even closer.
Also, it's 2:51, and Josh Allen still sucks. All right, so let's
just taking strays, Mike. The body's cold. Let it go.
I just can't stand media darlings. It drives me crazy. I want to go on the board, and I have something creative for you. Okay, let's do it. Well, my man, I gave people a little bankroll booster last night. We went 2-0 in the NBA. So, we're not going to do that again anytime soon because the NBA is a minefield. Gave you the Celtics laying the 2.5 on the road. They won by 9 or 10. I forget. Who cares? The bet cleared. And I gave you the Cavs in Orlando. And, they won by 50. So we're good. So we won't be doing that anytime soon. Let's get back to where we're comfortable. College basketball. Now, Rico, these are not a system plays. They're just home underdogs I like tonight. I want to know if you like one, both, or neither. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. The first one is Ultimate Letdown Lounge. It is the Pitt Panthers off beating Duke in Cameron and flipping people off, traveling down to take on the Ramblin' Wreck of Georgia Tech. Coached by Damon Stoudemire. Fun note. G-Tech is a 3.5-point dog at home. I think this has got letdown written all over it. The other game, and that's what
that one I would thoroughly bless. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Let it rain, holy water. The other one I need your help because
who caught strays. Speaking of catching strays.
Uh-oh. Yeah, we'll stay away from that. I know what you're talking about. But we got to go to a place where, okay, then, we cannot stand watching this conference. It's called the Big Ten. Minnesota at the Barn and that ill-colored court. It's not white. It's not gray. It's just something. It's like you got to adjust your eyes. Minnesota getting 3.5 at home, hosting what I think is a grossly overrated Wisconsin.
Mike, I like that. As a matter of fact, that was one where I know little Mikey pops on the shoulders and says, "Son, take your vitamins." I think Minnesota just flat out wins that game.
I get it, but we're taking them points.
I know.
But I like those two in college. Neither are system-y. Neither, don't get carried away. They're just games I like. If you wanted a system that's not a system, you got to have the chops to do it. You'd have to bet Illinois State 9-10. Favored over 11-8 Belmont by 1, but I don't love it. Rico, what do you got for the people?
Mike, I'm going to go to Michigan minus Doug McDaniel, headed to Purdue.
No, why isn't Doug there?
We don't know, but he
wait, I just saw him play at home.
He only plays at home. He does not play on the road for the next 6 games or 5 games. So.
Oh, okay. I won't ask any questions about that.
Hey.
Signed media.
Here's the Fab Five. Go look at them.
This program is something, man.
I'm going to say this. Zach Edey has been a monster. I don't see how Michigan slows him down. Zach Edey over 24.5 points. Fletcher Lawyer over 11.5 points at plus 270.
Yeah, whatever you do, you can't be in the business of laying 19 points in a college game.
No.
And I wouldn't be comfortable taking it.
And you know what? Actually, I would.
Really?
Yeah. Because
Michigan's in a bad way right now, Rico.
Michigan is bad, but Purdue is trying to make up for everything that happened last year. They are steamrolling people. And Mackey is just the craziest place to play.
All right, you're going to lay the 19 plus the props?
No. I didn't add the 19 in the props. I just gave you the props.
Well, you can act like a man.
Oh, you want that?
Hey, man, you're up here on stage, right? You're flexing. You're like, hey, I'll lay tonight then put the 19 in.
Okay, then
Come
with the
on
19 in, you're at plus 456.
That's what Kenny Cott wants to hear. Kenny,
I'm eligible.
Yeah, I'm eligible too. I'm still eligible right now. I have 2 picks in the NHL that I like but don't love, but I do like them, so I'm still going to bet them. Golden Knights traveling to the Islanders, plus 130. Also, the Caps, who are not terrible, playing the Wild, who are terrible, plus 140 on the Caps.
timeout. I see a real opportunity here, Kenny. A real opportunity.
Let me guess. Sharks plus 285.
I'll do you one better. Blue Jackets plus 310 at the Oilers.
Yep, no thank you. That is an awful. That's your worst out of all the trap games that you've given me. That's the worst one yet.
I love seeing the hockey odds with some of the money lines they throw out, and it's like, wow, you gotta have some serious conviction to bet some of this crap.
Yeah,
David, Mr. Duran fell short by 2.
Yes, he did.
Either points or rebounds. I told you they're pricing these things so high. He had a nice game last night. I think he went 12-12. But you need it over 26.
And you know
Be
what?
careful with these.
And maybe that's why the Bucks then turned around and fired their coach. Because they fired their coach.
Yeah, no. They fired. Listen, there's been a rift between Giannis, Dame, and coaching staff. This has not gone well, Rico. There is something there. And you know, Giannis runs that organization. You could tell that was headed that way.
But he's such a nice guy.
I don't care.
He smiles a lot.
Okay.
He smiles a lot.
I'm sorry, David. Go ahead.
I'm going to go. I was looking at this Nuggets-Pacers game.
God.
And I understand the Nuggets are on the road, but at minus 5.5 over the Pacers, who just are trying to gel with a new roster, confident in that one at minus 5.5 for the Nuggets tonight on the road against the Pacers.
Jokic may play the game while puffing a Marlboro, and he'll still drop 20.
Exactly.
I've never seen anything like Jokic. The night they played the Pistons, he may as well have taken the court, no pants, and hung over. Had 16 assists. Why? I felt like it. I didn't want to shoot the ball. He's amazing.
All right, my teammates bet me I couldn't have at least 15 assists, so I had to show them I could do that.
Yeah, I'm just going to do that now. All right, whatever you do, don't be a dummy. That is on the board. All right, FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, championship weekend, $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. Tons of ways to play. It's all there for you right now. You can go to FanDuel.com, check out all the props, all the SGPs. It's $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 wager. It's FanDuel.com/ticket, 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only, $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? 1-800-270-7117.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Lions have only been to the NFC Championship game one time. Sunday will mark the second. Detroit is a 7-point underdog against San Francisco, just one win from the Super Bowl. Head coach Dan Campbell told Stoney and Jansen this morning that it's going to take the best effort of the year to knock off the 1-seed Niners. Detroit's only other appearance in the NFC Championship game, 1992. That was a 41-10 loss to Washington. And of the 4 teams left, the Lions have got the longest odds to win the Super Bowl at plus 850. The Red Wings aim to keep their winning ways alive against the Stars tonight at LCA. Detroit, winners of 7 of their last 9 games, owns the first wild card in the Eastern Conference. 53 points on the season now. Puck drop at LCA at 7 o'clock. The pregame show at 6:45 right here on 97.1. Some breaking news in the NBA. The Bucks have fired head coach Adrian Griffin, and it's the toughest test so far this year for Michigan basketball. The 7-11 Wolverines travel to play number 2 Purdue tonight. They've lost 6 of 7 games. Tip off at 9 o'clock over on WWJ. At the Coral Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock. Great to have you with us on this ridiculous weather day. This whole week's going to be ridiculous, apparently. Odyssey.com Rewind, if you want the latest on Jim Harbaugh, where Rico's update, they've pulled it from the sports books. You can't even bet where his destination's going to be. It sounds like Chargers. Let's turn our attention to the Lions. Because, Rico, I think now, maybe this is the show where we can all get along. Last week, almost a week to the day, I said, guys, I need your permission. I want to move the goalposts. I didn't agree with the house money approach last week. You were favored by a touchdown to beat a Buccaneers team that you were better than. I couldn't not have an expectation there. But see, now we have to juxtapose this because David brought this up, Rico, and he's right. It's actually a really interesting topic. I think you're playing with house money. You're here. You're a 7-point dog. Whatever happens, happens. It's been an incredible season. You've erased some of the worst parts of your history. You've created some unbelievable moments. And I think you've set the foundation to have a really nice Super Bowl window in the next 3, 4, 5 years. But David countered me, Rico. And he goes, no. Look here, bitch. He goes, this is such a rare opportunity. You can't say it's house money because you may never get here again. And I said, David, I don't appreciate you calling me a bitch. I said, but I think that's a really intelligent remark. So I'd like to know what side of it people are on.
David, wow.
Yeah, it's just.
I did not call him that. It was something else.
Well, I was just like, David,
right.
That's intelligent. Like, wow. Every now and then, David.
Isn't it great? So, which side of this are both you guys on in the room, but also you, the fans? You've been on this emotional journey with this team. Are you ready to say it's house money, YOLO, or no, it can't be house money? This is such a rare opportunity. 248-539-9797. Gentlemen.
I'm going to say it is house money because I believe in this team. And I don't think that you're going to go another 30-year drought where you're not going to even win a playoff game. I don't think you're going to see this happen in Lions history for a long time. I think that this team is going to be a force that they're going to be in the playoffs, that they're going to win playoff games where, you know what, it's going to become so expected that playoff tickets won't be going for a mortgage payment. They'll just be playoff tickets. It won't be, oh my God, I've never seen this and I'm sitting here crying with my father's ashes. It'll just be another playoff victory. So, no, this is house money because I think this team goes back and back again, David.
See, Rico, I hear you, and I understand what you're saying.
Uh-oh.
But in 1991, there was a team named the Detroit Lions. They beat the Dallas Cowboys, and everyone talked about them like they will be here again.
Hey, David, what if I told you that one of those teams would become a dynasty?
Exactly.
It was just a team that lost that game.
Was expected to be Detroit. They were to be back. They were going to be the team of the 90s. 32 years. That's why I'm saying, no, it isn't house money. Take advantage of your opportunity now and be like Dan Campbell and saying, we have 2 games with a bye in between. You go for it now.
I get what you're saying, David, but I guess I just expect this team to keep doing this. I expect the coach to keep doing this, the system to keep working.
So could I offer something to David's perspective? Mm-hmm. You could lose both coordinators. You could be the Philadelphia Eagles.
You could.
Who, still talented, still, I think, have a window to do a lot of great things, but they had a very off year.
Right, or you could be the Cincinnati Bengals and have your quarterback go down early in the season, and it kind of derails your season.
Here's the other problem I have, is somehow it's like if you say it's house money, people are saying, oh, well, you're saying they don't have a chance. No, they have a chance. But house money is about your expectation of victory is out the window, that the anger with a loss is out the window, that you're accepting of whatever happens, because you've arrived at a point that you did not expect to be at. That's what house money means to me. What I don't want to do is, literally have to take a weed whacker out and start arguing with people. No one is saying they don't have a chance. I'm just saying I won't be mad if they lose, that I won't feel like they fell short of max capacity. Like if they lost to the Bucs, that's why a week ago I begged you guys, let me move the goalposts. Let Uncle Mikey just move that ladder for you. Because you were better than the Bucs. And we believe that you will beat the Bucs. And that a loss is unthinkable. You can't say that a loss to the Niners is unthinkable. Just like you can't say a win is unthinkable. It's unlikely, but not unthinkable. That's what house money means to me. Rico, you can speak for yourself. That's just what it means to me.
No, and it's neither one is unthinkable. What you'll find out is, whoever loses the game, that's when the reality kicks in of how long the offseason is. And now how do we get back to that point? But I guess I say it's house money because I go back to the original statement that we had for this team at the beginning of the year: win the division, get a home playoff game, win that game. I feel dirty now saying, yeah, that's not good enough anymore. Because at the time we said that, those were lofty goals. You've exceeded those goals, and that's great. Now, I may be the wrong person to say this, but if you lose this game, are you that crushed? No, because you look back and you'll say, you know what you'll talk about in the offseason? How great those 2 home games were, how loud it was, how it's a den of vipers coming down to Ford Field. That's what you'll remember. So it is house money. And I do think you're going to be back. I don't think this is going to be a once in every 30-year thing. I think you have the right coach. You have the right management. For the first time in a lifetime, you got the right people in place. I think this train keeps rolling.
Yeah, but if, to Mike's point, bringing up the coordinators, if you lose those coordinators,
that could be problematic.
Next year, at the end of next season, if it wasn't a great year because of that, fans they'll have the memories in their head of making this playoff run, but in the back of their minds, they'll say, man, we blew the opportunity. And that's what I don't want. Don't blow the opportunity. Take advantage of it.
Just go hire Eric Bieniemy. He'll run your offense.
So how about this? Let's do it a different way, right? I want to, I guess, offer people some different factors. So I have a history of the point spread of the NFC title game. You can value it, or you can say this is total malarkey.
Geeky Mike, I love it.
All right. So, in the history of this game, how many times do you think this game has featured at least a 7-point underdog in the game? And the data I have goes back to 1970. Now, do we want to say in modern football history? Do you think that that's a more valuable, maybe go since 1990. You want to do that?
All right.
1990, Rico remembers this game. The New York Giants were an 8.5-point underdog.
How about we go 91?
In San Francisco. Oh, right. But I was trying to start with giving people one that was bigger than you're a 7-point dog. So at least a 7-point underdog. All right. The Lions in 91 were a 14.5-point dog. So that's 2. The next time was Niners, Dallas in 95. Niners, 7.5-point favorite. Green Bay and Dallas. Dallas, 8.5-point favorite, right? Green Bay, 12.5-point favorite against Carolina. What do these games have in common? All the big favorites won. So you keep going. All right, now you had a huge upset, 98-99. Everybody remembers Atlanta, Minnesota. Minnesota, I don't think, what was it, Morton Anderson or Gary Anderson? He hadn't missed a kick all year. So Atlanta springs the big upset. St. Louis, 14.5-point favorite. They beat the Bucks. St. Louis, again, a 10-point favorite. Beat the Eagles. But then the next time you see a favorite, it would be the Giants as a big dog actually winning. 8-point dogs in 07, the game in Lambeau that me and my dad were at. Then you go another several years, basically a decade, until you get to Seattle as an 8.5-point favorite, but they won in overtime. You got to then go 7.5 points. San Francisco dropped a bomb on Green Bay. Remember the game they got up just 28-0, it was over? Mm-hmm. The point I'm making is not only is it kind of rare to have the big spread, it's exceedingly rare for the underdog to win. Now, I'm not saying they don't play close. I'm not saying the games are all rickrolls, but it's exceedingly rare. You're talking about in the last 20 years of football, the only big dog that has won an NFC title game. The New York Giants back in 07-08, and you'd have to go before that, it would be the Atlanta Falcons 98-99. That's it. So why do I do that? Why did we do this laborious exercise? Because it's why I believe house money is appropriate. Because what you're trying to do is just delete a massive historical trend that is against you. Now, you want to say that has nothing to do with these 53 players, this coach, this team, this moment? Cool. But I'm trying to give you the whole picture, and you tell me how you're approaching it. I'm with Rico on this. This is house money.
I love when he goes geeky, David. I mean, I don't know about anybody else, Mike. I enjoyed that last 5 minutes. I'm sitting here taking notes like I'm in class. Like, okay, and then, oh, wow, I remembered that. Okay.
But you understand why I did.
I do, yeah.
I mean, it's kind of like it's a reality check to what you're asking this team to do.
Right. I know it's Detroit versus everybody, and nobody believes in us, but yeah, when you see that point spread, as you like to say, Vegas ain't handing out free meals. And they're saying, yeah, good run, but we don't think it's going to happen. As a matter of fact, even in the event that you do, we don't favor you in any game. If you played any of the remaining 3 teams, you're not favored in any game.
Which is a very good place to be from a mentality standpoint because the pressure's off.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll get to the people. 248-539-9797. If you value it, you value it. If you don't, you don't. Doesn't matter to me. 97.1. All right, David with the ticket text, and we get to the people. Are we on the same page that the Lions are playing with house money now? You know, you're a big underdog, which is a great place to be. I think it's the best spot to be as a fan. Nobody wants to be the favorite. You get bent out of shape. You get nervous. But to me, this is perfect. Like, we're where we want to be. You're 60 minutes from a Super Bowl. You've accomplished the things we talked about on this show for a year. Win the division, win a playoff game. Hell, win 2. But for me, this is absolutely house money. I'd be loose as a goose going into this game. Or, the opportunity's too big. I'm too emotionally invested. I can't possibly envision losing. Like, it's just too painful. David, what do the people say?
Larry from Lake Orion says, house money all day. No one expected you to be here because this game was supposed to be the Cowboys versus the 49ers. Someone else texts in and say, no, we are still playing with house money. Barring any major injury, we're still going to have our same players for the next 3, 4, 5 years. So I don't see how we get any worse. Someone else says, David is right. How many franchises have been on the cusp with promises to return and get another shot only to collapse in the following season?
But see, I think that's in the minority because when you look at it, David, there's certain teams you could always pencil in the playoffs. Now, there's certain ones that rise and fall. Okay, and we'll just take the Chiefs out of it. But as much as Mike hates Josh Allen, Bills found a way to stumble into the playoffs again this year. The Bengals they had to lose a quarterback, or else the Bengals, you always see them in there. The Cowboys, as bad as the Cowboys are every year, they're always in the playoff hunt. So there are certain teams, and I think the Lions will be one of those teams that you could just pencil in. Now, will they be the best team? It depends. The Ravens, always. Your Steelers are always in the playoffs. You can pencil them in. Just when you think they're dead, they're not. They're in the playoffs.
Someone says, I disagreed about moving the goalpost last week, but I'm with David now. Time to go full in Jake Taylor and win the whole effing thing. Okay.
It's all mentality. No one's saying whether they do or don't have a chance. It's just a mental approach to it. That's all.
House money, we accomplished more than we ever thought and will definitely be back.
Yeah, I do. I just see this team. This team will be back. This team will be one of the probably 4 or 5 teams that every year, just like Green Bay is a team that I think you probably can just write them in. Like them and the Lions will battle it out for the division. One will get a wild card, one will get a division title, but they'll both be there.
Let's get to the people. Start out with Brandon, 97.1. What's up, Brandon?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey, Brandon.
Good, Brandon. What's up?
Hey, guys, appreciate you for taking my call. You guys are making some really good points on, playing with house money. And also the fact that the coordinator's could potentially gone, I think that really says house money. However, I think our situation's a little bit different than the Eagles. I don't think that I'm not saying that Jalen Hurts is worse than Jared Goff, but I think that Jalen Hurts is more dependent upon the system. But anyways, back to the house money thing. I do believe it is house money, but based on the matchup and like how physical we are, I just think that this is a spot that we have to win. And I feel like this is also a spot where the Sharks are leaning towards us. I just like the spot we're in. I don't feel like the spread should be that big, but I'm expecting this game to be interesting very early.
Interesting as in how? It's in the Lions taking off and getting a lead?
Yeah, I don't expect the Lions to fall behind by, more than a score very early. I expect early success similar to how the Packers had early success.
Okay. All right.
I guess
go ahead.
Brandon, no, my question is, okay, all of that is fine. I mean, I'm not doing a game preview. So you do believe it's house money or you don't? Because you sound like you don't, but you said you do.
I mean, I believe it's house money in the same way that you say that you're not going to be, down in the dumps about potentially losing this game. However, my expectation is that we do win, if that makes sense. Like, I'm still looking at the season as a success. I'm not calling it, Super Bowl appearance or bust. However, I'm still expecting it just based on the matchup itself. Like, I don't like you can't sit here and look at this game and tell me that we're severely outmatched.
Sure, I can.
That's just not the case.
Hold on. Why can't I say that? Just remind me what exactly? How did San Francisco in one game against Green Bay go from being a monolith and an overwhelming favorite to win the Super Bowl to now they're on your level? Just help me understand that.
My belief in that is coming from how we match up with them.
Okay.
Our quarterback play is, it's clearly superior. At this point in the season, you can have far more trust in Jared Goff than you can Brock Purdy. If you look at our fronts, like our offensive line versus their defensive line, they have a great defensive line, but it matches up as well as anybody in the league.
Right,
they're great.
But Brandon, I don't know if you heard the previous segment. Brock Purdy is about, if he beats the Lions, would have beaten every playoff team this year. So, yeah. Just want to throw that out there.
I'm not going to get in the business here of having to establish that the Lions have a chance to win. Of course they do. But what I'm not going to do is take one game in the rain where 9 plays in, the most important player on the field gets hurt, and I'm going to now make that the benchmark to how I view what the Niners have accomplished over 18 weeks.
Well, Mike, what happened was the Lions fans saw that the Niners, they saw them bleed. But
Sure.
yeah, and it's like, wait, they're not this force, but they played probably a D minus game, and they still beat Green Bay, a team that came in here and embarrassed you on Thanksgiving Day. And Green Bay actually had their running back then. They didn't have their running back then. So, yeah, they played a D minus game, and they still won at home.
The other thing I would say is I've watched every snap of both Lions playoff games. How all of a sudden you're taking surviving your 2 games and winning, but surviving. And now you want to equate it to, oh, no, I expect to beat the Niners. I just don't know where that comes from.
Well, it comes from this. I can tell you. It's because you look at the Niner quarterback and you say, well, he struggled the entire game. And he had the gloves on. He had the gloves off. He was missing people. But he didn't have his best receiver out there, just like it would have been the same if you had no Laporta.
Do you know what Brock Purdy's 2 worst games in his career are?
I do, but go ahead.
No, they're both in the rain.
Yeah.
What's the weather going to be this weekend? Oh, wait, not rain. So I'm just not unwinding the yarn ball to everything I've seen. Now, if you want to build a case, you don't believe McCaffrey's right. You don't believe Debo's going to play. You believe that your short passing attack, somehow you'll be able to expose Werner and Greenlaw in the middle of that defense, which I don't think is a good matchup for you. If you want to tell me that and say, look, the Niners, you can run on them a bit, that I will agree to. What you can't convince me of is what you're doing defensively. We talked about a faulty game plan by Todd Bowles, and Baker still went for 350 and had the ball with a chance to tie. Nick Mullins, 800 yards in 2 games. Matthew Stafford, 400 yards, whatever he wanted. Guys, pardon me for living on planet Earth here, but I think it's okay to go, we got a chip and a chair, but you're a long way from being Doyle Brunson here. Can we just take the approach of, hey, we got a shot, but I'm not going to smash the TV and go viral if we lose. It's house money. The expectation of I expect to go to San Francisco, I can't get there. I can't, but I'm also an impartial observer. Do I root for you guys? Have I told you for a year you're going to be good? You're going to win a home playoff game? You're going to win the division? Yes. But, hey, man, if you want pom-poms, you can pick a different day part. I mean, I don't get the hubris. San Francisco deserves to be respected and deserves to be favored. And if you beat them, that's arguable. You know what? F it. It's the biggest win in the history of this franchise.
Yeah, that's fair. That is absolutely true. But, yeah, I just think that they Lions fans, like the caller, they saw the Niners bleed and said, you know what, we can beat them because, grit.
Well, the grit's real. That I will tell you the grit's real.
No. Because if that's the case, we could beat anybody. But we're on a roll. We're on a train. We're just knocking out all opponents. I get that.
We'll get with more of the people. Is it house money or not? We're having fun talking about it a little bit. We'll continue along. 97.1. All right, wrapping about the Lions. If you want to hear about Harbaugh, where I don't know. Do we say it's imminent? Do we say it's trending? Whatever you want to call it.
Trending's the best way to put it.
Major smoke. He's going to be the Chargers' next head coach, including Rico saying straight up they've taken it off the board on the books. You can't even bet it. And by the Rico, I guess the thing I would say, and again, rewind if you want it. We're talking Lions right now. The fact that we're talking about staffing makes you feel like you're going to get a report from an insider like this thing's done for dinner.
Yeah, and the fact that he allegedly went back out there with his wife, that means, you're looking at places that we could possibly live if we move. Yeah, this is a lot more serious than the previous 2 years.
Lions, is it house money or not? And, yeah, like I said, I just view it. I've always viewed the playoffs the same way. I never go into playoff games overconfident. I never go in feeling it's hard to expect to win. You hope to win in the playoffs. So for me, the fact that you've won 2, the fact that that doubles up your playoff wins since 1957, amazing moments here, and now you're facing a real team. No disrespect. You're facing a real team. Not the Bucks and not the Rams. You're facing a big dog. The last time I saw you play a team as good as San Francisco was the week you played Baltimore. Now, I don't think that that's a direct comparison. I'm just making a point to you. San Francisco's beaten all the playoff teams. They had a bad week in the rain, and they lost their best player 9 plays in. I'm sorry that I'm not taking them down and going, well, they're ass. We're going to pound them. To the people. Who's waited the longest, Rico, just so we're doing this appropriately?
That would be John. John, you're on 97.1.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, man.
Johnny, what's up?
I'm 57 years old. You just said who has waited the longest? Okay, I'm not the oldest Lions fan, but I've been watching them since I was 3 years old.
John, hold on. Who's been on hold the longest?
Losing seasons. I'm sorry, go ahead.
We were talking who's been on hold the longest, not who's waited
I
the
know
longest.
that. I know that.
Okay,
But I'm just saying. It fits to what I'm saying. I'm 57, 54 years I've been watching them. I've been through Wayne Fonts and Matt Patricia, and I've been through all these coaches and all these players and all these promises, and all these bad decisions, and I've watched every major sports team in Michigan, not just professional, win a championship. My son's Little League team couldn't stop the ball, and I don't know. Yeah, it's house money. Last week was house money because the expectations were.
All right, John, you're
His
fired
phone's
up,
toast.
but yeah, your phone has got expectations too. He's fired up.
Next. Yeah, he's into it. Respect, but
He is.
yeah, he's out of his mind right now.
All right, Devin, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Uncle Mikey, Uncle Rico, what's going on?
What's happening?
What's up, Devin? How are you?
I just want to say, man, we playing with house money. I agree 100% with y'all. We'll be here for a minute as long as the front office keeps doing what they're doing, hiring the right personnel, drafting the right personnel. We're gonna be here. We're here to stay. And I just want to say that we definitely have a shot with San Fran. I know they top dog, they the big dog. They're probably the best team we played all season, aside from the Ravens. But we got a shot, man. We got a shot.
No one has argued. Devin, I don't know who you're trying to convince. I've said you have a shot. But what I'm not going to do is get into this, you're walking in as the big swinging you-know-what. I mean, come on now. Let's at least have a little respect for the team we're facing here. No disrespect.
Hey, they're fired up, Mike. Let's go back to the phone lines.
Okay, but like Rico, who is Devin trying to convince? I said you got a chip in a chair. You got a shot at this. But, take it easy.
Devin's convincing. He's firing up himself. He is the coach in the mirror saying, we could do this. Yeah. And he's ready to run through the wall. That's where we are. Oh, just wait till Friday.
No, I know.
All right. Jake, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey, Jake.
What's up, Jake?
I'm going to frame it this way by saying it's not house money because I think if you strip
this game of its context Detroit-wise, which I know it's hard to do for all of us listeners, the years and decades of futility, but if you strip that context and look at it from the outside in, the Lions have been one of the top 3 teams in the NFC for, at least 10, 12 weeks now, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the way I look at it is you have 2 of the top 3 teams in the conference going at it right now, and to me, I don't want to start fresh next year with what will be a better NFC. I'm not going to feel good about that. Jordan Love on the way, knocking on the door, whatever the Bears decide to do with all those picks. You're starting over fresh next year and thinking you're entitled to be in this spot. I can't subscribe to that. Do you think the Bengals probably felt pretty good a couple years ago for where their future was looking? Not saying this era of Bengals football is disqualified by any means, but Burrow out for the year. That's what I'm saying. Who knows? A million things could happen next year.
I agree the stakes are very high, and I do not subscribe that you're just getting back here every year. I'm just making – all right, let me make the counter to it. I think you're built right. It's why for a year I've said you'd win the division. I think you have a chance to get a hell of a lot better next year. I'm making the point, I don't think this is the best team you're going to have. I could see in the next 3 years you have a team that is substantially better than this, and you're the team favored by 7 in an NFC title game.
Mike,
I think you have that type of growth.
How about this? Let's just say you take 2 of your first 3 draft picks and you really go, or just all your first 3 draft picks and you go defense-oriented.
Okay.
Defense, 1 on each level of the game. Now, a D lineman, another linebacker, a corner or a safety. Now you're stacking players. Now you're adding depth. Because here's the other thing. This team really hasn't gone through that much adversity when it comes to injuries. They haven't had major injuries where, Laporta probably was the biggest one and your O-lineman. But, you haven't lost, your QB. You haven't lost Gibbs, St. Brown for 4 or 5 games. So you start adding depth to this team, I'm with you. It gets better.
I get a bookend for Aiden. I get a lead corner. I get free agents who want to come here for not only equitable market deals, but less because they want to win.
Yeah, I wasn't even talking free agents, but yeah, you're right.
I could see this team being a nightmare in the next couple of years. I just don't think it's a finished product. So I look at it as we're ahead of schedule. Mm-hmm. Think about it. Most years when you get to the divisional round and you're the 3 seed, you're going on the road. Mm-hmm. We're a year ahead of schedule. We got to play the Bucks, who I don't think, and again, not going to redo this. Last week I got made fun of for saying, guys, I wouldn't play with this team. I think you'll beat them, but be careful. And I don't think it's a walkover. Oh, please. People called me all kinds of names for a kitty cat. The point is, I know what game I watched.
No, you're right.
You know what I'm saying.
No, you're right. And I think what's happening is this. A lot of Lions fans are now starting to see what the playoffs are about.
It's a hell of a lot of fun, isn't it?
Right. And it's not, college football September games where, we're going to win by 50. No. These are more like the games you just want to win and you don't care about the point spread. You just want to survive. It's the phrase survive in advance. That's what the playoffs are.
All right, we'll get back to the people momentarily. Get ahead of the game. Moran Buick GMC, where they make car buying and certified car service a breeze. Celebrate the start of the new year with a new vehicle. 24 GMC Sierra 1500. Loaded out. All-terrain tires, heated seats, and a whole lot more. $318 a month. 24 months. $19.99 down. New stock arriving daily. Yes, they have Denali's in stock. You can go to MoranExpress.com. Take a look at their stock. Also, to schedule your certified service where you get the free loaner vehicle. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, get back to your calls in a moment. Tons of NFL news, coaching carousel stuff, and the like. David, music, please.
There is a ton of coaching news, so let's get to it. We'll have some odds for some of the jobs that are still open. But let me get your thoughts first on the news that the Tennessee Titans look to be close on hiring the OC from Cincinnati, Brian Callahan. You guys' thoughts on that hire?
I don't understand it. I think it's a joke. I think Amy Adams Strunk got in her feelings, and she fired the wrong man. Mike Vrabel is superior in every way. Callahan, I mean, yeah, great. You've worked with Peyton Manning and Joe Burrow. I mean,
the quarterback
Kenny's right
whisperer.
foot could, Kenny's right foot could coach those guys. So, like, for me, this is an organization that's taking a step backwards.
Yeah. You know, what's next? And once Coach Patrick Mahomes, I grabbed his luggage once at the airport.
Right. Amazing, right? I just don't get it, fellas. I'm sorry.
Then a couple questions on a couple guys here that got fired during the offseason. We've talked about Jim Harbaugh and what looks to be what is happening with the LA Chargers, where Pro Football Talk is reporting that Pete Carroll has been trying his best behind the scenes to get the Chargers job. What happens with Pete Carroll this offseason? Is he just going to be miserable in retirement or not coaching for a year?
Oh, boy.
That's a great question. I think that he's semi-retired. He's half wet. He wants to still coach, but for some reason something happened in Seattle. I don't know. They just said, Pete, we're not bringing you back. Honestly, I could see him, taking an advisory role, not like an OC, but he's one of those coaches that kind of sit around and help the other team, developing team out. I'll kind of pick your brain and help you bounce ideas off of me and hoping that he's going to get another job. But I think that's it, David. I don't think anybody's going to hire him, and a lot of it is due to his age.
Hey, here's an idea. You're 100 years old. F off to the sun. Go enjoy the beach.
Or what
Stop
Mike
being
just
a pain
said.
in the ass. Honestly, I mean, Pete Carroll's so overrated. Hey, look, I clap and I chew gum. Enough. You're 1,000,000 years old. Move on. Now you think what? You're going to go take over the Charge? Get the hell out of here. I don't know why these guys want to die on the sidelines. Put your feet in the sand. Maybe get yourself a little TV job. Relax.
Because, Mike,
enjoy your life.
It's all he's known for about, 30, 40 years?
What, gum?
Coaching and gum.
It has. You're right. And it's hard for him to
It's why,
move away from
David,
it.
it's why, unfortunately, a lot of coaches die like a month after they're done. Or, I mean, it's not just them. It's like a lot of people, when they retire, they didn't have a plan B.
So let's move over to some of the coaching odds for the jobs that are remaining. Let's start in Carolina, because Carolina will now focus on hiring a coach because they hired their GM. Former player Dan Morgan is their GM. So who do you think leads the odds right now to be their next coach?
Carolina?
You have to be a human who has no other options. Working for David Tepper sounds like a complete hellscape.
I would think there's somebody who's either desperate for a job or a college coach who doesn't know any better. Eric Bieniemy, he's been trying for years. Maybe I'll just take anything, even though I know you're a horrible boss.
There it is.
Yeah, he would fall under the field category for this one, which is at plus 600. Who leads this is Frank Smith, who is the OC in Miami at plus 450. Then you have Mike McDonald, the DC in Baltimore at plus 500.
Oh, Mike, don't do it. Yeah. Mike, don't do it. Yeah. Don't. Just stay right there, tucked under John Harbaugh's wing for another year, Mike. Stay.
Yeah, and being the OC in Miami is great when you're in 80-degree sunny weather and you're putting up 70 points.
And your coach is a Jedi, a Yale grad, former wide receiver who was really part of Kyle Shanahan's brain. Not sure. But again, guys, who the hell wants to work for David Tepper?
Right. That's why I figured Bieniemy or just a college coach who wants in the game, and I'll take any job. Heck, you could have told me Chip Kelly, I want to be back in the game. I'm sick of UCLA. I would have believed it. He's sick of UCLA, Mike. I've never seen a coach who wants out so bad.
What do you mean? There's
Kelly.
one right down the road.
You know what, Mike? You win.
I'm here for you. I'm locked in. The 4 o'clock coffee just got off the pot.
You win.
Let's move
God,
over.
They got to give you your own pie. Like, call it Cash the Ticket or something. People can download it. Go ahead.
G-Tech plus 3.5.
Over to the Washington Commanders. Now, who do you think should get the job first? Let's do that.
Please, everyone, seatbelt sign is turned on. The right move is Ben Johnson. And I think that's exactly who they want. I think Ben Johnson would be a great fit there. New owner, new energy, young, offensive-minded. You've already got great wide receivers and skill weapons. They're going to draft a quarterback. Ben Johnson's the move.
Yeah. Number 2 pick in the draft. You can take your quarterback, new coach. You're hoping that you can get the same success and duplicate what the Texans did. Yeah, that was going to be my guy as well, Mike, is Ben Johnson.
Yeah, what's crazy about the odds here, and I don't think I've ever seen it, these are according to Caesars Sportsbook, the field is winning at plus 250. I've never seen the field leading. Then you have Mike McDonald at plus 350 and then Ben Johnson at plus 450.
Okay. Hey, man, no, I mean, it's a quiet search. They've interviewed 1 million people. I'm not mad about it. That's who I'd hire.
See, I think this is more leaning towards Ben Johnson because he's still active and coaching, and they're not making moves. That tells me it's worth the wait. I've never understood why pro teams felt the need to hire somebody right now. You know, like the season's not going to start for a long time. You can wait 2 weeks to get the right guy.
Hey, we've got important off-season meetings.
Right.
So I'm going to move past Atlanta because it is all over the place with that news. When you have the owner who wants one guy and people in the front office want another guy.
Wants Belichick. Everyone else in the organization knows if they hire this man, I'm losing my job or any equity I have with Arthur Blank because Bill Belichick is going to tell me to bleep myself.
Yeah.
Oh, it's succession. It's an absolute made-for-TV power struggle. But the last I checked, Arthur Blank runs that team. If he wants Belichick, they're getting Belichick.
And Belichick leads the odds at plus 250. Overwhelmingly leads these odds. So, but here's a team that doesn't get talked about a lot, and we talked about their former coach. What's next in Seattle?
I'd hire Dan Quinn. Familiarity. He was there during the Super Bowl years. Defensive-minded coach. It works. Understands the culture there. That place is not for everybody. I'd hire Dan Quinn.
That's a good call. I actually like that because I was thinking the same thing. If the Commanders don't take Ben Johnson, I think that he could go out there and look at what he has and maybe do to Geno Smith what he's done with Jared Goff, a guy that was considered a cast-off. Until I can get my quarterback in here, I can maximize this man.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense here, but then we'll close it out with this question because one name that I have not heard either one of you say for no job, what happens with Mike Vrabel?
It feels like he's going to get shut out.
TV.
That's what it feels like.
Yeah, I think TV and maybe TV, David, will have people salivating for him next year and saying, you know what, we're going to wait and go after Mike Vrabel. And then at that point, like maybe the Bears experience.
Dallas Cowboys.
The Cowboys. All of these things blow up and he's got a better choice of jobs to go after. Or you lose again to Michigan and he's off to Ohio State.
They want him so bad there, and that is...
Well, hold on, David, before you go, though. I mean, Mike Vrabel is legit.
He is.
Yeah. I mean, some of the people we're talking about, it's not that I think they're better than Vrabel. It's that Vrabel's been nowhere. I still can't believe they're hiring Harbaugh over Vrabel in L.A.
But you know what?
I think he's a fantastic coach.
Mike, because he's a fantastic coach and he probably has a nice buyout, he knows. I don't have to rush back into this.
Yeah.
I don't have
Get
to
the
take
job
a job.
you want. Pick
you know
it.
what?
Yeah.
How about I go on TV? I'm at Fox. I'm at CBS. I'm on the Peacock next year. And then I can have my choice of teams that I really want to go coach in the following season.
I can see him on Peacock. And that is in football today.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Lions are one win away from going somewhere they've never been before, the Super Bowl. Detroit is a 7-point underdog in Sunday's NFC Championship game against the Niners. This morning, Doug and Gator asked quarterback Jared Goff why some consider the Lions America's team during these playoffs. The Lions' only other appearance in the NFC Championship game, that was a 41-10 loss to Washington in 92. And of these 4 teams left, Detroit's got the longest odds to win the Super Bowl at plus 850. The Red Wings look to stay hot against the Stars tonight at LCA. Detroit, they're really hot right now, winners of 7 of 9 games, and at 53 points, they own the first wild card in the Eastern Conference. Puck drop tonight against Dallas, 7 o'clock. The pregame show at 6:45 right here on 97.1. And NFL insider Mike Garafolo reports that Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers are in, quote, striking distance of getting a deal done. The Wolverines' head coach is in L.A. this afternoon for a second interview. The Falcons are also scheduling a second interview with Harbaugh. At the Coral Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
And if you want our thoughts on the Harbaugh stuff, we gave you 2 segments to open. Odyssey.com Rewind. Talking Lions right now, the house money angle. I mean, it's an awesome week, man. You're in the NFC title game. You're a 7-point underdog. What the hell is there to stress about? I mean, yes, the opportunity. It is rare. It's fleeting. There's no guarantee you're getting back, but it's house money to me. They've accomplished everything I thought they could, and anything they do more is gravy. If it stops right here, regardless of how they play, the result, what it does or does not look like, I don't know how anybody would walk away not feeling like this is the best season of my life as a Lions fan. And when you've arrived at that point, you've arrived at house money. But I'm getting some serious kickback to it. People going, no, we are storming the gates. We are beating this team. F house money. Okay. You want to oil yourself up and play Rambo? God bless.
No, but you get the bravado, don't you, Mike? I mean, you haven't been here,
No,
and it's the whole why not us? And you know what I think helps that whole mentality? You saw it with the University of Michigan a few weeks ago, where it was the why not us? And we can go out here and we could beat the SEC and we could beat Michael Penix and we could beat whoever and we'll win the whole thing.
Everybody picked you to beat Bama. You were a 1-point favorite over Bama. I'm not yelling at you. Please don't take that. I know my tone is terrible.
Right.
I'm making a point.
No.
You're a 7-point underdog to this team for a very established reason. Why not us does not equate to entering the ring like Ric Flair draped in a flamingo boa. Come on.
You were favored to beat Bama, but it's still Bama. And in the world, it was like you went up and you took down Tua, and you took down Ingram as the running back, and Julio. Like every top player was playing in that game. They weren't, but you beat Bama. So a lot of people have that same feel. We could beat anybody. If Michigan can do it, why can't we do it as well?
Right, and you can. It's the NFL. I think you have a chance. But where that goes into hubris and this whole idea of no longer house money, these are the same people that wouldn't let me move the goalpost last week. They told me last week was house money. You can't tell me we're supposed to win this game. Then they heel turned and said we're winning by 50. Now this week, I'm at house money, and they're like, no, you can't. We expect to win. You know what? This is how you know this fan base, and it's not their fault. They've had no success. They have no idea. Their heads are spinning. People's pets' heads are falling off. They don't know what to do. David, give me some ticket text, and we'll get to the calls.
We are on house money. We got the bonus win because we got a second home game. We have a chance to win, but I think maybe Green Bay gave them a problem because they had a little rust. But we are on house money.
I'll say it again, and you heard Kyle Shanahan say it. 9 plays into a game, Debo getting hurt took away a majority of their install. The wristbands, the checks, how they do things, it takes away everything they do because he's their Amon-Ra. Mm-hmm. He's the straw that stirs the drink. He's who you key on. The jet motion, the circle motion, the cluster formations, him in the backfield, all that's gone. Of course you can't just, quote, adjust to it. Tell you what, 9 plays into the game this week, have Amon-Ra get hurt. Tell me how much of a genius Ben Johnson will look like.
Fair point. I have nothing to say after that. David, one more.
Chris in Heartland says, house money, no key injuries, lucky draws, 1 year ahead of schedule, rookies
Amen.
Contributing.
Amen.
Yeah.
And you will, I'm telling you, it may not result in a better record. It may not result in getting here. I think you're going to be better next year. I think you have a chance to create what Rico's enjoyed the last 5 years. I think you have a real opportunity to become the dominant force in the NFC.
Yeah.
No slander.
No, where you get people to say, you know what, I'll come and play for Detroit on a 1 or 2 year deal.
Just like Chauncey Gardner-Johnson did.
Yeah. Where, I don't have to I'll take a discount. I just want to play for this team. You don't have to pay me top dollar. That's what I see in the future. So that's why I say it's house money. You hit all your goals, and I think you're going to be here, and you'll probably make the playoffs 4 out of the next 5 seasons. And that only reason you won't is because that's going to be that year of average where you're going to have a key injury and you'll barely miss out. Not that you'll suck. It just happens. No one goes, unless you're David's team, to the playoffs every year.
Stop it. We don't go to the playoffs every year. Yeah, we do. I'm sorry. Yes, we do.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and you don't win anything.
We don't.
Shut up, you. Shut up, you. I'm over here dumpster diving. My team makes it like once a decade.
You're just going to trade up, get that number 1 pick, Mike.
Man, you shut your mouth. Well. I'm paralyzed with fear. Keep moving. Let's go. Let's go to the new team mascot, should we? Let's go to DJ. Come on.
What up, though?
What's
that? Did you get that helicopter to San Francisco lined up yet, or what?
Hey, my dog, man. I was going to say that for last, man. I was going to get right to the meat and potatoes of football, but since we're going to go
No. First, he's got to go get his beard dyed blue, and then he hops on the helicopter.
Hey, dog, so check this out, dog. Last night, Michael Valenti, you were definitely – I'm like, what the hell? So, look, man, I thought about you last night, right? So I had to go home last night because I said Mike called me a blatant liar a week ago. You were right, Mike, because you know what? I got home last night. I said, you know what? What would Campbell, Caldwell, and Tucker do? I said, I'm going to use some grit. I'm going to keep chopping. No pun intended.
I was about to say, okay.
Yeah.
I know what Tucker would do.
I'm going to get on the phone with the beautiful young ladies at Delta, and I'm going to use some decorum, and I'm going to say, hey, baby, I need you to find me a flight. And I did, Mike. I got on there last night, and I got to work, and I found me a ticket to L.A. I ain't going to lie. I thought about you. Like Mike Valenti would be like, DJ, you're a liar. I did it, man. So I'm going to L.A.
Because you know why, DJ? We don't accept excuses. We embrace solutions.
So you're going to L.A. and driving the 8 hours?
No. It ain't 8. It's only 6. It's only 6.
Oh, my bad.
My family moved out. My family moved out there in the 80s, so I've been going out there my whole life. So my uncle was like, "Man, let's just drive up." It's only 6. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. So
that's
I'll be there. But I thought about you, Mike. Like DJ's a liar because I lied to you. Remember yesterday I told you I wasn't going.
I knew you were full of it. You couldn't stay away. So tell me, is it house money, though? Are you loose? Are you just, hey, man, we're going to roll the dice and see what happens? Or are you in the expectation mode that so many of these fans are?
No, that is absolutely, totally, utterly ridiculous to be in expectations is next year. You came into this season. We all came into this season. The national media, the local media, like, look, you got to build off Green Bay. You got the momentum. Most people were saying that don't even carry over, which a lot of times is true. But they did it, man. They said, let's check this box. Let's win a division title. Let's make the playoffs. Let's win a playoff game. All those boxes checked, dude. So anything that we do now is house money because we've done. But that don't mean quit. That don't mean see like the Eminem song. So you got to lose. You got to get the moment. You got to cherish it now. That don't mean don't do that. You got to go for it. But more than anything, Mike and Rico, because I don't want to take up everybody's time. It's a couple of things that y'all been talking about that I was taking notes on. Number one. In the 90s, my man David brought up that 91 team. We went to the playoffs 6 out of 10 times during that time. One of the main reasons because we had the Brad Holmes at that time. We had Kerry Cober, who was the scouting director who went to Pittsburgh and put that dynasty together just like we got Bradley Holmes. So basically we had a guy who was drafting us good players. Next, the MVP of these playoffs is Bradley Holmes. I said the offensive line first, but it's not. It's him. Think about this, Mike. This dude has got us. He got us 3 drafts. 2 of those drafts we got all pros. We got a Pro Bowler in every single draft. When has that ever happened in the history of this franchise, Mike?
Never.
Never. Good point.
Never.
You see what I'm saying? So That's why I'm with Rico. We're going to keep going because we have our Kevin Colbert. We got the guy that's going to bring in all pros, man.
Hey, DJ, you can't agree with me. You know I hate the Lions.
Oh, no.
Hey, man. So I'm definitely with you, man. Now next year, because this expectation has set, now we can talk about man. We ain't good with the division. We ain't good with the NFC Championship. We've done that, but we established that. So Mike, we house money right now, my dog.
I'm with you. I'm with you. And whatever you do, have fun, be safe, do not dye your beard blue. That's obscene. I wouldn't even know how you get it out of that thing. We'll continue with the callers. We'll get some more of the ticket texts. We got a football today to do as we roll. It's the best week of the year. You're 60 minutes from a Super Bowl. And I love being the underdog. I'm comfortable with it. It's where I like to be as a fan. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. We'll be out there in a couple of months for March Madness. Best viewing experience on the planet, 6 pools, 3 different levels, for a perfect view of the largest outdoor sports book on the globe. It is Circa Resort and Casino right in downtown Vegas on Fremont. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Hey, quick note. I know we're immersed, rightfully so, in Lions Fiesta. This is a selfish thing. 60 seconds for just me and Rico, and maybe David. Man, what kind of deal with the devil did Doc Rivers make to keep getting jobs? The Milwaukee Bucks fired Adrian Griffin because I've been telling you there's been problems between the players and him all year long. They are, quote, going to strongly consider Doc Rivers for this gig. Doc Rivers is awful. Awful.
Doc Rivers has a name, Mike. He walks in and he has credibility, and I think that's the only thing that the Bucs are looking at is maybe.
Only thing he is one of the best gifts ever of him blindly staring at the official.
Yes,
he coached a team in 08 that Rico could have coached and won. The Big Three in Boston, unbelievable.
But I think that's just it. He could walk in there and Giannis will actually pay attention and listen to what he has to say. You have to have a name because if you bring in a young coach, Giannis is going to be like, who are you again? Okay, here's my order. Go get me a 50-piece from Chick-fil-A and make sure it's hot. Giannis, I'm your coach. I don't care. Just go get the 50-piece.
Please, I already told you to leave once.
Right.
Thank you. All right. No, I had to ask. I'm like, are you kidding me? All right, let's get to the callers.
Maybe he'll hire Stubblefield to be on his staff.
R.I.P. Tony Stubblefield. You know what? I want to bring someone to the forefront here, and I'm going to let you discuss this with this person.
Okay.
I want to move Ed to the front of the line.
All right.
He clearly would like to talk to you about your team. Edward, the stage is yours.
Oh, thank you. I think we've got the 49ers beat in all the categories, from coaching down to the water boy.
Okay,
all right.
Go ahead.
Okay. I've looked at every single win that the San Francisco had, their locker room talk, their locker room speech, and I've also did it with the Lions. There is no doubt who's got better control of the team than it's Campbell by far. The other guy sounds like a loser when he's sitting there talking about, oh, we won a game. Just go watch him. He's got control of that team. There's a significant coaching difference. I think Campbell is significantly going to shine in this game. Do you agree? Or
I can't do this. Kenny.
Oh, I wanted to hear from Ed.
I wanted to hear from Ed too. This is shocking.
Wait, we're breaking it
He
down.
said Campbell is better.
Campbell, based off of the post-game locker room speeches.
What about a signature from Swell?
Yeah. I mean, I'm sitting here like, okay, he's better, and he's going to give me X's. He gives better post-game locker room. Have you heard the other guy? He doesn't sound confident. Probably because he's given the same speech for the last time for a lot of years. And, yeah, guys, you know what I got to say. Really? Kenny? Look at me. That's one.
That's one. No, it's all good. I mean, listen, I'm not going to use Ed the outlier. Most people have been very – look, we're all into it. We all want Sunday to be here. But, like, some of you – we get a couple of Mike, you guys who are on the moon.
I was all set, like, okay, you know what? Let's have this conversation. Yeah, okay. What's next? Harbaugh has better dance moves. Okay.
You know, this is an open line system. People are entitled to their opinions, Rico.
We want your open line call.
No, because I'm thinking like he's going to talk about, okay, well, look at our secondary, look at our offensive line, look at our defense. Like, okay, let's play the X's and O's game. Have you seen Campbell's locker room speeches? He's fiery.
Start your breakdown of the game with, I think the Debo thing is critical, and I really was encouraged that Green Bay was able to run the ball on San Francisco.
Right.
You got I'm listening.
Right.
You have my attention.
Right. I was all for that. I wasn't ready for the locker room.
What I don't need is Dan Campbell. You mean Dan Campbell?
Love me that Dan Campbell.
Campbell. That other guy sounds like a loser. You mean the dude who's been to a Super Bowl?
Yeah.
So we have Dan Campbell, we have Dan Gamble, and we have Dan Campbell.
Dan Campbell.
4 straight championship games. Wait, yeah, but he's a loser.
We also have Sewell or a signature from Swell.
Swell. Get that facsimile signature from
Okay,
Swell.
thank you. Stop it.
Move on.
Stop it. And I need you to talk to Juan immediately. 97.1. Juan, how are you? What's going on?
What's going on, man?
I'm all right, man. I say just because my feelings was we was going to the Super Bowl in the beginning of the year. Based off of how they did last year. You know what I'm saying? I didn't care what none of y'all said or what anybody else got to say. But, you know, Debo being hurt, all that plays a part in it to me. So, you know, I don't care about who can't get out there, whoever's out there. I don't care about the rain. The other quarterback against Brock Purdy, Love, played in the same conditions and didn't look as bad. Brock Purdy is suspect. Everybody's talking about him all over the networks, and half of them saying he's suspect and the other half not. So just because Rico love his little Brock Purdy or whatever his name is, forget about him. He's suspect. And I bet we get about 2 or 3 picks off of him, and that's all it's going to take for us to win. I mean, we let people get off and still win the game. So, you know, I mean, not too many people were able to do that. And with that, like the guy before said, that locker room, just the way Dan Campbell got everybody fired up, it's just on another level. I think we're about to beat them. The only person I'm worried about is Lamar. Now, he's a headache. But outside of him, I'm feeling good.
Okay. I mean, so you're saying that Purdy's just going to throw 3 picks in this game?
Well, if he throws 3 picks, you're going to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I mean, geez.
That's
my goodness.
Yeah, I think Purdy can throw 3 picks, especially against us. I mean, yeah, our guys on the secondary, you know, they don't come through, but when they get into that red zone, it's like they tougher than nails. And
Juan,
like
if I may,
is Cam Sutton still playing?
Well, no, hold on. I wanted to ask you a question. I want to ask you a serious question, just because how does San Francisco win a single game?
What do you mean, how do they win a single game?
Well, I mean, like, how are they not 0-18 the way you're talking about them? I mean, they sound Rudy Poo.
I'm not saying that he's Rudy Poo, but just like how Love is like a rookie still. Not a rookie, but he's young, and he makes mistakes. Purdy has been making mistakes, and we bring mistakes out of people, you know, just from what I've been seeing. So, yeah, he can go to Debo, and Debo may mess around and get hurt again playing with us. Because when the receivers do catch the ball, they get smacked when they playing with us. So they might get it, but not too many people get the big plays and score off of them. So, and that's what's been helping us out. Yeah, they got the yard accumulation, but when they get down to the red zone, not too many people getting in.
Well, you know what, Juan? Okay, now we're talking serious football. This may be the difference. For the first time in about 5 games, the Lions are going up against a real running back.
Right. You're right.
That when it comes to the red zone, if you have somebody who could just run the ball, it's what makes Detroit so dangerous in the red zone. Why? Because you could either hand that thing off or you could play action and there's a tight end wide open. You can get – I think the same thing is going to happen in this game. Juan, I don't think it's a runaway. I think it's a tight game. I think that the Niners have better players, and eventually they will get it. But I'm not going to be shocked if they lose. But when it gets to the red zone, the Lions have played against a bunch of teams that couldn't run the ball. I mean, Tampa couldn't if they tried.
I'll just throw something out there. You can do whatever you like. I don't know why I do this to myself. You like DVOA as an analytic?
Okay.
All right. The top
geeky Mike again.
No, I don't. I shouldn't do this. You know what? No.
You know what? Go for it. You started. Finish. Mike is eligible. Go ahead.
Reporting is eligible. I would really prefer not to do that. This is. I'm just making a point. So the Niners and the Ravens are a little bit different than just about anybody else. So offensive DVOA, right, where it's a real metric of the quality of your offense on a play-in, play-out basis. Do you realize that each Baltimore and San Francisco have put up 2 of the 10 highest DVOAs in history this year?
Wow. I did not know that.
Then the flip side is Baltimore's first in defensive ranking in DVOA. San Francisco's 4th. Okay, so Baltimore's 4th in offense, 1st in defense. San Francisco, 1st in offense, 4th in defense. Top 10 all time.
Yeah.
So I just, Juan, you're making them sound like they're a bunch of plumbers who play football
because they struggled against Green Bay, and that's why. Lions fans said, you know what? You're not that dominant. You didn't win by 50 points, so you suck. we can beat
You know what I like, though? You know what I like what Juan said? Because I do. I agree with this. There's an element of destiny with the Lions.
Yep.
That Dan Campbell, this locker room, this group, it does remind me, heaven help me, sorry, it does. It reminds me of the 07 Giants.
No.
The Giants, it was a locker room versus everybody. Now, the difference is the Giants had to go on the road to Tampa, to Dallas, and to Green Bay. They were underdogged in every game. But there's an element with this crew. The other I would hearken back to would be the 2000 Giants. Remember when Jim Fossil did the speech?
Yeah.
Our chips are in the middle of the table. This team's going to the playoff. Now, they got to the Super Bowl and then got hit with a flaming garbage can, a.k.a. the Ravens. My point is, I've seen when a group who doesn't totally look the part, you bring up Cam Sutton, the defense, there are these teams of destiny that do get there.
So then, Mike, real quick, because Kenny's telling us we got to wrap this up. Then the one thing that I find encouraging is a lot of people have been blasting Brock Purdy, and the two people who stuck up for him, Debo and Brandon Ayuk, like, hey, guys, you're all wrong. So I wonder if now they take that, internalize it, and say, we got to make you look good this week.
Oh, the old that's my quarterback.
That's my quarterback, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, hey, at this time of year, you're using every piece of motivation you can.
All right.
So, yeah. All right, good talk. Niners suck. All right, here we go. 97-1.
All right, guys, you said you wanted to make a career change. You're thinking about going into radio. Great. It's a fun business to do every day. If you want to go into TV, you're a graphic design artist, hey, Specs at LTU could help you achieve your goal. It's very simple. They need you to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, and you'll learn more about that broadcast media arts program, the digital media arts program, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here on the campus in Southfield of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors who actually work in the business like yours truly. What does that mean? It means it's going to be a lot of hands-on instruction. You're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in that business. Let Specs at LTU be the first steps for you achieving your lifetime dreams and goals. So once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
All right, couple of notes here. We'll get back into the Lions momentarily. David, you have a little bit of an update here on the Harbaugh situation?
Yeah, it sounds to me, Josina Anderson is reporting, it sounds to me like it's at the goal line. She says, I'm told discussions with Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers are now underway as I type this per sources. So to me, it sounds like they are at the goal line here and just need to dot the I's and cross the T's.
So triple reverse Statue of Liberty play?
Not the Philly special against TCU. It won't be that, hopefully.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. There's always been an element of this where I all of those interviews, there are plenty of years where I'm like, guys, he's not getting a job. He's out here shaking his ass and shaking a can for money. Nobody wants him. This is different. The Chargers from the very beginning have been intimated as the spot. He's now done multiple interviews, including one where we believe he's brought his wife with him. And there's been discussion from people in the media who, look, they're paid to be right. They're not opinionists. They're reporters. They've talked about staff. It just does feel different. We talked at the start of the show. We're not going to go back into it, but like you can Odyssey.com rewind it. I wouldn't be bent out of shape if I were a Michigan fan. I don't know how you blame Ward for this. Not when this guy's wanted to leave for a while.
There's many things to blame him for, not this.
You're right. And also, guys, this is Pete Carroll leaving USC. He has to leave. There's no choice. I mean, I know you don't want to grapple with that, but he does. Right. He's got to leave. You don't have a choice.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right
Timing's
about that.
perfect.
He has no choice. I mean, he probably wouldn't coach next year anyway.
He'll miss a lot of games
Yeah.
if he did. And I mean, that's why he wanted, hey, you can't tell me I can suspend me. Actually, we may have to, Jim.
Yeah, immunity. What? That's not how this works. So look, I don't begrudge him the desire to go. I view him not as a person or anything like that, but like if Izzo tomorrow wanted to take NBA money to get fired in 3 months, I wouldn't care. Harbaugh won a natty. He can do what he wants to do. Part of it is he's got to go. And look, if I'm Michigan, I have a guy there who's highly capable. I think Sharon Moore, if he stayed at Michigan for another year, Sharon Moore would be one of the handful of high-level coordinators I think other schools would go after. Mm-hmm. So that's just my take. But, hey, if you like the circus and you're going to miss him, God bless.
See,
my argument to you would be, what else is there to prove?
Yeah, he's got you the natty. This is the best time to just part ways before he really wears out his welcome and becomes the villain. You'll always remember him as bringing you that title. You won't remember that he was suspended for half the season. You won't remember the just a cheeseburger thing. Because once he leaves, I don't think the NCAA even does anything to the school because they really wanted him. You may get a scholarship reduction and pay a fine, and that's it. And then it goes away.
Right, with him leaving, I think you dodge most of what they would want to do with you. They want him.
Yeah.
Go ahead, David.
No, you're
sorry, buddy.
You're exactly right. And here's where I've always felt like it was more real this year than before, was because it wasn't just coming, like it or not, wasn't just coming from Adam Schefter. When it started coming from real NFL, I'm not saying Adam's not real, but the source there of him being from Michigan, it felt like it was just being fed to him, to me. And now it was coming from Garofalo and Rappaport and actual NFL guys that you're like, man, you know what? They're not just going to report on this just to report on it. It felt more real to me. And now as it gets closer and closer, that's why I said earlier, I just wanted to make sure they get the right replacement because it feels real to me.
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. For the first time, it feels very legitimate to me. But who the hell knows? I mean, it is clear, right? And I think a lot of coaches suffer from this. They just love attention. This whole idea of, Jim's going to go where he feels the most love. Dude, what do you need? You got a school president who's literally willing to draw you a bath and make you dinner every night. Is that not love? Is 10 at 125 not love? Is not firing your ass for being under multiple NCAA investigations not love?
But actually
how about the fact
backing you with bets.
Backing you with amicus briefs that were unsummariously thrown out of court. Like, all the love is here. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I don't know. If I'm a Michigan fan, I'd be cool. I won, so whatever comes after the winning, I don't really care. Like if MSU won a title and then the school burnt down, probably not going to shed a tear. It just wouldn't matter.
No, it wouldn't. Real quick, they came out with the finalists for the USA basketball Olympic team. 20, I'm trying to think, it's like 28 players are finalists. No Pistons represented so far on this team, so doesn't look like Cade's going to be one of the guys on the Olympic team.
I think the Olympics should be canceled.
Oh.
No one cares. Why do we do it? Because it's a financial burden on whatever city hosts it. Nobody wants the damn thing. And it's a bunch of sports nobody cares about. Oh, my son fences. I don't care.
Oh, no. But you know what, David? That makes sense because if it was up to Mike, he would cancel all the Olympic sports at colleges.
Also true.
And then I'd give them, you don't need the Olympics because hence the Olympic sports.
Bang. That's right. And I would take all that money and give it to football and basketball. Yes.
But yes, that's why, Mike, for the gymnastics and for all the stuff in the track and field.
Yeah,
this is their Super Bowl that they only get once every 4 years.
There's a reason. Why don't we just do it once a decade at this point?
What am I going to watch?
Right,
Real sports?
What are you going to get up at 7 o'clock in the morning to watch exclusively on Peacock?
Right, nothing. I'm sorry that I don't take a great interest in Michael Phelps or Sha'Carri Richardson. I don't care. I care about the Lions and Niners, and then the free agency, and then the draft, and then training camp, and then we do it all over again. Mixed in with Tigers, making fun of the Pistons, Red Wings playoff drive, college sports, but just Mike, about anything.
If that was the case, you wouldn't have one of the most glorious moments in U.S. history.
What's that?
When the U.S. Olympic team won the gold medal.
Who cares? That moment didn't even happen in the gold medal game.
I know.
They had to beat Finland like 2 nights later.
Seriously.
Who cares?
But you don't believe in miracles?
Dude, it was 43 years ago. Nobody actually watched that game, yet people reference it. Who watched it?
That's all I heard about growing up.
Okay, here's the thing. There was no such thing as spoiler alerts, but you needed one back then. Mike, I was actually watching the game, and they were in the middle of the third period when the news broke into a news break, and the game was over, and the anchor, I think it was Bill Bonds, was like, and we'll tell you all about the U.S. victory over Russia. Wow.
Uh-oh. Billy, you weren't supposed to say that.
It's still on, sir. It's still on.
I remember my mother was like, he may not know. He may not know. He's just speculating. I'm like, but he just told me. No. It was a mistake. He misspoke.
His meltdown on YouTube is still one of the greatest things I've ever watched. I celebrate it religiously. What the F does that mean? All right. All right, now that we've canceled the Olympics, we can focus on Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest truck stacking outlet in the country. People, if you agree with me, ticket text. Nobody stocks more, nobody sells more. It's Northville Lumber. They moved enough product to cover 26 football fields because it's all in stock.
But how many Olympic stadiums?
All of those things just become mixed-use apartment complexes when they fall into disrepair. I'm telling you, I got the whole Olympic thing figured out like Northville's got decking figured out. It's right there for you. Trex Decking, you buy it, you get it, industry low pricing. And unlike the Olympics, you're actually going to want to not watch your deck. You're going to want to use your deck. It's all there. And they install all year round. Beat the spring rush. Beat the price increase. Call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. I love Dapper Dan's new call. By the way, everybody, you'll be very excited to know I shared this with Rico. Dan Miller was in office last night doing Lions review, and he shared with me, I didn't understand it. A lot of people were taking my highlights and attaching a quote to it that said touchdown Detroit black guy. I didn't understand it. I go, oh, no, Dan. No. We did that to you. He goes, what do you mean? I go, well, we just wanted to spice up your call. We just thought it was time. We have TJ's drop of calling all blacks, even though it's calling all blackjack players. Dan was just like, oh, my God.
Yeah, he was a little uncomfortable until I explained. I'm like, Dan, don't worry. You're good. Okay. Just, I was like, I didn't understand why people – did I actually say that one? No.
Dan had his engineers combing the tape. Wait a minute, did I say something egregious here?
Hey, Lomas didn't punch me. I'm good, right? Okay.
All right. All right, so we're going to get to the Lions at 3 o'clock, and we try to portion it all out. And clearly, the Lions are going to take about 90% of the oxygen in the room. But there is what is a developing story that we're going to start with, do a couple segments, do what you want with it. The Jim Harbaugh stuff, if you like the odds, minus 400 to be the Chargers' next head coach, plus 225 to not be in the NFL. Here are the quotes. And I know Mike Garafolo is using the term striking distance or Garofalo or however the hell you say his last name. But a gentleman named Aaron Wilson, who works at Houston, KPRC in Houston, is saying that this is, per league sources, that Harbaugh's offensive coordinator with the Chargers would be none other than Greg Roman, which it's a brilliant hire. That's who he had develop Kaepernick. Defensive coordinator Jesse Minter would go with him. No surprise.
Kind of saw that coming.
And then the family plan. I'm just going to go ahead and take Jay in his coloring book, and we're going to bring him with us. So Jay Harbaugh would go with him, too. According to no punishment. According to the NFL, the insiders on NFL Plus, Chargers within striking distance. Garafolo says, my understanding is this is an extremely strong offer they've made to him. They're at a point where they're going to discuss staffing when it comes to the GM and obviously the coaching staff who's going to work with Harbaugh. It feels like it's advanced to a point where if everybody's comfortable with the principal factors at play, they could move on Jim Harbaugh and get him under contract in the near future. So, okay, for the 50th time, we're here. But here's where it's different. You know what I never heard about in his other NFL interviews? Staffing. You know what I never heard about in his other NFL interviews? Him flying out a second time with his wife, allegedly, that she's there with him, okay? So here's my question, Rico. If you want to still ask, do you believe it's happening? Fine. My question is, what is your reaction if and when it happens? Of course, the Richard in me is interested in the spin. Lord knows that group can't face the truth ever. Like, are you going to blame Ward for something he couldn't control? Are you going to blame the NCAA for running off your hero? I know you'll never blame him because the reality is he doesn't want you. He hasn't wanted you in years.
Yeah.
He's wanted to go back to the NFL. And now it looks like finally he's found a huckleberry to take him. But I would love to know, do you believe it's happening? And kind of what is the spin out of this? Like, are you happy? Are you like doing the slow clap where you're like, wow, Jim found love? Are you upset? Like, how could you do this to us? Do you just not care? Are you like, you know what? I'm kind of exhausted by him. I'm going to go ahead and just hire Sharon Moore. We're going to move forward. Or Rico's got something far more salacious, but let me tell you, it's also sensible. But I just wanted to do 2 segments to start the show because this is everywhere right now as we start the show. What do you want to do with it, guys? Because it sounds like Jim Harbaugh's gone, which, again, does not surprise me because, cutscene, I don't think he'd be able to coach next year. That pesky little thing called the truth is going to follow you. So where are we at with it? And, David, I want you as a part of this, as our noted Wolverine scumbag. Want your take on it. Rico, Where are you at with what I just offered you?
Mike, I'm like this. If you're Michigan, this is probably the best of all worlds. You did some nefarious things. You dealt in the gray area. You bent some rules. You looked the other way. But you got a national title. And that's really what all that matters. That's all that people are going to remember. They're not going to remember the story behind the national title. They're just going to remember the history that you got to hoist a trophy. It works out perfectly because you have a succession plan already in place. You won't see the same turmoil that you're seeing at Alabama, that you're seeing in Washington, that you're seeing in Arizona, where all of a sudden the rosters are getting flipped at the last second. And people are just going to come and vulture and take some of your top prospects. You have more there. That's going to be the new galvanizing force of this team. The players believe in him. Nobody's going to be leaving. You can kind of keep this thing going business as usual, minus all the eyeballs and all the drama that came with Harbaugh. He wanted to go for the last 3 years, and now he's finally got his opportunity. Yeah, he's gone.
All right. No. I was just trying to get you to the finish line there. I mean, so he's gone.
Well, I gave you like 6 minutes. I get 60 seconds. Okay.
No, I really calm down. Calm down, Aretha. Let's just chill. I was just making sure we were on the same page here.
Yeah.
So you do believe he's gone?
Yeah, I think he's gone. I mean, taking the wife, yeah, and you're naming staff members. It was always just kind of him going out there, having that initial conversation, and then coming back and saying, "Yeah, I'm not going to do this again. Go Blue."
You know what's interesting, Rico? What you just said, though. Like, maybe I've been too cavalier about it. Like, I thought they'd be okay with Sharon Moore. They'd be fine. Like, he's a really high level. I think he's going to be a hot candidate. But I also believed they were due to come back to earth. I mean, the schedule gets real. You're no longer playing the junior varsity. No, I don't believe you're just going to keep beating Ohio State. No, I don't believe you're going to go 25-1 in conference or whatever it is. So I have a reality to it. Now, I mean, maybe he was building Georgia North. I don't know. The recruiting doesn't line up with that.
No, it doesn't. And that's just it, Mike. Think about it. Michigan wasn't trying to pluck any of the players from Alabama, from Washington, from Arizona. But you know who did? Ohio State. Ohio State went in and said, hey, come to Columbus. And they went and took everybody from Alabama. They had they feasted. Michigan was just kind of MIA, which told me he wasn't that interested.
Do you believe the quote that Ohio State has spent $13 million in the portal?
Yeah.
Do you believe that?
I do. You want to know why?
Okay.
No,
sure.
Because your worst nightmare happened. Harbaugh wasn't on the sideline, still beat you. Then they went out, beat Alabama, beat the best quarterback in football, hoisted a trophy. They're at the top, and you're sitting there watching them. So you know what? That's spite money right there, Mike. That's a whole lot of, hey, this will never happen again money.
I just don't think it's that big of a deal. I don't. You won it all. You know he was going to get hammered because the NCAA wasn't going to let it go. And I don't know, at a certain point, if I were a fan, I'd kind of be tired of him. And reality is Sharon Moore is young, energetic. He's a damn good coach, and you move on.
Yeah,
or maybe I'm cavalier.
Oh, no, but here's the beauty of it, Mike. You don't have to change anything. You don't have to worry about this new offense, and can you go out and get your quarterback? These are all his people. It's already established. It's a business as usual. I know this is going to sound bad, but it's kind of like when Urban left and there was Ryan Day and Ohio State just kept going. And you have the same thing with Moore. Now, something else that you brought up, Mike, if you're a Michigan fan, the one person that I can't believe I'm about to stick up for him. You can't blame Ward Manuel. Ward did everything he possibly could. He actually feigned interest in trying to bring him back, even though he knew he was leaving. And I don't really think he wanted him back, but he went out there, and all reports said there has been a contract sitting on Jim's desk for about 6 months that Jim just didn't want to sign. If that's the case, there's nothing else Ward can do except for fake Jim's signature.
248-539-9797. So just a 2-segment open before the rest of the day's lines. Harbaugh's in L.A., second interview, wife's with him. We're talking about staffing, and NFL reporters are basically using terminology that's a step just before it's done. So what's your reaction to it? And look, it's important we ask you. Because for me, look, my opinion as a Spartan, you don't care. Like if I tell you I'd be upset by it, you don't care. If I tell you I'm happy about it, well, you're a Spartan. So I'm just going to trim the fat. Let's just get to it. You know how I feel. I've told you. I thought he was gone since last summer. And now he's probably gone. So I wouldn't freak. You won. You got a trophy. And I think you got a great in-house candidate. I would be exhausted if this was my coach. David, where are you at with it? You've been on that Harbaugh train for a while saying, look, guys, I'm a little tired of the drama here. But now that it's actually here where it sounds like he's gone, what's your reaction?
You're right, Mike, Rico. I have been tired of this. I've been upset for the last few off seasons of winning the Big Ten and still having to deal with this. But I'll tell you exactly where I am. And all I can do is be honest. All I can do is be real when I tell you this. I want him gone, but in the back of my head, knowing and it feels like it's so close that it can happen within a day or two, the back of my head, I'm wondering, is Sharon Moore the right guy?
Really?
I don't want to go back to Rich Rod. I don't want to go back to Brady Hoke. Just in my head, I'm just like, I want to make sure it's right. And the reason why I'm doing that is because, Rico, you brought up a list last week with names that can possibly replace Jim Harbaugh, and Brian Kelly's name was on that list. And I started questioning things in my head. Should we go after him?
David,
should Sharon Moore be
no.
the guy? I'm just wondering.
Let me stop you with that. Moore should be the guy. He won you 3 games. Okay? 3 games that I don't know if any other coach – I mean, there was a lot of adversity, a lot of pressure going on. The world hated you. He somehow managed to do – his move against Penn State was just brilliant. Our passing game blows. We're just going to run the ball for the entire second half. And he knew you don't do that unless you know you have the support of everybody doing that. Because that's the quickest way to get you
fired. And that
fired.
moment is what I lean on.
You don't have to change anything. If Brian Kelly comes in, you're gonna have some people leaving. You're gonna have to try to bring in some people.
It'll be an Alabama situation.
Ooh,
with
Brian
Moore.
Kelly in Ann Arbor. That's nasty.
Yeah, but he'll get his northern accent back. It'll just be family. I'm here with my family.
It's great to be back in the great state of Michigan. Yeah, no, BK would be
out here drinking my Faygo and Better Made.
Uh-oh. Jesus. Any bumpy cake? But
Give
no,
me some of that
just
Detroit style pizza.
Jesus. I just want to know from the people. We were going to, my God, we were going to do 2 segments on it because all the news is coming out right as we're taking the air, and we got the rest of the day to do the Lions. So let's get to it. Let's hear from you guys. It sounds like Harbaugh to Chargers is I don't know, as close to a done deal as it gets. And I think the thing that would bother me most isn't him leaving. It'd be losing Jesse Minter. I'm not being disrespectful. I'm just shooting you straight. Your coordinators are more important than he is. And Minter is an NFL defensive coordinator. It's the 2nd straight one you've had.
Yeah.
Mike McDonald.
I was about
Losing
to say
that.
Yeah, not only that, Mike, having that pipeline to the Ravens, maybe gone.
You hate to see it. Hey, I love Dapper Dan's new call. By the way, everybody, you'll be very excited to know I shared this with Rico. Dan Miller was in office last night doing Lions review, and he shared with me, I didn't understand it. A lot of people were taking my highlights and attaching a quote to it that said touchdown Detroit black guy. I didn't understand it. I go, oh, no, Dan. No. We did that to you. He goes, what do you mean? I go, well, we just wanted to spice up your call. We just thought it was time. We have TJ's drop of calling all blacks, even though it's calling all blackjack players. Yeah, Dan was just like, oh, my God.
Yeah, he was a little uncomfortable until I explained. I'm like, Dan, don't worry. You're good. Okay. Just, I was like, I didn't understand why people – did I actually say that one? No.
Dan had his engineers combing the tape. Wait a minute. Did I say something egregious here?
Lomas didn't punch me. I'm good, right? Okay.
All right. All right. So we're going to get to the Lions at 3:00, and we try to portion it all out. And clearly, I mean, the Lions are going to take about 90% of the oxygen in the room, but there is what is a developing story that we're going to start with, do a couple segments, do what you want with it. The Jim Harbaugh stuff, if you like the odds, -400 to be the Chargers' next head coach, plus 225 to not be in the NFL. Here are the quotes. And I know Mike Garafolo is using the term striking distance or Garofalo or however the hell you say his last name. But a gentleman named Aaron Wilson, who works at Houston KPRC in Houston, is saying that this is, per league sources, that Harbaugh's offensive coordinator with the Chargers would be none other than Greg Roman, which it's a brilliant hire. That's who he had develop Kaepernick. Defensive coordinator Jesse Minter would go with him. No surprise.
Kind of saw that coming.
And then the family plan. I'm just going to go ahead and take Jay in his coloring book, and we're going to bring him with us. So Jay Harbaugh would go with him too. According to the According to the NFL, the insiders on NFL Plus, Chargers within striking distance. Garafolo says, my understanding is this is an extremely strong offer they've made to him. They're at a point where they're going to discuss staffing when it comes to the GM and obviously the coaching staff who's going to work with Harbaugh. It feels like it's advanced to a point where if everybody's comfortable.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. The Lions have only been to the NFC Championship game one time. Sunday will mark the second. Detroit is a 7-point underdog against San Francisco. Just one win for the Super Bowl.
Time,
Head coach Dan Campbell told Stoney and Jansen this morning
it's
going to take the best effort of the year to knock off the 1-seed Niners.
NFL interviews, staffing. You know what I never heard about in his other NFL interviews? Him flying out a second time with his wife, allegedly, that she's there with.
Detroit's only other appearance in the NFC Championship game, 1992. That was a 41-10 loss to Washington. And of these 4 teams left, the Lions have the longest odds to win the Super Bowl at plus 850. The Red Wings aim to keep their winning ways going against the Stars tonight at Little Caesars Arena. Detroit, winners of 7 of their last 9 games, currently owns the first wild card in the Eastern Conference at 53 points. Puck drop at LCA, 7 o'clock. The pregame show at 6:45 right here on 97.1. And according to NFL insider Mike Garafolo, Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers are in, quote, striking distance of getting a deal done. The Michigan head coach was in L.A. today for a second interview. Atlanta also working on getting a second interview with Harbaugh. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I know I'm a complete idiot. I can't get enough of that song. It makes me feel like an absolute piece of garbage, but I love it. Welcome in 5 o'clock. If you missed the discussion on Jim Harbaugh, we talked about it to lead with just 2 segments. Odyssey.com rewind. Sounds like he's going to the Chargers, getting your response to it. And then we move to the Lions, and it's going to continue to be. This is history in the making. I know. We all just want to get to Sunday. And we want to watch the game, and we want to just see what's going to unfold. But I'm not Scott Bakula, and this isn't Quantum Leap. I don't get to do that. So I'm just going to.
Good pull, Scott.
Oh, I love that show as a kid. Shout out Dean Stockwell.
Sam!
Huge fan of Sam. Huge fan of that show as a kid. Kenny, you'll have to Google that one. But listen,
not a big fan of the remake though.
I couldn't watch that.
You didn't miss anything.
Okay. So we're playing with house money, right? That's the discussion today. I want to know from Lions fans. You're cruising around. Well, not cruising. You're driving very carefully right now. But are you taking the approach that you were more nervous for the Ram and Buccaneer game than this game? That nerves are out the window when you've already gone past the threshold of accomplishment. We've done it. This team's ahead of schedule. And yes, I mean, do I think they have a shot? Of course I do. You're battling some major historical trends, which I did highlight earlier. And unlike many of you, I'm not just going to turn the 49ers into poop because they had a rough game against the Pack. But I'm loose as a goose with it. I don't expect to win the game. I hope to win because I do believe you're playing a team's better than you. But can you beat them? Yeah, you can beat them. It's the NFL. As Rico, I think you said it. It might have been in the 3 o'clock hour. Man, this ain't the Big 12.
No.
This isn't Texas hosting a bad Baylor team favored by 28.5. Like that's not what this is.
Or September football when you're playing a MAC school and you're like, okay, this is a warm-up, tune-up game, and we should pull all the starters by halftime.
But it's house money. I wouldn't be nervous as a Lion fan because we're in a dream state, right?
Yeah, see, I like how you put that because I do think, speaking as a Lions fan, and if I'm wrong, Kenny can stop me, but last week, if you lost the game, would have been devastating because you got the home game and you didn't play Dallas and you didn't have to go on the road, and it was expected with the crowd. This week, if you lose the game, I don't think it's as devastating. I think this is where you kind of shrug your shoulder and say, man, we were so close. And you go back to remembering the 2 games that you won here in Detroit and what great times that you had at the game. That, yeah, you just kind of shrug your shoulder and it's like, man, it sucks, but it was a great run. Whereas last week, yeah, if you lose, it was going to be a little devastating. Even though you had already exceeded your goals, you were expected to win. You're not expected to win this game.
So I want to know where it's at. Kenny, feel free. Step up to the plate on this one. I know you were a basket case for the Rams and for the Bucs game, and you where are you at sitting here right now as a lifelong Lion fan, and so many people your age and older have never seen this? Where is your mindset headed into this Niners game? Is it house money, or are your balls in a Bavarian knot here? I mean, you're just really, oh my God.
So what we talked about to start the season was our goals as Lions fans this year: win the division, home playoff game, win that playoff game. So in theory, I should be sitting here going, it's house money. We did everything I wanted us to do. But I'd be lying to you if I told you that leading up to this weekend, I am not filled with anxious nerve feelings. I have this nervous energy. I'm excited. I don't expect them to win, but man, I'd be lying to you if I told you after that game, if and when we lose, I'd be anything but bummed out. And I can't just take the look back and say, look, we had a great year. Maybe that'll happen in a week or two after the game, should things not go our way. But if that's not the case, yeah, I'm gonna be not in a great mood.
No, not in a great mood.
Wow. Yeah, if they end up losing that game, I will not be in a good mood. I mean, it's such a huge game, something that I have never experienced in my life.
Kenny, I understand that. How long will that mood last you? Like for the rest of the day, the whole week?
With big Georgia losses, it's lasted weeks, leading into like a month.
But you had higher expectation for Georgia.
Oh my God!
No, but I've never experienced it. I have no reference level on what this is going to feel like, whether we win or whether we lose. I can't tell you any of that. It's a complete wild card,
guys.
Yeah,
I feel so bad. David, I need a breaking news. I do. I'm not kidding. Shame on me. Kenny, I hate to be the one to tell you. Breaking news. Uga 10 has passed away.
You know what, Mike? Sadly, I actually did see that earlier today. I'm still a little fragile, but it'll be all right.
Uga 10 has crossed the Rainbow Bridge, the most successful Georgia mascot in history. He lived to the ripe, for an English bulldog, the ripe old age of 9 years old.
Yeah, I saw that. We weren't going to tell Kenny until after the show. We didn't want to lose.
He mentioned Georgia, and I forgot the blurb I saw.
Yeah, we know. We just didn't want to let Kenny know. We wanted to keep him focused.
First it was Tony Stubblefield, then it was Uga. They come in threes.
It's Uga. Now you're trying to kill my Lions season. It's one after another.
No, don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
Any of this.
I did not. I ain't trying to kill nothing. I'm trying to give you a positive frame of mind where we can approach this where you're like, you know what? You should approach this game like Josh Allen approaches playoff games. Yeehaw!
And we've hit our Josh Allen quota for the hour. Oh, boy.
248-539-9797. Sorry about that, Rico. I do apologize. We can get the people involved.
Yes, please.
Well, we will, and we'll do it next. David, ticket text, though. You love that, don't you?
I do.
I know. David, what do you got on the ticket text? What are people having to say here? Are we house money or are we in a different place?
From D in a car, he says the Lions have to win. No guarantee they'll be back. Look at the Bengals, so no, this is not house money. As long as they don't shoot themselves in the foot to lose, I agree 100% it is house money. Wouldn't be devastated.
See, the whole look at the Bengals, I understand that, but I think people are taking that to the exception to be the norm. Okay, yes. If anybody has their quarterback go down in the middle of the year, the Cowboys aren't making it. The Niners aren't making it. Baltimore's not making it. No one is. But there are certain teams that you could pretty much pencil in out of these probably 8 or 9 teams, they'll be in the playoffs every year like clockwork. I think you have now entered that club, Detroit.
Ian and Clarkson says, seize the moment. Even if we have a probable playoff team going forward, you have to play all the cards for the win. Might not get this far each year.
Yeah, well, that there's the key. I mean, you don't. You're just not going to. It's the game, the way the sport's designed. I understand what's on the line. I understand that in the same breath of telling you it's a free roll, that I can also tell you, yeah, no, it is far from a guarantee you get back here. But I guess for me, hey, maybe this is me just giving way too much credibility and benefit of the doubt. I believe so strongly in what they've built and what they're building. And I believe you're going to have teams that are far superior to this one. Mm-hmm. From a talent perspective. I mean, hate to break it to you, your defense blows. I think you're going to be able to field a really good defense with 3 critical pieces. We get Aiden a bookend D-end. Turn James Houston into depth. Okay, we've just changed the whole game. Get a lead corner, a real one. And now Cam Sutton's your 2. Looks a whole lot different. Like a couple pieces that I think you'll acquire this offseason. Oh, I think you could turn into what a team like the Niners or Ravens are. But maybe I'm an idiot because I just believe there's so much room for growth.
No, I'm with you. I think the same thing. I think you're going to be back here. This is not going to be an anomaly. It's not going to be a once every 30-year type of thing. You're a good team, and you got good ownership, good management, good coaching. You'll be back. And you're going to have to play tougher schedules, but I don't think that's going to matter anymore. You can improve this. You'll get free agents who want to come to Detroit.
Yeah.
And
the only negative I would have.
They'll take a pay cut to come here.
The only negative I would have is you will have to deal with what I would expect to be Jared Goff's new pay structure. So you'll have a little bit less room to play with. The cap will go up. So will your quarterback expenditure. But it'll be okay. I'll be surprised if they pay him like Pat Mahomes or something. I think he's going to get a good deal. He might. Hey, hell, Rico, you said this to me off air. I'm pretty sure we're okay talking about it on. He may already be getting a deal with a 5 in front of it. Mm-hmm. Little 50 burger each year.
Yeah.
You're in the NFC title game.
If
I'm his agent, oh yeah, I'm telling you, that's going right.
200, 4 years. Yep.
Just be ready, everybody. I know that probably just sent Jim Costa and his clown car into a full donut mode.
No. He's in full acceptance mode. He said he's going to back down from that statement. He made the public decree.
Wow. Justin. Poor guy. All right, we'll get to your phone calls next. Perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. What's not up for debate? The best mattress on the planet, the iComfort Eco by Serta. It's designed to keep you cool, comfortable, feeling restored. Or there's Serta's Perfect Sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Just go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. All right, let's get to the people. Let's see where everybody's at. And then kind of we turn the page starting tomorrow. We'll start really looking at the game. But yesterday was about celebrating and really understanding what was accomplished. And then today is just kind of like, what's the mindset as you approach the game? And for me, I'd just be loose about it. There's no pressure on you. Just roll. Pressure's on San Francisco. There's no pressure on you. You know, and again, I will give credit. Most of you have been sensible. Man, we've had a couple of wackos today. Rico's guy, Eddie. Oh, boy, Odyssey.com Rewind. You want to talk to Ed. And Dan Campbell. To the people, you want to go to Matt?
Matt, you're up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, how's it going today?
Hey, Matt.
Matty, what's the word, buddy?
So, Mike, you kind of took the words from my mouth here. So I think the pressure is directly on the 49ers. They've
100%.
been the best team all year. They've had all the defensive players and the offensive weapons. I think being a road dog kind of going in there, Lions are in a great spot to strike. So,
and let me ask you this, Matt. Do you agree with me that as an underdog, not as a home favorite, you're going on the road, us versus everybody, Dan Campbell becomes the most dangerous man in the playoffs this weekend? I love this spot for Dan Campbell.
Right. I mean, it's kind of a win-win, right? So either he beats the 49ers and he makes it, or he wins 2 playoff games with the Lions and then he rebuilds more and then we're just back. So I think I'll get more nervous come game time, but for right now, Mike, I'm just cool, man.
Yeah. I mean, Matt, I'm with you, buddy, 100%. It's okay to be calm about it. Sure, you get nervous thinking about what's at stake, but the reality is I think you're ahead of schedule. That doesn't mean you don't have a shot or shouldn't want it. I can't go into this game expecting to win it.
Right.
That's a bridge I can't cross.
No, I think it is. More pressure's on San Francisco because
a ton. You got the weight of the world on you.
You're the number 1 seed, and you stumbled coming out of the gate, and you somehow managed to win the game last week. You showed your vulnerability, and now you have Detroit coming with nothing to lose. Dan Campbell in full effect. Dan Campbell will be flying on that plane with DJ, going there, ready, onside kick, going for it. Hey, it's 4th and 18. Don't care. Line up. Let's go get it.
No, I think he's highly dangerous in this spot. I think the weight of the world is on San Francisco. That's just the way I like it. Go to Teddy, 97.1. What's up, Teddy?
Mike, Rico, what's going on?
Hey.
Teddy, ball game. What's the word?
So, Mike, you and I were at a weird spot at the trade deadline where we completely disagreed. You know, you were out there smashing chairs when they didn't pick up a big name, and I was kind of more in the, we'll give them, I think next year's their year, so who cares? And now we completely switch where I think you're more with, the I'm okay, and I'm with the we better win this game. And the reason why I think it's so important just because, look, I'm all in. I'm all in on signing Jared Goff. I don't want to open that can of worms, but I don't know how he's going to be without Ben Johnson. I don't know where this defense is going to be if Aaron Glenn goes away. I don't know, in a few years, Amon-Ra, Penny, they're going to want money. And so are some of these other studs. And I know, you know more about caps than I do, but
sure,
it's a hard league to win in, and I don't know how often you're going to, be in this spot. I know Dak Prescott is not a very good QB, but Dallas, that's a good football team that was knocked out. It's a hard league to win in.
Very much so, and the rules are designed against sustained success. Now, where I have confidence, Teddy, is Brad Holmes has continued to find talent up and down the draft. It's never about your first-round draft picks. It's about, can you find talent at every point in this draft on a consistent basis to build a depth? And he has. Teddy, look, you have every right to be, I'm scared about the future. I'll just tell you, in the NFC, Teddy, there's only one franchise that I would put ahead of you from a future power rank standpoint. It's the team you're playing Sunday. The Lions have the second best future in the NFC. And the only reason the Niners would have a leg up on you, A, John Lynch has been at it longer, and B, they pay their quarterback in bagels. So, and again, Purdy will eventually get paid. But you're right there. Think about what I'm saying. San Francisco has been the model organization over the previous 5 years in the NFC, and I'm putting you either 1-1A or 1-2. That's how much belief I have in what they're doing here in Detroit. I can't give you a bigger compliment. So maybe my lack of fear, maybe I'm missing the ball here. That's okay. It is funny, though. Teddy goes, we were opposite at the deadline, and now we're opposite, but in a whole different way in the playoff. Teddy and I'm zigging and he's zagging. We can't get on the same page here.
No, you can't. You can't.
And I stand by it. Imagine if you had made that deal for Montez Sweat at the deadline. I stand by it.
That would have been helping you out tremendously.
I'm just saying. Yeah. We used to have that OJ drop. Where did that go?
I don't know, but I thought Houston was going to be the answer. That's why they didn't make the trade.
Buddy, he's coming back from a broken ankle. I mean, it just hasn't happened. What do you want me to? I wanted the trade. You can't.
No,
throw
that's
face.
David.
No,
that's
not
David
your
pulling
face.
his inner Rieger right now, Mike.
Oh, I see. Okay, I see what he's doing now. Okay, let's go to Ian, 97.1. Ian, what's going on?
Not much, guys. I think it's all house money. You know, we look back at 3 years when Dan Campbell got hired, and we were like, what, 3-13? And it's like being a 6 and asking out a 10. And she says, yes, we're here. We're excited. We're nervous. We don't know what's going to happen. But we got to seize the moment. And it's awesome if they win. If they lose, we got further than we thought, especially coming down the stretch and losing to Chicago and Green Bay. It's a hard thing because they're two teams that you see a lot of promise in. But going up against San Francisco, they're a very strong team. But I think with some of the swagger that we have, even though the defense is the weak point, I think that you get an interception or two on Purdy and he gets knocked and hurried. I think it's going to be a rough game for him. I think he's a guy that, just like Goff, if you get him out of his element a little bit, he could have a 2-3 interception game. And we'll just have to see what happens. But I think it's all house money. I think
I'm going to tell you something, and I'm waiting, Ian. I'm waiting on this, and I think this is fair. I don't think you can knock me for this. I mean, it's free country. Do whatever you like. I'm waiting for more definitive information on Debo. If Debo does not play, you are going to see my tenor about this game change.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I'm just waiting.
Debo was on my fantasy team, and I rode him all year. And I think he's a guy that you can put in any position, and he's going to make a play.
He's a monster because everything they do is based off of him.
Yep.
Yeah, where he lines up, where he motions to, all of it. You take that away, again, I know Lion fans don't want to hear this. They're high on their own supply. It's fine. But 9 plays into that game, there's no adjusting to him being hurt. Your entire install in a week preparation for Green Bay, and all of a sudden the wristbands are getting thrown in the garbage. You're in survival mode.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If Amon-Ra gets hurt 9 plays into this game, you think Ben Johnson's going to look like a genius?
If they win, yeah, but if they lose,
no. You know what I'm saying is it would be horribly unfair of me to knock Ben Johnson in this team had they not looked great against the Bucs.
When you don't have your star player on the field, it makes it a lot harder to win in the playoffs, and that's why the longevity down the stretch is a huge thing.
Yeah, because at that point, you're just trying to survive. That's it.
And I'm with Ian on this, though. And, Rico, I would lean on you because you watch every snap of him. But Purdy, there's an element of timid to him in the last month. He doesn't look – there's no swagger there. I'm with Ian. Something goes wrong early in this game. Oh, baby.
See,
plus the pressure.
Now, the thing is, Mike, it's why people call him a robot, because that look doesn't change when he goes on.
Man.
But it really boils down to the first quarter. If he's on and he's hitting his passes, it's going to be a long day for the Lions. If he goes out there and he throws high and he throws behind, if you're a Lions fan, hey, you may win this game. It's the first couple of passes. Against Baltimore, he was off, and Baltimore took advantage of that. Thank you, David. You're number 1, too.
Wow. Totally unnecessary. All right.
Go
I understand. Okay. Can we please? Enrico, I'm bringing a knife to a gunfight. I'm a Giants fan. I'm Steven in Office Space selling magazine subscriptions. I have nothing. He's a Steeler fan. You're a Niner fan. What the hell am I going to say?
Hey, did I see your guy Cutlets? His agent is like one of the Pistons' agent as well.
No, he's the agent for Melifonwu.
Oh, okay. I knew it was somebody. Okay.
No.
Oh.
And no, I'm not wearing the Italian Hall of Fame green jacket.
Maybe
I don't care.
Maybe he'll be on the sideline in San Francisco. Planet
Maybe
Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone.
Start reading.
Planet Fitness is home of the judgment-free zone. You still got time to get that New Year's resolution in shape and get your body in shape. Why? Because Planet Fitness is extending the big fitness energy sale now through the end of the month, January 31st. You can walk into any Planet Fitness, 24 cents down, $10 a month. There's no commitment, but trust me, you're going to want to stay there. Planet Fitness is home of that judgment-free zone. Look, a lot of places have brand new equipment in there, whether it's new cardio equipment or new strength training equipment. Go check them out for yourself. You can get a full body workout in just 30 minutes on the 30-minute circuit, and all memberships include fitness training. So 24 cents down, $10 a month. Get your big fitness energy on. You can go to any Planet Fitness to sign up or go online at planetfitness.com.
All right, get back to your calls in a moment. Tons of NFL news, coaching carousel stuff, and the like. David, music, please.
There is a ton of coaching news, so let's get to it. We'll have some odds for some of the jobs that are still open. But let me get your thoughts first on the news that the Tennessee Titans look to be close on hiring the OC from Cincinnati, Brian Callahan. You guys' thoughts on that hire?
I don't understand it. I think it's a joke. I think Amy Adams Strunk got in her feelings, and she fired the wrong man. Mike Vrabel is superior in every way. Callahan, I mean, yeah, great. You've worked with Peyton Manning and Joe Burrow. I mean,
the quarterback whisperer.
Kenny's right foot could coach those guys. So, like, for me, this is an organization that's taking a step backwards.
Yeah. You know, what's next? And once Coach Patrick Mahomes, I grabbed his luggage once at the airport.
Right. Amazing, right? I just don't get it, fellas. I'm sorry.
Then a couple questions on a couple guys here that got fired during the offseason. We've talked about Jim Harbaugh and what looks to be what is happening with the LA Chargers, where Pro Football Talk is reporting that Pete Carroll has been trying his best behind the scenes to get the Chargers job. What happens with Pete Carroll this offseason? Is he just going to be miserable in retirement or not coaching for a year?
Oh, boy.
That's a great question. I think that he's semi-retired. He's half wet. He wants to still coach, but for some reason something happened in Seattle. I don't know. They just said, Pete, we're not bringing you back. Honestly, I could see him, taking an advisory role, not like an OC, but he's one of those coaches that kind of sit around and help the other team, developing team out. I'll kind of pick your brain and help you bounce ideas off of me and hoping that he's going to get another job. But I think that's it, David. I don't think anybody's going to hire him, and a lot of it is due to his age.
Hey, here's an idea. You're 100 years old. F off to the sun. Go enjoy the beach.
Or what
Stop
Mike
being
just
a pain
said.
in the ass. Honestly, I mean, Pete Carroll's so overrated. Hey, look, I clap and I chew gum. Enough. You're 1,000,000 years old. Move on. Now you think what? You're going to go take over the charge? Get the hell out of here. I don't know why these guys want to die on the sidelines. Put your feet in the sand. Maybe get yourself a little TV job. Relax.
Because, Mike,
enjoy your life.
It's all he's known for about, 30, 40 years?
What, gum?
Coaching and gum.
It has. You're right. And it's hard for him to
move
away from
David,
it.
it's why, unfortunately, a lot of coaches die like a month after they're done. Or, I mean, it's not just them. It's like a lot of people, when they retire, they didn't have a plan B.
So let's move over to some of the coaching odds for the jobs that are remaining. Let's start in Carolina, because Carolina will now focus on hiring a coach because they hired their GM. Former player Dan Morgan is their GM. So who do you think leads the odds right now to be their next coach?
Carolina?
You have to be a human who has no other options. Working for David Tepper sounds like a complete hellscape.
I would think there's somebody who's either desperate for a job or a college coach who doesn't know any better. Eric Bieniemy, he's been trying for years. Maybe I'll just take anything, even though I know you're a horrible boss.
There it is.
Yeah, he would fall under the field category for this one, which is at plus 600. Who leads this is Frank Smith, who is the OC in Miami at plus 450. Then you have Mike McDonald, the DC in Baltimore at plus 500.
Oh, Mike, don't do it. Yeah. Mike, don't do it. Yeah. Don't. Just stay right there, tucked under John Harbaugh's wing for another year, Mike. Stay.
Yeah, and being the OC in Miami is great when you're in 80-degree sunny weather and you're putting up 70 points.
And your coach is a Jedi, a Yale grad, former wide receiver who was really part of Kyle Shanahan's brain. Not sure. But again, guys, who the hell wants to work for David Tepper?
Right. That's why I figured Bieniemy or just a college coach who wants in the game, and I'll take any job. Heck, you could have told me Chip Kelly. I want to be back in the game. I'm sick of UCLA. I would have believed it. He's sick of UCLA, Mike. I've never seen a coach who wants out so bad.
What do you mean? There's one right down the road.
You know what, Mike? You win.
I'm here for you. I'm locked in. The 4 o'clock coffee just got off the pot.
You win.
Let's move over.
They got to give you your own pie. Like, call it Cash the Ticket or something. People can download it. Go ahead.
G-Tech plus 3.5.
Over to the Washington Commanders. Now, who do you think should get the job first? Let's do that.
Okay, please, everyone, seatbelt sign is turned on. The right move is Ben Johnson. And I think that's exactly who they want. I think Ben Johnson would be a great fit there. New owner, new energy, young, offensive-minded. You've already got great wide receivers and skill weapons. They're going to draft a quarterback. Ben Johnson's the move.
Yeah, number 2 pick in the draft. You can take your quarterback, new coach. You're hoping that you can get the same success and duplicate what the Texans did. Yeah, that was going to be my guy as well, Mike, is Ben Johnson.
Yeah, what's crazy about the odds here, and I don't think I've ever seen it, these are according to Caesars Sportsbook, the field is winning at plus 250. I've never seen the field leading. Then you have Mike McDonald at plus 350 and then Ben Johnson at plus 450.
Okay. Hey, man, no, I mean, it's a quiet search. They've interviewed 1 million people. I'm not mad about it. That's who I'd hire.
See, I think this is more leaning towards Ben Johnson because he's still active and coaching, and they're not making moves. That tells me it's worth the wait. I've never understood why pro teams felt the need to hire somebody right now. You know, like the season's not going to start for a long time. You can wait 2 weeks to get the right guy.
Hey, we've got important off-season meetings.
Right.
So I'm going to move past Atlanta because it is all over the place with that news. When you have the owner who wants one guy and people in the front office want another guy.
Wants Belichick. Everyone else in the organization knows if they hire this man, I'm losing my job or any equity I have with Arthur Blank because Bill Belichick is going to tell me to bleep myself.
Yeah.
Oh, it's succession. It's an absolute made-for-TV power struggle. But the last I checked, Arthur Blank runs that team. If he wants Belichick, they're getting Belichick.
And Belichick leads the odds at plus 250. Overwhelmingly leads these odds. So, but here's a team that doesn't get talked about a lot, and we talked about their former coach. What's next in Seattle?
I'd hire Dan Quinn. Familiarity. He was there during the Super Bowl years. Defensive-minded coach. It works. Understands the culture there. That place is not for everybody. I'd hire Dan Quinn.
That's a good call. I actually like that because I was thinking the same thing. If the Commanders don't take Ben Johnson, I think that he could go out there and look at what he has and maybe do to Geno Smith what he's done with Jared Goff, a guy that was considered a cast-off. Until I can get my quarterback in here, I can maximize this man.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense here, but then we'll close it out with this question because one name that I have not heard either one of you say for no job, what happens with Mike Vrabel?
It feels like he's going to get shut out.
TV.
That's what it feels like.
Yeah, I think TV and maybe TV, David, will have people salivating for him next year and saying, you know what, we're going to wait and go after Mike Vrabel. And then at that point, like maybe the Bears experience.
Dallas Cowboys.
The Cowboys. All of these things blow up and he's got a better choice of jobs to go after. Or you lose again to Michigan and he's off to Ohio State.
They want him so bad there. And that is...
Well, hold on, David, before you go, though. I mean, Mike Vrabel is legit.
He is.
I mean, some of the people we're talking about, it's not that I think they're better than Vrabel. It's that Vrabel's been nowhere. I still can't believe they're hiring Harbaugh over Vrabel in L.A.
But you know what?
I think he's a fantastic coach.
Mike, because he's a fantastic coach and he probably has a nice buyout, he knows. I don't have to rush back into this.
Yeah.
I don't have
Get
to
the
take
job
a job.
you want. Pick
you know
it.
what?
Yeah.
How about I go on TV? I'm at Fox. I'm at CBS. I'm on the Peacock next year, and then I can have my choice
All right,
of teams
FanDuel,
that I really want to go
championship
coach
weekend.
in the
No
following
one is
season.
going to have a bigger menu.
I can see him on
than
Peacock.
FanDuel. From
And
the
that
props,
is
sides,
in
totals,
football
SGPs,
today.
They've got it all. They're
All right, get back to your
America's number one
calls in a
sportsbook.
moment.
New customers.
Tons of
Bet games
NFL
this
news,
weekend.
coaching carousel
$150
stuff, and
in
the
bonus
like.
bets
David,
guaranteed
music,
when you
please.
place your first $5 wager. That's it. That's all. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel, the official betting partner of the NFL in 97 The Ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue, non-withdrawable
There
bonus.
is a ton of coaching news, so let's get to it. We'll have some odds for some of the jobs that are still open. Let me get your thoughts first on the news that the Tennessee Titans look to be close on hiring the OC from Cincinnati, Brian Callahan. You guys' thoughts on that hire?
I don't understand it. I think it's a joke. I think Amy Adams Strunk got in her feelings, and she fired the wrong man. Mike Vrabel is superior in every way. Callahan, I mean, yeah, great. You've worked with Peyton Manning and Joe Burrow. I mean,
the quarterback
Kenny's right
whisperer.
foot Kenny's right foot could coach those guys. So, like, for me, this is an organization that's taken a step backwards.
Yeah. You know, what's next? And once Coach Patrick Mahomes, I grabbed his luggage once at the airport.
Right. Amazing, right? I just don't get it, fellas. I'm sorry.
Then a couple questions on a couple guys here that got fired during the offseason. We've talked about Jim Harbaugh and what looks to be what is happening with the LA Chargers, where Pro Football Talk is reporting that Pete Carroll has been trying his best behind the scenes to get the Chargers job. What happens with Pete Carroll this offseason? Is he
Okay, this music is sultry as we close out what's been an action-packed Tuesday. David, a few ticket texts. I mean, David, I feel like this should be the track underneath anything you say at this point. This is tremendous.
Yeah, I'll just keep this going as I read.
Yeah, keep this rolling with the ticket text. This is like the old Pharrell show.
From David in Detroit says, "No, this is not house money. I want the Lions to take advantage of this opportunities in rarefied air. Lions all the way to Vegas. All right, that's enough. I can't do this.
No. You keep this music up. These ticket techs deserve it.
All right, one more. It's house money because they are ahead of schedule, but at the same time, this team is so close to achieving something we've only dreamed of. That is from Ryan.
I'm going to need you to read a little slower.
Yeah, sure.
To fit the music,
all right.
Please.
Jordan in Wichita, playing with house money. But NFL means not for long. So do it now. Do it now, he says. Too many bad things happen later.
Woo! Rico, you feeling this? This is tremendous.
What have I walked into? I just had a conversation with Paul Sarah. I wasn't expecting this.
I mean, think about it. I mean, the old Pharrell show. I mean, Master of Puppets, Warriors by 25. This is more sultry. And then the music's out.
Yep,
That's
music's out.
All right, we're done here.
Yeah, here's what I'll do. Here's the next music you're going to hear. The drive of the week, Rico, your guy. He gets his very first game-winning drive, starts to drive with a pass to Jennings for 7 yards. They get a first down on the next set of downs. He passes the ball 10 yards to Brandon Ayuk. Next set of downs, he passes the ball to Conley for 17 yards. Finishes off the 12-play, 69-yard, 5-minute drive with a Christian McCaffrey 6-yard touchdown run.
And a drop pass by George Kittle, who...
That is also on here. Yes, it is. Yeah. But that is your drive of the week.
I just want more of the music, to be quite honest. All right, what are we doing next here? Yeah.
We got Jim Costa up next.
Who's ready for some cookies?
Hey, guys. This is great music.
Jim, every monologue, you open with this.
Hey, can we just, underneath my entire show up until Red Wings hockey, just this?
Pharrell did it for years.
That's right. Now, I have a theory.
Unleashing.
I have a theory. I'm in today. I'm not Wojo. Is he working on the Harbaugh column? Is that why he's not in today? The, farewell...
No, he's not in today because he's lazy and radio's a clear second in his life. And why don't we just cut the fat here?
And the day ended in a Y. So,
shake it up. Go ahead, Jim. What do you got?
Okay, I want to have the conversation with people about this weekend's game because I love my team. I love that they're in this spot. This has been great. You got a puncher's chance. Can't wait to see. Let's find out. But as we approach this game, where I'm at early in the week, I do not believe they win. And I want people to help me out. Now, I know, Mike. I know what's coming, but I don't want to be a hater. I want people to help me with football reasons, not any given Sunday or I like my team. I want football reasons so that I can be amongst the people here and have full belief that they're winning on Sunday.
Hey, cookies. You know what they're going to tell you?
Thanks, Doug.
I can offer you some, but I know we're doing a podcast together Friday, so I will save them. Here's what I'm going to do.
Oh, that's a tease right there, people.
It is, and we're going to go a little further. Can I get the music as we further tease? Can we just bring that music back up? Friday, Jim, wear your best cologne.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to sit you down, and I'm going to give you 5, not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, 5 football reasons you can believe this weekend. Cash Ticket Friday. I got you covered.
5 reasons you can believe the Lions can win?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Rooted in football. Okay. Not nonsense, press conferences.
Not the coach speak?
No, or Dan Campbell.
Did you guys have a caller sell you on locker room speeches being the difference?
Dan Campbell.
That's the name of the cologne.
No, he said Dan Campbell, and have you seen his speeches to Shanahan's speeches?
He is right. Shanahan's speeches are nowhere near as good as Dan Campbell's.
Let me see what Campbell's speeches look like 4 years from now when you've gone back to the NFC title game for 4 straight years.
Is this how he talks to you all show? Well, when
Yes.
you're a Niners fan and you
No,
just
no,
live
no,
in
no,
the
no.
NFC title
No,
game.
it was the guy, like, he gave this speech, and I'm like, what does that have to do with anything?
Jim, what don't you get? He's Philip Banks and you're DJ Jazzy Jeff. Like, that's how this relationship works.
He just grabs you and throws you off the front porch.
Right. Vivian! he just barks at me, and I take it.
Mike, why doesn't he love me?
Stop. The most overacted scene in the
Why am
history
I
of
all
sitcoms.
alone?
All right. Okay.
I feel the need to slap a comedian.
Okay, all right.
Listen, she was in an entanglement. What's the big deal?
Hey. Jaden, where's
She
your
tripped
playmate?
and fell and landed on things.
Where's
All
your
right.
playmate at?
It's time to go.
Yeah. You know what? Hell of a job by everybody. Cookies, hit him with some of that sultry music. Jim's in the kitchen. He's baking up a good show. Make it happen.
I'm down. Let's do it.
You're we. Next.
We're we.
90s. No,